It's not even good.
600.
I'll do cartoon champions for 600.
Philip.
Is this Malphite?
That is Malphite for 600 points to Philip.
Hey, what's with the rocket? I get the rock. Oh, rock?
It's crew.
Oh, crew. Okay.
Oh,
that
it's
makes
true.
sense.
I only saw the rock. I won't even lie. I didn't understand.
No.
I'll do what accent 800.
Hold on a moment. This could go either way. And time. The answer was pause champ.
Oh, that's what I was thinking.
That's what I was thinking, but like...
Well, I was too scared. I thought it would be
Yeah,
like pause
same.
champ or like hold or like something like that.
Name that comp 1K. You guys gotta pick the 1Ks.
Oh, I know what it is.
Weijin.
Is this Bonky Kong?
That is correct for 1,000 points to
Oh, man.
Weijin.
He has Bonky Kong in the back like that?
I don't even think I played this set very much.
Dude, name that comp 200.
Philip.
This is Blender, right? Blender Nocturne?
That is Blender for 200 points to Philip.
I'll do what accent 1000.
These items fit perfectly on this character of mine. Philip,
Is it just Biss?
can you be more specific?
Gigabiss.
That is correct for 1,000.
Philip's
I
buzzer.
get faster on the buzzer.
I feel like that was a pretty easy 1000 as far as the 1000s go.
Yeah, let's go trait spotting 1K.
Weijin.
Is this Ghostly?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a
It's not
minus
Ghostly?
1,000. The answer was Phantom.
Oh, Phantom. Oh, great. It's not Phantom.
Nah, this
it's not
guy's-
Ghostly, it's Phantom. Oh my god.
Cartoon champions 1K.
Bosso.
Lulu?
That is correct for 1,000 points to Bosso skills.
That was a good Lulu.
I could be 2200 right now, but this guy just took 1000 for himself in reverse.
Alright, trait spotting 800?
Bosso skills.
I think it is.
I think I got it wrong. I'll go with Bilgewater.
That is incorrect for a
That's super
minus
wrong.
Yeah.
800. The correct answer was Pirate.
Bro, I'm hella scared of this category.
This was a
I feel like there's
pirate
like...
icon? Really?
I think these are all too old for me. Let's do name that comp 800.
Philip.
This is Clapio.
That is correct for 800. Over to Philip.
I got one trick this comp to hit Challenger.
Are you just are you buzzing before you know what it is and then you're answering,
No,
or like
I
you
know what it
actually
is, man.
Okay,
That's
I don't
instant
know.
Clapio.
He's buzzing before he knows what it is.
Alright, let's do literal definition 600.
The capital of the province of Ontario, the capital of Japan, Americas. Weijin Iverson.
Toronto, Tokyo.
That is correct for 600.
I'll do literal definitions 800.
A French informal expression meaning bad luck. Amiya.
Oh god, I know this one.
That is time. The answer was potable.
Oh no, I didn't. Oh, I couldn't put my finger on it.
It's actually potable. I thought that guy was just doing like he just has like his Discord profiles like this canceled out bowl. So I thought it was just like, you know.
Oh, I lucky thought it was like past the ball. I thought it was like some like soccer reference.
Let's do literal definitions 400.
A root vegetable and bubble tea flavor. APAC. Philip.
Taro? What is Taro?
That is correct for 400 points to Philip.
Let's do retired items for 800.
20% chance on hit to prevent the enemy champion from gaining mana for 4 seconds. Philip.
Oh god, I know the other two of these. Oh wait, oh, this is Hush, right?
That is correct for 800 to Philip.
You got it, Phil.
Old man buff.
I'll do cartoon champions 800.
Bosso.
Zyra.
That is correct for 800.
Oh, wait, what's the middle one?
Just no, I guess.
She's like white in the
Yeah.
like a white.
I mean, I have no chance in retired items. Let's do name that comp 600.
Weijin Iverson.
This is Pikachu, right?
That is correct for 600 to Weijin.
How does this guy know all the comps that are supposedly before he played the game?
What champ is that with the shivs? Alright, let's do retired item 600.
This guy's about to sweep the board on retired items.
Summon a spirit who mirrors your attacks, dealing 60% damage.
This is just Shadow Clone, except way more OP.
Oh, I can like visualize the item. I don't know what it's called. Damn.
No, go for it, buddy. Buzz it.
This guy's talking about visualizing the item and nobody cares.
All right, I'm gonna call time. This one might blow your mind if you didn't already know it. This is Runan's Hurricane.
Oh, that
yeah,
actually
yeah.
makes sense. I'll do trade spotting 600.
Wajan Iverson.
This guy's
This
so
is
fast.
an easy invoker. Easy.
So
That
fast
is
and
correct for 600.
I'll do name that comp 400.
Wajan Iverson.
Is this Candyland?
That is correct. This is Candyland for 400.
This guy was for sure playing
good.
that game
This
back
guy
in the
for
day,
sure
man.
played it. He literally instant named all the
I just
possible
watched the
sets that he
tubers,
never
man.
played.
I watched like the
The
disguised
sets that he
tubers, you know.
supposedly never played in his entire life. He guessed all the comps were.
Literal definitions for 200.
Donald Duck's identical triplet nephews. Philip.
Huey, Dewey, Louie.
That is correct for 200. Over to Philip.
It's I'm not feeling great about either of these categories. I'm not gonna lie. I'll go retired items for 400.
So it's just feeding Philip the points now.
Where dodges all critical strikes. Philip.
Oh god, no, this is old Bramble.
That is incorrect. It is not Old Bramble. It is Phantom Dancer.
It's PD.
Oh
It's
god,
PD.
okay, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
I'll do a trait spotting 400.
Wajan
Bro,
Iverson.
this guy is not. No. This guy's actually buzzing so
Disco?
fast. He's actually
That is
buzzing
correct.
So fast.
It was
Buzzing and
Disco.
then just praying that he knows what it is, man.
No, I knew what it was.
No.
I knew what it was right away.
That's not a 580 millisecond difference, man. No.
Let's do retired items 200.
Attacks on hit have a low chance to reduce enemy star level by 1 for the rest of combat. Bosso skills.
Shrink blade?
Oh man, come on!
I don't know. I
$200, man.
That is
I don't remember.
Incorrect for minus 200. It is called Cursed Blade.
Yeah, close enough. At least like reach Philip.
Come on, man. We need to work together to take down big bad Wajan Iverson.
And the last category is going to be trait spotting for 200. Also skills.
Mentor?
That is correct for 200 points.
Mentor?
This is Mentor? Mentor has like a cane?
Wait, what?
Bro,
You
these
said
guys
a little
don't even.
dance?
No. I used
mean,
the wish
there's no
items
emblem,
and
man.
then
Oh, wait.
clicking first and
Oh, is
thinking
this-
later, and these guys didn't even know what it was.
Is this what Learn from the Best looks like? That's not the icon, right?
Why does it have a cane?
This looks like Bosso skills, man.
It's supposed to be a teacher, man. It's like the teacher. Imagine like the caricature of like the old Asian guys with like the
The
what I'm saying?
beard.
He has, like the beard and like.
Oh, it's a beard.
Oh, it's a
I
beard.
was trying to figure out what the water droplet was.
I thought it was like a teardrop tattoo.
Yeah, me too.
Yes, man. I got Rage Invade over here.
As it stands right now, Wajan Iverson has 3,000 points, Philip has 5,000 points, and Bosso Skills has 1,200 points. Now, you have an opportunity to increase your points by wagering in the final trivia question. So you can wager as many points as you have. There's no limit to that. Okay, I have everybody's wagers. Now, the good news is you don't have to get this question 100% correct. You just have to be the most correct. Let's get into it. 5 players in the current America's TPC competed in the first ever North American Regional Finals in Set 3. Name those players. And so you don't have to buzz in for this. You're just going to DM me your guesses for those 5 players. Bosso Skills wagered 1,200. His answers were Soju, Replay, Kuramex, Robin, and Pakigam. Wajan wagered 2001 and said Milk, Soju, Robin Songs,
I'm
Replay,
so. No.
and Marcel P. Philip
Marcel P.
wagered.
I'm pretty sure Marcel P competed like way back. I don't
Wait,
think-
Replay made Set 3 regionals?
Philip
Marcel P.
wagered. Philip
You
wagered
can't go.
1001 and said Robin, Soju, Kuramex, Milk, and Pakigam, which means, if I'm reading this correctly, all 3 of you got 4
How
players
did this
correctly.
Milk?
The correct answer was Robin, Milk, Soju Kurum, and Replay, which means that everybody will get their points doubled. Wasian is at 5,001 points, Philip at 6,001, and Bosso at 2,400. Congratulations to Philip for winning TFT Trivia episode number 2.
World champion! World champion! Thanks everyone for watching. This was a lot of fun. It was really easy for me. Hope you all enjoyed. If you enjoyed, be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and stay tuned for more content like this.
Philip is one of the best North Americans to have never qualified to a set championship. In the set 15 regional finals, 6 of the 8 players in the final lobby would go on to qualify for the Tactician's crown. Philip would place 7th and had to watch the event from the sideline. It was a tough ending, but an important chapter in Philip's story. Since starting in set 7, Philip has steadily moved from obscurity into the limelight. The merging of the regions in set 11 gave Philip a platform to break out, and at the first cup he did it, winning the event with a 3-star Aurelia. But perhaps the most exciting thing about Philip is the kind of player that he is. Philip has the 4th highest win rate in all of the TPC, only behind Wasian Iverson, Dishsoap, and Setsuko. His ability to close out games makes him extremely fun to watch and a clear threat if he were to make it to the Tactician's crown. Philip has qualified to 4 previous regional finals and has never placed in the bottom half. Starting off in week 1, Philip has an uphill battle to reclaim his spot in the TPC, but history says that Philip is more than capable of making another final lobby run. We're sending 2 pro TFT players into a normal game, but here's the catch. One of them is the hands and the other is the eyes. Revan will be guiding a blindfolded Snooty Boo through a game and hopefully to a top 4. Are you guys ready?
I'm good to go, man.
I'm ready. Time to shine. Okay, you need to click a little bit to the left and you need to buy anything on the shop. Abajo, abajo, down, down, down. No, just down. Yeah, nice. Click once. Once in the left again. Once in the left, a little bit. Buy middle shop.
There?
Nice. Okay, put it inside.
How?
Yeah, click, right there. Click inside. Yes.
Okay.
This is so difficult, man. Okay, let's buy Kaiser. The first shop.
Okay.
First shop. Down. Down a little bit more down. Right? No.
He roleado, ¿no? I rolled, ¿no?
You wasted all your money on leveling up.
Oh.
Oh my god. Ok. Tengo que hablar en español porque nos vamos a morir. O hablamos en español o es imposible que esto avance. Un poco a la izquierda, nos han matado. Es imposible, Snoody. Es completamente imposible. No se puede jugar a esto ciego. O sea, hacer objetos, poner los objetos luego en el campeón, moverlo. Es imposible. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. It's impossible to do this blinded. It's totally impossible.
Okay, let's try changing the roles.
This time, let's try a reroll strategy. So, go to your shop, which is down. There, you're perfect. A little bit up. Left. A little bit left. Okay, perfect. That's your first unit. Okay, click that. Okay, great. And then go right a little bit more. A little bit more. There we go. Revan, you have 2 KOs now, okay? Okay, now go up 4. Left click and hold it down. You almost saw KO. It's okay. Now let's try to move the units. Go to the center again, which is... they're perfect. Okay, go a little bit down. One more. Oh, okay, now Kale is in the back line. Perfect. Okay, now we have to put items on this unit.
Yeah, I can move the item already and hold it when the round starts.
Yeah, we got Infinity Edge on Kale.
Oh
Okay.
shit, that item, man! Can we use fruit? What is the fruit?
We can use the fruit. Go down one. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, one up. There we go. Okay, we have double strike Kale. Perfect.
Nice.
42.
It's
but
fine.
I don't know.
It's good money.
It's fine. Okay. It's good money. It's good money.
We'll
We're
have
rich.
to start rolling, I think. I will roll with the keyboard. Just tell me the
Oh,
shot.
okay. Click on that. That's a Kabuko. Click there. Okay, great. Roll. Click that. Perfect. We got Aatrox 2-star. Okay, great. Roll again. There. Okay, click. Great. Awesome, man.
Tell me when I'm in the bench and I just E.
Wait, sorry. Augments. Go up. There. Click. Perfect.
Okay, I go to the bench.
Go to the bench. There. Great. Oh, yeah. The last second, man. Good job.
Oh, I was hearing the sound. I knew we had half
Oh,
a second.
we got a left.
Okay, I roll as soon as we start the round.
It's carousel. Go to the center.
Okay, center?
Okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Right again. Click. Okay, perfect. We have KO 3-star. Okay, level man. Level man. Just go crazy.
What? How much HP we have?
10 XP at level 7.
10 HP?
10 XP and 26 HP.
No, and HP 26. Okay.
Okay, we made a fawn, man. We
Okay.
made a fawn.
Where is the
We also
Yumi?
have
I will hold it and sell it instantly.
There we go. Let go. Great. Now you have a Ginsus.
What is the
Stay
Ginsu?
there. Go right fast. 3 right. One more. There. Click.
Okay, I shall get the item and give it to
We
someone.
have to. I think we're dead, but we have backup dancers.
Are we dead?
Oh, we have one. We have 1 HP. Okay, we have one HP.
Do we
as
have
green.
any item or something we can do?
Oh, I think we got top 4, man. I think we got top 4. Holy shit, we
Oh
got top
my
4.
god, this is
We got-
insane. I'm going
We
crazy.
got top 4 with the brief. We got top 4. Officially top 4. Go down. 3. 1, 2. One more. Hold. Ah, fuck, we died. It's okay. It's okay. It's a top 3, man. It's a top 3.
Top 3.
got a
No
fucking
puedo ver
top
nada de
three.
golpe.
Pretty good. It's pretty good for a blind game, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's way more than what I expected. Okay. GG's.
Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Really hard to play TFT without seeing anything that's going on. If you want to keep up with the content and see more pieces like this, subscribe to watch some more.
The GOAT is back at Set 15 Regionals, but maybe not where you'd expect him to be. Dissoap is a 2-time set champion and the most decorated TFT player of all time. He is the best performing player in the Americas with the lowest AVP and the highest top 4 rate of any competitor. This guy is the best TFT player in the world. But maybe, just maybe not this set. Dissoap finished his TPC journey in the middle of the pack, securing a 16th place. With no final lobbies achieved this set, it was hard for Dissoap to break into that top 12 and secure the points needed to get into that weekend 2 slot. Don't get me wrong though, just because Dissoap hasn't quite had that Dissoap-like performance this set, doesn't mean he's washed. It just means he's due. He's fighting for his 6th straight Tactician's Crown appearance, and I wouldn't be caught dead doubting him.
We're putting 3 TFT players to the test of TFT trivia to see which of them truly has the greatest mind in the game. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Already.
Our categories for today are cartoon champions, a fan favorite literal definitions, trait spotting, what accent, name that comp, and retired items. All right, Weijin, you're up first.
All right, I'll start us off with what accent for 200.
Insanely fortunate yet awful. Also skills.
So unlucky.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a minus 200. The answer was so lucky and bad.
Oh, okay, I'm starting to get it.
I was not gonna go that one.
Philip, you're up.
Let's do retired items for 1K.
On crossing below 30% health, heal all nearby allies for 1200 health.
Oh god, I should know this one.
And no answer. The answer was redemption.
Wait,
Oh, this is the old redemption effect? Ugh.
I'll do Cartoon Champions 200.
Philip.
Oh god, is this Lysandra?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. For minus 200, the answer was Rise.
Rise?
he's like an ice bender.
So is Lysandra, man.
It's a guy.
Lysandra's more of it.
I'll go what accent? 400. No, I think I understand the category.
This small inconvenience could be disastrous in the long term. Weijin.
Is it? I'm 8th.
You are correct. It's an 8th. I'm 8th.
It's an 8th.
You are correct.
I'm 8th. Okay.
400 points.
wrong.
No. I'm right.
It's me again. How do you guys keep choosing the little numbers? Alright, let's do literal definitions 1K.
A name of Greek origin meaning horse lover or friend of horses. Americas. Philip.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Philip on that one. I better not be wrong about this one.
That is correct for 1,000 points to Philip.
What?
There, it's his own name.
Rigged.
It was actually so
Thank you, Gamer, thank you.
I'll do Cartoon Champions for 400.
Also,
Volibear?
that is correct for 400 points.
Oh, the bear.
We can give Boss
I
the
should've-
Volibear one. That's his favorite guy.
I mean, I'm just gonna stick with the one that I won, so I'll do a what accent for 600.
I'm not as lucky as you think I am. Philip.
It's not even good?
That is correct.
No,
for
it's not even good.
600.
I'll do Cartoon Champions for 600.
Philip.
Is this Malphite?
That is Malphite for 600 points to Philip.
So what's with the rocket? I get the rock. Oh, rock.
It's Crew.
Oh, crew. Okay.
Oh,
that
it's
makes
true.
sense.
I only saw the rock. I won't even lie. I didn't understand.
No.
I'll do what accent 800.
Hold on a moment. This could go either way. And time. The answer was pause champ.
Oh, that's what I was
Oh, wait,
thinking.
that's what I was thinking, but like...
Well, I was too scared. I thought it would be
Yeah,
like pause
same.
champ or like fold or like something like that.
Name that comp 1K. You guys gotta pick the 1Ks.
Oh, I know what it is.
Weijin.
Is this Bonky Kong?
That is correct for 1,000 points to
Oh, man.
Weijin.
He has Bonky Kong in the back like that?
I don't even think I played this set very much.
Do name that comp 200.
Philip.
This is Blender, right? Blender Nocturne?
That is Blender for 200 points to Philip.
I'll do what accent 1000.
These items fit perfectly on this character of mine. Philip,
Is it just Biss?
can you be more specific?
Gigabiss.
That is correct for 1,000.
Philip's
I'll
buzzer.
be faster on the buzzer.
I feel like that was a pretty easy 1000 as far as the 1000s go.
Yeah, let's go trait spotting 1K.
Weijin.
Is this Ghostly?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a
It's not
minus
Ghostly?
1,000.
Ghostly.
The answer was Phantom.
Oh, Phantom. Oh, great. It's not Phantom.
Nah, this
it's not
guy's-
Ghostly, it's Phantom. Oh my god.
Cartoon Champions 1K.
Bosso.
Lulu?
That is correct for 1,000 points to Bosso skills.
That's a good Lulu.
I could be 2200 right now, but this guy just took 1000 for himself in reverse.
Alright, trait spotting 800?
Bosso skills.
I think it's this.
I think I got it wrong. I'll go with Bilgewater.
That is incorrect for a
That's super
minus
wrong.
Yeah.
800. The correct answer was Pirate.
Bro, I'm hella scared of this category.
This was a
I feel like
pirate
there's like...
icon? Really?
I think these are all too old for me. Let's do name that comp 800.
Philip.
This is Clapio.
That is correct for 800. Over to Philip.
I got one trick this comp to hit Challenger.
Are you just are you buzzing before you know what it is and then you're answering, or like
I
you
know what it
actually
is, man.
Okay,
That's
I
an
don't
instant
know.
Clapio.
He's buzzing before he knows what it is.
Alright, let's do literal definition 600.
The capital of the province of Ontario, the capital of Japan, Americas. Weijin Iverson.
Toronto, Tokyo.
That is correct for 600.
I'll do literal definitions 800.
A French informal expression meaning bad luck. EMEA.
Oh god, I know this one.
That is time. The answer was potable.
Oh no, I didn't. I couldn't put my finger on it.
It's actually potable. I thought that guy was just doing like he just has like his Discord profiles like this canceled out bowl. So I thought it was just like, you know.
I lucky thought it was like pass the ball. I thought it was like some like soccer reference.
Let's do literal definitions 400.
A root vegetable and bubble tea flavor. APAC. Philip.
Taro. What is taro?
That is correct for 400 points to Philip.
Let's do retired items for 800.
20% chance on hit to prevent the enemy champion from gaining mana for 4 seconds. Philip.
Oh god, I know the other two of these. Oh wait. Oh, this is Hush, right?
That is correct for 800 to Philip.
You got it, Philip.
Old man buff.
I'll do Cartoon Champions 800.
Bosso.
Zyra.
That is correct for 800.
Oh, wait, what's the middle one?
She's like white in the
Yeah.
like a white.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Teamfight Tactics broadcast for another day of the America's Regional Finals competition for KO Coliseum. My name is Decker, and I'm your host this weekend, and I'm stoked to be joined at the top of the day by Gangly and Dobbs to get us ready to go for this third day of competition. And it's gonna be an amazing one today. There's a lot on the line for our players, taking a look at the TFT Pro Circuit, as well as what's going to be coming up at the Tactician's Crown in a couple of weeks. So Gangly, Dobbs, how you feeling for today?
It's been a banger of a weekend. The format is brand new to regional finals. First time we're ever doing 2 weekends, and in addition to that, something we got to yesterday was this new, sort of conservative cutting. So even today, also pretty conservative with the cut, starting with 32 and only going down to 20. To me, it says everyone has full agency over their day, and I'm excited to see what the players have to bring to us on the final day of this weekend.
Yes, I am doing great, and actually I'm really excited to watch this format because it covers the players from above and from the bottom. So that's an approach that has been added recently, and it changes everything because the players that are on the top, they can actually secure this part really early. So let's see what the strategy they're going to bring into the table.
This new format for the regional finals has really been such a breath of fresh air and has given us a lot to look forward to in terms of our competition this weekend and next weekend. But hopefully you are all also looking forward to what's coming in Set 16, and that is the Paris Open, one of the biggest events of the year. As we kick things off in Vegas, we went to Macau the year after, and now we're going to Paris this December. Make sure you scan the QR code so you can check out what's going to be there. Maybe we'll even see you there if you buy a spectator pass. And if not, we hope that you'll tune in December 12th to 14th so that you can celebrate this new set with us. And of course, the offline TFT competition, which is just so cool. Lots of memories to be made there. But coming back to our weekend so far, yesterday was amazing with 6 games. We had our top 32 from yesterday qualify to continue to play today. And today, this is where things start to get really interesting. Dobbs, you had already pointed this out in terms of how we're making these cuts. Hopefully this visual will also help to showcase what we're talking about with that too.
I was wondering if Gangly was going to pick the charts, because he is the man that actually is saying throughout the whole set, we are here explaining every single thing about the format. But it's really important to note that the top players are advancing. There is a little bit cut on the below, but resetting after 2 games, and that's gonna be huge for the day. I'm so hyped.
Yeah, and just to piggyback off that, one thing that's so cool about the format, adding the cuts on the top and the bottom, is that it's this natural sandwich throughout the day. And what that means is in those final two days, we've seen so many tournaments where you've got the bottom 8 players all with nothing to play for and no real way to get back into it. But in those final two games, I would say we'd probably expect everyone except maybe 1-2 players to have a reasonable shot of making their way back into the TPC. So really cool format. We've loved it so far. Exciting to see what it brings today.
Yeah, the play-ins featured a very similar looking format, even though that was a smaller subsection of players, and that was already so hype. So I think today is really going to kick it up a notch in terms of just the nerves, the excitement of the competition that we are going to see. Looking back at some of the highlights from yesterday, though, I think there were just a lot of takeaways. Even though the cutoffs were a little bit easier, we still saw all of our players give it everything that they can because of how those points carry over from that second day to today. And so before we get into those highlights, I guess we'll take a look at our qualified players from our standings yesterday.
Yeah. We saw lots of players, have a bit of a up and down day, right? We had players like Lumen and Fan the Kiki completely smurf, putting themselves in a position where even if they go 8-8 or 7-7 in the first two games, they still could actually auto qualify. I'm just saying, don't try it. Don't tempt fate, because she is a cruel mistress and she will do whatever it takes to drag you down with her. So apart from Lumen and Fan the Kiki, I would say everyone feels relatively tight. And actually, Dobbs, if you remember, the bottom half of this page is going to show a really crazy stat line of all the players that were tied at 24 points, and there were like 3 or 4 players that got eliminated at that same point total.
Yes, it was 6 players with 64 points, and even more with like 23 or something. So the competition has been really close so far. So I look forward to see if today is gonna keep that. And I think that will, because this format cutting the above and the bottom players will force the players being like tied together, and that actually makes the game even more interesting to watch.
I want to talk about Slice Down on this graphic real quick, because this is the player that we've been highlighting since the play-ins, and this is someone who, coming into the set, had no real competitive experience in TFT, but came in, won the first sub-regional, made it into both cups, also made it through a top 8 in the second trials as well, and has just shown all tournament long how dominant they can be in tournament. In play-ins, though, they got eliminated. And the only reason they're here today was because of a dropout coming in from yesterday. It's reminiscent of set 8, when we saw Malala in the mid-set finale get eliminated in day 1, and then Juq, who's on a cruise, has to drop out of day 2. Malala gets back in through the waitlist, and then Malala goes on a tear and finishes second place. I would love to be able to see Slice Down, as one of the newcomers at the scene, have a historic run like that and make it into the TPC.
Yeah, the couch to crown narrative that we always love to follow, and especially when you can kind of take that second chance and then turn it into a dream come true. Hopefully we'll be able to see more from Slice Down today. But who we're excited to be able to talk to on the broadcast to kick things off is our player that is leading our points total heading into our first 2 games of the day. So welcome to the broadcast. Lumen, how are you doing today, and how are you feeling coming into today with such a big point total? You could just make it to the TFT Pro circuit and stop after 2 games.
Yeah, I'm definitely doing good. Happy with my performance yesterday, and yeah, mostly just hoping I don't choke and go 8-8 or something. But yeah, pretty good.
Lumen, I know you're a name that we have seen around in TFT, especially on the ladder. You've been a pretty notable name, but it seemed like last set was the first time you really committed to competing. The first time we really saw you in multiple cups and felt like a consistent tournament player. This set, even though it didn't work out that well for you last set, this set feels like a complete 180. Like, right, you qualified to regionals 2 different ways, both in the cup and doing so well on ladder. What do you think has been like that difference maker for you to have such a breakout set?
Yeah, I mean, I started playing TFT competitively in like set 12 when I first started hitting challenger consistently, but yeah, I didn't have many good results. This past set and the set before, I started studying with the kitchen, and I think that definitely helped a lot. And yeah, mostly just being able to talk to people with similar interests, just and getting their experience as well is just super helpful.
Yeah, I've noticed, Lumen, that you are the player that stayed on the top of the ANA ladder for so long throughout the set. And what do you think that helped you bringing that experience from ladder throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say this set in particular, any ladder's like a little bit fake, because a lot of the tier 1 players aren't playing ladder or like aren't really trying. So I wouldn't say like my accomplishments on ladder does that like mean that much, but yeah, I think in regards to like tournament performance, it's like in the past I've had trouble just like locking in and focusing up, but yeah, I think I really just locked in yesterday.
I would say so. I think some of those results that you got, a lot of people are really excited to see how you're going to do next weekend. Because I think I don't want to speak too soon, but I think you got this, Lumen. I think you're going to be just fine. Before we let you go to start off the tournament day, is there anyone that you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, definitely. Good luck to like my other study group partners that are playing today, like Slice Down, Tropical, Chunnington, and Dehua. But also, a lot of my friends didn't end up making it, like Dank Memes, Kaiwing, Arctic RX, 1% Peter, Shoma, Drainox, Brosif, Upset Max. Hopefully, I'm not forgetting anyone. But yeah, they all helped a lot during my journey, and I'm sad that they can't be here with me.
Yeah, it's always so bittersweet. But Lumen, thank you so much for your time on the broadcast and to speak with us. And we're wishing you the best of luck today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now I really hope I didn't speak too soon, but I'm like pretty confident that mathematically the way that things look, I think Lumen and Fan the Kiki are fine at over 40 points total.
I don't know why you had to open your mouth and then you had to expand it to Kiki as well right after cursing Lumen. It's actually insane that you just doubled down on it, Nekra.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that the theme of this set? It's my Crystal Gambit, guys. I'm just gonna go ahead and put my money where my mouth is. And that's the two players that I'm definitely looking forward to watching for today. But there's also so many other players I think we really should take some time to talk about here before we get into our first game. And that's because this is the final day to qualify for the TFT Pro Circuit. You take a look at our 32 players that are competing today. We only have so many spots to fill out. Congratulations to both our players in the Asia Pacific region as well as EMEA for locking in their spots at our regional finals over in those parts of the world. But for the Americas, we still have those TBA spots to actually dish out here, Gangly, and it's going to be really exciting to see who is going to be joining this already very elite list of players from the Americas that locked their spot from being in the top 12 of the Pro Circuit standings before today.
Yeah, there's a reasonable amount of turnover, I should say, in both APAC and EMEA. And something that you highlighted earlier that kind of plays into that from what we're seeing in the Americas is how well the players that are qualifying in through ladder have performed thus far, specifically from the North American ladder. I think only one player who's come in from North American ladder has actually been eliminated between both play-ins and yesterday, which is an incredible testament to the strength that the region has shown in terms of their qualifying players. So if that trend continues, we actually might see those ladder players continue to outperform the TPC players. That said, of the players that qualified through yesterday, I believe only three TPC players that went into day one and actually played because Toronto Tokyo had to DQ, unfortunately. A lot of those players were actually able to continue to keep their dream alive. So we've got these two, battling forces of the ladder player dominance and the relentlessness of the TPC players who made it into week one. So, I'm curious to see how that actually pans out by the end of the day.
Yes, we've seen that Lamy said that it was not a big deal. The fact that he was like rank 1 for so long during this set, it doesn't even matter too much for him because ladder doesn't mean a lot because most players on TPC are actually not playing much of ladder. But I feel that having him at the top of the standings, also Fan the Kiki, as well as other players from Brazilian ladder like Tony, they're doing very well, and that is showing that the practice they put in the game might have like ending up getting good results for them because they're like hot in the game. The game needs like tons of mechanics compared to other sets. So it's important to be every single thing on your game is gonna matter. So I feel if you're actually have much practice on the game, it's actually very good. With some players on the TPC maybe have missed being able to practice a ladder is a little bit different from scrims, because sometimes people on scrims doesn't care much, or maybe they like play some risky lines that they wouldn't play on the tournament. So you have to make a mix of things.
I love that you're making this connection between Lumen both performing well on ladder and then also having the tournament performance, because what it makes me think about is those players who qualified into regionals two different ways, right? That we said that in the interview, that Lumen qualified both through ladder and also qualified in through the Tacticians Cup #2. Another player that comes to mind is Kiyun, a player who qualified through both cups, has had really strong tournament performances and is still alive today. So there's a handful of these players that qualified in multiple ways, and the diversity of their strength is kind of coming to fruition as we see them continue their dreams.
I want to also talk about our players that came in from the play-ins. I think every single player so far that has come in through having that additional day of competition has found themselves in today. They made it through that first round of cutoffs yesterday. They've already had such a tough road having to play an additional day of competition, but because of how few days these players have had on the patch, how many players did actually take that time to go to ladder, it might not be as many as you think. And so I think the play-ins players especially come in with another just subset of data to kind of help back up the choices that they're making in this tournament that maybe some of the other players that are just playing scrims may not actually be getting, because people might be trying out those different techs, as you said. And so when we actually take a look at maybe some of the meta compositions that we saw yesterday, we'll have to see whether or not our players do continue to go down this path. I think a lot of what we're seeing as the top comps from yesterday does reflect a lot of what we're seeing also do well at the top of the ladder at the moment. Like Mech, Katarina are everywhere, but it's really when you take a look at the consistency of those top 4 rates, I think was where we'll really see a lot of players just go, okay, well, I might just need points today. As long as I don't go 8th, this is good enough. And so maybe it is going to be some of these lines here.
Yeah, the mech is obviously, like you're saying, Nicker, it's been the hot commodity of the weekend, the most contested line. Every single lobby seems to have 2 to 3 mech players, sometimes up to 4, and then there's like the one random one that only has 1. And Katarina, the weird thing about the line, or the thing that makes it different in the mech, is that it's hard to default into, right? Most of the time, even though there's a large play rate, it's usually because all 8 players are looking for a Katarina spot, and whoever gets the Katarina from Orb or gets the early Katarina is checking to immediately see if they get Max Arcana over 9,000, if they have the items that allow it. If you have any of those conditions met, players are basically just like punching their ticket and claiming the comp. I think that the most the thing that surprises me the most on this list is actually that Soul Fighter is number 3. And Dobbs, I remember Tex was one of the players that played it yesterday, and you and I were talking a bit about how sometimes you can play those compositions that you know you're not going to go top 2, and like Necro is saying, you're just playing for points. To me, that's probably why Soul Fighter has a high play rate, not because people think it's an elite composition.
Yes, sometimes playing for placements are actually great, and I expect players that are a little bit ahead to look up on these strategies like Find the Kiki and Lumit that we've seen, because they're like so far ahead. They just need to avoid the 8s, and what's better, avoid the 8s from like a composition that can go between in the middle of the placements. It's way better to get your 5th or your 4th instead of like going into the risky line such as Mac, and then risking it all. So it's important to go for placements most of the times. And another thing that I want to highlight is the difference between Juggernaut and Bastion lines playing alongside the legendaries. Juggernaut has been doing much better on Americas, but on the flip side, EMA, they are the opposite. Bastions is the legendary is the one that's doing great, and Juggernaut and with the legendaries are actually doing bad. So a little difference between the 2 regions. So that's actually nice to see.
I wonder if some of that is, just regional differences, who has decided over in EMEA that maybe the Bastion composition is a little more optimized as well. But for some of these Juggernaut legendary compositions that we saw, I also noticed a lot of spats. Even if it's one Juggernaut spat, maybe that is something that helps to enable this composition a little bit better, because then you can slot in an additional legendary unit. And I think some of our sample size is also skewed just a touch, because we did have some of those games on stream where players were going for Fast 9 and we got spats on carousel, or we got like tack crowns on carousel, and then Juggernaut legendaries was already being played, and then you get to slot in even more 5 costs. So it will be interesting to keep an eye on some of the conditions that do make these compositions a little bit stronger, and maybe Soul Fighter can get an actual first place today if players do decide to go in that direction. But for now, we are ready to go for our first game of the day, so we will send it over to our casters to get this party started.
Thank you so much, Necro and crew. So excited for Elimination Day. I'm CLE, joined by Piehat. Pie, are you ready? 30 down to 20 today. It's going to be intense.
Well, at some point it had to happen. I was going to speak and there was no sound coming out, so great start! Hi CLD, how are you? It's been an amazing weekend so far, and I'm just really excited to see who are the players who are finally going to be crowned as the new TPC players. I think it's going to be a lot of very intense games overall.
Yes, so many dreams are going to come true today. Some are going to be crushed, but you guys are not going to want to miss any of this action. This is Elimination Day, and so many of our players will be moving forward. So many players will be celebrating their stories and their runs today. We see our players for our first lobby on screen. We already talked to Lumen earlier on in the show. 42 points is an incredible point total going to the game. And EMEA, it was only 44 points to get through on that very first cut. So he's looking pretty good, Piehat.
And this is going to be very interesting because due to how the cutoffs work and how players can qualify from 8 or 10 or 12 games, their strategies may vary, because for example Lumen just has to play to not go wave, which is obviously easier said than done. So he may go for a couple more reliable lines, to say the least. Or on the flip side, Bakio, who has only 24 points, they really need to go all in, because 24 points is very low, and as we've said, in EMEA you need like what, 55 points to qualify through or something like that. So the point threshold is so wide. So the strategies that the players will have to do may be different than what we've seen yesterday.
It's going to be very interesting, because yesterday we just played normal TFT, right? We had 6 games of just playing your best, the best you can, but now today is pretty conditional, right? You have to have the comeback that you need. If you're Vakio, you need to really pop off. You need to average probably somewhere in the 3 to 2 AVP range, where if you're somebody like Lumen, you could just kind of relax and have fun and maybe just go and win the whole thing, because that's really fun, and especially gives a lot of a confidence boost going into next weekend. But looking at some of these players in our lobby, 34 points for Stillerminhi and Marcel P, meaning that, hey, if they both top 4 both these games, they might be able to make it out in this first top 8 cut after the first 2 games, and they would be very excited about that.
I am really looking forward to see how Marcel P develops overall throughout the day. We've been hyping him up as one of the more important narratives throughout the weekend due to him already qualifying to the Tactician's crown. So I just expect a lot of good things coming from him. So I wish all the players the best. And now we're starting not with a very chaotic portal, just a very simple Kobuko earlier power snacks.
Not a very influential portal. One of my favorites, actually, because you can play around a lot more of these rerolls a little bit better, because you'll know what exactly your snacks are early. Maybe you can get a double ramping power-up snack with something like, weights or not done yet or something like that to get those deaths rolling early. For some of our melee carries that maybe are 3 costs they can't find early. But super excited for this game number 1 of the elimination stage in week number 1 of our regional finals. The 2-weekend format, Piehat, is absolutely electric. It has been such a journey so far, and now we've talked about this a bunch of times. That like, there's two different things for people to play for. One is the TFT Pro Circuit next set, which everyone in Week 2 will be in, and then Week 2 will be all about qualifying for that Tactician's Crown slots. And so, Piehat, are you excited to see who's going to make it out?
Finally, it's been a long weekend for that. And one of the best things about this is the moment-to-moment action, because it's not just the only 4 players making it through or 5 players. This is everyone has small goals, making it through planes to the day 2, then to TPC, and then to Worlds or Tactician's Crown. They have those leeways, so they have a little more time to just think through and not have to only go into the biggest picture ever and just go one step at a time.
And one of the most interesting parts about this is the promotion relegation system. Only 10 of our 20 TPC players that entered this weekend are still alive in this tournament. We already lost 10 of them, and so going to see a lot of new faces promoted to the TFT Pro Circuit, which is going to be incredibly exciting. But we will have our first augment choice here for our first game. Just measly little silver ones, but some of these can be quite swingy. Risky Moves is one of them. Band of Thieves is obviously a good safe one. Piehat, what do you think about these silver augment starts of the game? Are you excited about seeing them?
Not really, because they don't really do a lot to like completely blow the game away. But in some cases, if you have the correct setup for it, a silver can have the same value as a gold or even as a prismatic. Because, for example, in David Day's spot, he already had 2 Katarinas. He also has a 2-star Kale, actually 4 Kales. So he can actually plan out and see, okay, I want to maybe fish for a good Katarina fruit, or maybe I can fish for a good Kale fruit. And because I will have the Pandora's Bench, any setup will work because he will be able to just get any possible items.
Yeah, I think that one's incredibly flexible. Obviously, being able to get perfect best in slot items is definitely ideal. We do see one of these compositions that hasn't been super popular this weekend, but is, in my opinion, a pretty good comp with Bastion Zaya. It's averaging sub 4 AVP. I'm curious to see if Stellar Minhee, even without a bow on his opener, will continue with this composition, or we see it most often tempoed into a fast 9.
It could be the same as we were saying. So maybe sometimes you just need to play for top 4 or top 3, especially in this case from Stellar, which the Caretaker's ally is a Xin Sao. So down the line, he will have some front line to be extremely powerful throughout stage 2 and stage 3. If he actually gets into rerolling Saya, he'll have a little bit of a leeway due to having already 6 Xin Sao by 3-2 by level 6, and the front line can be extremely consistent for that comp. And Saya is a top 4 farmer comp, so sometimes that's all you need. The 5 points can be extremely valuable.
Just looking for consistency here. I think one person in this lobby, as we look at the right side of our screen, that wasn't necessarily looking for consistency, but found something that's very good, is Marcel P. Taking Silver Destiny, getting patience is a virtue, which TFT is always trying to teach us things. I'm telling you, man, this game is just a whole life lesson. Especially patience as we wait for this pause, too. You know, patience is a virtue for us.
Yeah, maybe that was for us. I do want to point out that Cash has a 2-star Saya with a Ginsus, and it can go a couple of very different ways. It can also go for the Saya contest, which I assume he will not do that due to the great spot that Stellar Minhee actually has. But you can see the bench. They have a lot of Juggernauts, and they can probably play around the typical fast 9 Juggernauts and just use Ginsu into a Twisted Fate, into like, we've seen how Juggernauts have, we've seen the stats for Juggernaut in Legendaries. It's good, at least in the Americas.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite compositions to play right now because I think it's quite flexible. You can play edgelords, you can play around those legendaries, you can play around so many different things when you just have a really solid front line. Just get some backliners to get ready to roll. We do have a quick pause because one of our players is having 7,000 ping, which is, you know, that's not ideal to play TFT on, obviously. So hoping to get that resolved here quickly, then get back into lobby as soon as we can. For many of our players, and Piehat, I don't know if the viewers know this, but you yourself are a very good TFT player and happened to make it to one of these Tacticians crowns just back in the day. How do these pauses feel for you?
They're draining. They're especially at the start, because when you just started, when you are on the first game of competing, you can also agree to this because you've also competed in some tournaments, which is the first game, you psyched up, you are basically focusing and trying to get into the zone to just play the best TFT, and you can have the best start possible, because the first game can actually dictate how your motivation, how your momentum goes. So having a pause on 2-3 or 2-4, it can break everything up, and some players can. I've seen players not being able to come back from that loss of focus.
It is, I think, maybe a good thing for some players. I think being able to calm down, take the second to be like, okay, this is my spot. I already loaded into game. We didn't get trainer golems, so I can relax a little bit of being briefed by the game. I agree
with that part.
Yeah, and then you can reset. Think about your game. I know you can't do, a lot of the things you could do of like looking up stats or talking to your friends or all these things because you're in tournament, but you can at least take a mental inventory of where you're at. Not allowed to touch the keyboard, but as soon as we're ready to go, you have maybe even a clearer game plan for the remainder of what is going to happen. So I know that it can be an antsy and maybe even more anxiety inducing because you just want to get into it and want to get into your game plan. But sometimes you just gotta wait because patience is a virtue.
That's the motto of this game, at least. I'm just really curious because a lot of these players have very marked spots or very marked openings, because we saw the Kale, we saw the Saya, we saw, I believe it was someone with Titanic Titan or something like that, going for those very. You see those spots on the go, and you already know, okay, they're gonna play A, B, or C comp. So if you are able to actually have the mental image or the mental picture of where your enemies were whenever the pause happened, you can already point out and eliminate a couple of the very contested or very demanding spots or comps that everyone wants. But it's just a lot of things to keep track, because you don't usually have all the info on 2-2 or on 2-3. So I don't know if, how much info they can gather on this in this pause, basically.
Right, yeah, it's more of a mental thing. I don't know if you're even allowed to press any keys on your keyboard.
That's my question as well, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's more of just sit and wait. But I think for some of our players, a lot of their nerves would have to do with the different spot that they're in, right? You think of everyone in this lobby besides Lumen, it has a lot to play for today, and throughout different points. Obviously, everyone's goal is to, for today, is to stop playing TFT as soon as possible in a good way.
Yeah.
Of qualifying for next weekend. After these 2 games, 8 will qualify. After 2 more, after that, 4 will qualify to the next weekend. And after 2 more, 8 will qualify again. And so the sooner you can get out and escape to week 2, the better. I think specifically for someone like Marcel P, who has a lot on the line because he's already qualified for the Tactician's crown through TPC and winning one of those tournaments, but has not locked in his spot. He was 13th on the pro points, so it's not even locked in his spot for next set's TPC. And so looking good going into the day, but again, still a lot to play for him.
It's just crazy to think about the level of the tier 1 players have, because Marcel P, a very consolidated player, someone who has, well, he's already a Tactician's crown, he won one of the TPCs, he's clearly a really good player, but somehow, due to the high level of the field, he wasn't in the top 12, and it's not because he didn't perform. In fact, the contrary. It's because everyone else, or at least there are 12 players that also perform extremely well, and there's a small gap that's starting to build between some of the top players from the tier 1, some of the bottom players from the tier 1, and where the new players from tier 2 will be able to slot into this new ecosystem, if you may, or this like into the food chain of the competitive scene.
It's going to be fascinating to watch it evolve next set as well. Last set obviously was this set currently was the first try for TPC, and it was absolutely wonderful to watch. Was great as a viewer and a fan of competitive TFT, because there's just action all the time at the highest level with high stakes tournaments of people getting sent to the Tactician's crown and all these pro points to get them in different spots in this regional competition. And now next set, it's going to be the 32 players that make regionals week 2, not the 28 of 32 from last set, and also a few invite slots as well. This is going to be, hey, clear promotion, relegation, this is how you get in, this is how you work your way through. And each of these players are fighting for that today, to be one of those 20 players to promote to the TPC next set.
And thankfully, as you can see on the screen, the player had the over 7,000 ping is finally be able to come back into the game, and things will just continue where they stopped. On actually, it was on 2-2, was even earlier than I had thought on. So 2-2 is honestly the place where you want to be, so you can actually plan, figure out your items, and figure out what you want to do and what component you want in carousel. So I think it was kind of a blessing in a way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no doubt. It can be an absolutely helpful thing for many of our players. Marcel P, we saw with Patience is a Virtue, is playing possibly just 3 out of 4 units on the board. Obviously, he has a couple upgrades, which is a great spot for him to be in when you have Patience is a Virtue. But when you get penalized for buying a unit, meaning this augment gives you 2 free rerolls for every time you don't buy a unit in your shop. And so if he were to buy a unit, he would kind of be griefing himself.
Yeah, because that silver, instead of costing 1 gold, it would cost 5 gold because due to the two free rerolls. So you just want to min max the amount of the rounds that you actually want to buy units. And plus, in cases like this where you already have 3 out of 4, you just tank one of the 1 round. You gain the 4th unit from carousel, just put it in, and you don't have to roll probably until like late stage 3, which is where he wants to go. You can with Patience is a Virtue, you can be patient and just go for a reroll comp, or be even more patient and go for like a 4-2 roll down, the typical mech games that we've seen all weekend long. So there are a couple of options for Marcel P.
Looking at our first carousel here, nothing too interesting besides the Swain that could possibly give someone Crystal Gambit online early. We do have David Ace running quickly to that to get his Gnasher's Tooth online for him. Looking at the bottom of our screen, we see many people with Crystal Gambit units on their board or bench, ready to roll if that is the option. But we only have 2 people at 100 HP so far. Vakio and Tex both looking towards that win streak. But, I mean, Vakio with 1s, 2s, 3s is going to be an incredibly strong start as we see it here on our board.
Yeah, and like we said, Vakio starting on the bottom from the... Probably, I believe they were the 32 out of 32 player qualified for today, so you just need to have the strongest start possible. Already with a Jarvan, we've seen people be stuck not only in Joni jail, but also in Jarvan jail, which both sound like really so common actually for Jarvan to not show up. So it's a good spot for them to be in. And I also wanted to point out that David Ace, they had a Katarina too, and they ended up... They had the choice of going either Kale or Katarina. They went for Katarina. I'm not sure what the fruit is, but already a Katarina 2-star with a Hand Justice. That's the place that you want to be in with her.
I do want to touch on Vakio's journey a little bit throughout this tournament so far. Not somebody that we've had terribly high expectations for. Not a name that is a household name for sure, but is someone that has performed quite well throughout multiple BR events and has made it obviously here through Tier 2. But yesterday, to clutch up and make it into today, he had to go first. And that's exactly what he did. Went first in Game 6 yesterday to avoid that cut. And so, you know, as we look at players that maybe we shouldn't doubt going into today for needing to really have a good comeback performance, Vakio has already showed that he can do it. And so maybe he can do it again and really push that magic into our elimination stage.
And I'm gonna be honest, one of the great things about having cameras and you can see the players in the game is that you can see the reactions. I remember following Vakio throughout a couple of cups and now as well, and they're always like so thrilled up. You start to root for them because they start every round that they start winning late game, they get extremely hype and they feel like they're a great person. So good for them. And so yeah, I do expect Vakio to continue the momentum and carry on from yesterday, especially with a start like this. I do believe that it's an amazing spot. They're going to continue that win streak, probably being the only one with 100 HP, and being level 50, 40 gold with the extra interest from 2-7. That's just a recipe for success, Yali.
Yeah, win streak confirmed. 5 loss for me, first or 8th confirmed. And so those will be, at least in terms of their streak gold, the most wealthy in the lobby. Marcel P leveling up as well to level 5 to join most of the lobby. This game, and especially me first or 8th spot, having a double down Crystal Gambit spot with the extra HP that comes from his first augment is going to be something that could be very high cap, maybe even living up to his name. Oh,
I mean, okay, that helps even more. We just need one casual random dash at level 5. We can do that, I believe. But yeah, based on the numbers, I believe they've only been playing Crystal Gambit for 4 rounds, so they should cash out very cleanly into wolves. And we've seen a lot of this, going full fast 9 to maybe legendaries, maybe even mech, and this is one of the common tropes that we've seen. Crystal Gambit has either been played full lose streak on stage 2 and stage 3, or just sacking stage 4 and then putting Crystal Gambit in to just play around with 20 HP. Basically, you're playing with 20 HP, you just choose when you are starting the game, basically.
We'll definitely keep an eye on that to see if they do get their streak griefed or whatever may happen. But we do know for sure that Vakio's board is absolutely crazy. I don't know if there'll be maybe 1, maybe 2 units killed for the side of Marcel P, but Marcel P is very rich, has a lot of rerolls now, so curious to see if he's going to try to stabilize, if he'll try to do a 10 loss. It's a very risky strategy, and from his spot, if he goes first, he'll set himself up very well to make it through in that top 8 cut, but if he goes 8th, he can put himself in danger, so it's going to have to be an important decision here, but not a ton of swing happening from this augment choice. Another silver.
Extremely tame start for this lobby, honestly. And depending on what Marcel P chooses, it can give us a where's his state of mind, what's the plan that they're gonna do. Because you can just grab something and be extremely aggressive now, and you can grab something like in the case of Marcel P, an eye for an eye, just to grab more components for down the line. I'm not sure if they're gonna roll or not based on the items that they had. But on the other side, there are people playing a little more with the Gamba. I saw the ramification from Lumin. We're talking about how Lumin just doesn't need to play high risk, high reward. He just needs to play consistent, and he grabs the Supreme Cell emblem.
Branching out is obviously an interesting one to take here. David Ace also took one of these emblems, but with Pandora's Bench, you can reroll that into whatever you want. Just takes a few turns to possibly find what you need. But slamming strategist here early just to give a little bit more of those extra stats to this Katarina. That would be very helpful. Looks like this Katarina can continue to stack up. It isn't over 9,000 cat, so getting lots of stats from a lot of different places on a lot of different types of stats. It will be a close fight. The win will come through. So David Ace's spot is locked in. Across the lobby, I think we have a lot of mech players, but I'm not quite sure.
I mean, you'll be sure if you say that a lobby has like 3 or 4 mech players at the start of the game, you may not be wrong based on how things have been going. So, especially someone, you see Baki already has 5 mecha. David Ace, I just want to point out that over 9,000 has at least on stage 2 had 2 extra mana regen, and the branching out gave them a strategist path. Amazing whenever they find the rights.
He's got 7 Katarinas. That is a lot here on stage 3. So it's looking pretty good for him. It does have some okay stats, not really leaning too heavy into the AP quite yet from over 9,000. We'll keep you guys updated on that as we get more into the late game. But Marcel P looks like he might be playing around Smolder, Darius, maybe even Malzahar as well. This heavyweight frontline with one of these flex backliners. Very good composition for farming top 4s. If you can hit, though, all of those 3 stars, you can't even contest for that first place. So the extra rerolls coming through, plus the extra resources that he has from being rich, will be his angle to try and get to pull that composition off.
It's also very poetic because Marcel P actually won TBC with Smolder and Heavyweights reroll, and now the first game of the day of the most important tournament, at least for now, before the Tactician's Crown, of course, he is playing the same route again. Maybe history may repeat himself, and Marcel can win the game. That will be very interesting. However, I also want to point out David Ace, one final note of them. he grabbed the Rise. He had already the strategist emblem. We're thinking about whenever he has that, he'll be able to lock in the extra trait plus the stats from the emblem, which because the emblem gives a little more of AP and AD based on if it's on the front or in the back, or resistances, I mean. So, beside, plus having an excellent start with 7 Katarina, 50 gold on 3-5, they already have the Rise.
Very, very good pickup. Obviously, here on stage 3 to hit that 4 cost that you need desperately. Activates lots of traits for this board. Curious to see how deep they'll possibly even roll here. Going to be swapping out the holder of this strategist emblem. Cash on the other side is not a board we've seen too much, but it looks like they're still playing around that Xayah 2, which can really help propel you to that late game. But playing around that Juggernaut frontline that we talked about on pre-show, being the premier frontline for the Fast 9 compositions here in the Americas, has really performed well. Lee Sin providing a really high cap and having some flexed backliners as well that you can use. So clear direction for lots of our players. Oh, and it also looks like Vakio finally took a loss as well.
It was about time. The couple of rerollers are starting to get really strong, especially someone like Stellar. I believe they lost to Stellar, that they had a Bastion and the Shinsa from Caretakers. And I remember seeing Yasuo with a Bastion spot, so they are in a really good spot whenever we are able to see the roll down the line. But for now, we just have to wait until one final round. There's no one really looking into an amazing streak. Actually, no, Me First already is looking for the final Crystal Gambit loose, so they can actually cash out. And Stormy here, maybe they can be able to continue the win streak. But we have Katarina free already for David Days.
Stellar does have that very solid Bastion composition. Again, this is the Bastion flex. We'll see him probably try to go level 9 if they can. But the really early Katarina 3 here for David Ace is very, very helpful to continue to keep that HP high, to scale him into that late game. Over 9,000 is one of these scaling fruits that can be incredibly helpful. So going to definitely want to keep an eye on that. But this is also going to end Stellar Minhe's streak here, ruining his economy going into this stage 4.
I mean, David A's textbook 2-cost reroll is trying to play for your high for a streak, and when you're really close to getting the unit a free start, you just roll very deep for that. It guarantees you the streak, it guarantees you having a little more tempo than for the rest of the lobby, and it will put you in a really amazing position for stage 4. I want to correct myself, Me First already wasn't gonna cash out in walls, he's cashing out on 4-2. Apparently he had Crystal Gambit only on 2-3. So he just needs one extra round, and he has the HP for it, thankfully.
I'm actually curious if he's willing to double down again and push it at 1 life. Obviously, that's super, super risky, but if you go for these huge cash outs, they can just absolutely reward you with a big cash out. That means that you can just go as far as you can. It is incredibly risky, but in Me First Race spot, he's a little bit behind in points heading to the day, so may need to push it as far as he can, though. We're looking at an upgraded Malzahar now, so maybe giving a little bit of a picture into where he will pivot later, but also holding mech units, so we never really know.
I mean, you always have to hold mech units, because for the strange or very wild time that you can actually get a Joan on 8, if you are the chosen one, you can just pivot into the mech line, so that's always something to be considered, especially when you're trying to just survive or salvage with any and try to stabilize with anything that you have on stage 4 or on 4-2 especially. I don't think Me First is gonna double down. They are gonna be already at 35 HP, and you usually on average you lose like 12 HP per round on stage 4, so it's a little tricky for them to actually manage to survive that.
8 short of the 350 cash out is a little tough as well, but we have a prismatic final augment across our lobby. Going to be lots and lots of power pushed across. Cash to take Call to Chaos. Me First Rate taking Giant and Mighty, which is just a good generic cash as well. Looks like we will be rolling down for Mighty Mech, which is not very surprising here with the way the tournament has gone so far, but we need to find that Yone, and then we need to find the fruits specifically for this composition, upgrading units along the way, still not finding that 5 costs that we need.
I mean, this is part of the Joan lottery. It will happen that there will be games that you won't be able to make it. So one of the skill tests that the people need to learn is how to pilot or around when you don't have the mech pilot. Here is at least they have the fruit. That's the one. That's the plus part.
They sure do. They can guarantee that they'll have 2 mech pilot, but again, without the Yone, this mech is far less scary, not being upgraded all the way. But it is a composition that we've seen be able to pull out some good placements if you're at 5 or even 6 mech for a while, because these units are strong. The mech is still strong, just not as strong as it could be.
It's also Karma too, so there's a little, at least you have someone inputting damage into the board. See on the right side of the screen, there's a couple of there are 3 people being the same combat augment, Giant Mighty, one of the returning augments that they arrived in the middle of set 15, giving more HP and more size to the units on board, which is also really good for the mech as well. And you're already starting to see all the mech players develop and seeing who can actually hit. On Lumen's case, he hasn't hit as much as my first wave. Karma 1, Jarvan 1. Has one Lee Sin though, that's the good part at least.
The bigger problem here is this is our player going into the day that we said, hey, you could go 8-8 and still make it, haha, unless something crazy happens. But we were joking. We were joking, man. Like, you go 8-8, it's going to get a little scary. Obviously, we think that should be okay based on the math and looking at what happened in other regions as well, but you never know for sure. Some crazy things can happen. And so for Lumen here, this looks really bad. Not having that Yone, not being able to find any upgrades on this board either is going to be a little tough, down now to 1 life.
That's the good part, having a great day 1. Because you don't have to risk it all on one game. You have a little bit of leeway, so you can, I won't say you can be stuck without John for 1 game at least, because you'll be able to bounce back on the second game. I hope, and I really hope that we didn't caster curse him after the interview. If so, I blame Langley. It's completely his fault. And on the looking down, I do not see any Jones. No, there I see one. Cash got one. He's not playing mech though. He's playing random generic legendary units.
Yeah, he took Call to Chaos, got 64 XP, so I'm sure he's planning on going to level 9. Might even be right now. Marcel P, though, taking the really strong version of that composition, taking the heavyweights, now playing Kog'Maw also, but rolling for the rest of the units, has that invested as well to give him an extra amount of cash, but is really struggling to find the remaining units. He's 1 off. Darius finally finds that. 2 off the others as well, but now with this composition, getting some anti-heal on board as well, he's not looking in a bad spot, but doesn't have too much HP to work with.
Invested plus is like a max cap, but on a lesser way at this point, because you just grab that for extra money and try to fish out and try to salvage a top 4. But when you're in this spot, when you're not able to hit as early as you can afford to, you may fall behind. But we've seen Darius in the past be able to 1v1 the mecha. This is not the case, sadly, but they can get there if things go their way. It's just they just need to survive 1 more round, maybe get the 2 Jaces, the 2 remaining Jaces, and pray that Lumen goes safe to have an extra point.
Well, it is looking oddly likely for Lumen to possibly get that 8th place. We see another Yone found for cash here, but he's not the one that needs it. Twisted Fate now paired up on his board as well. Going on this level 9 roll down, the 6 Juggernaut, but not a ton of upgrades as far as these 5 costs go. No Zyra 2, no TF 2, no Braum 2, no Lee Sin 2. And so we'll just be hanging out for now. Looking at Lumen's board, getting a bunch of these extra death caps to put in this mech is very strong, but again, no Yone.
Yeah, that will be a little disheartening. It may be just the final. Actually, Starmie, he looks decently powerful with the Bastion Bolivar just plowing the way through. And that mech, I do not think it has the damage to go through the whole Bastion frontline. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm jinxing it. Unless the Bolivar jumps into the backline, no, it just stays on the mech. It may give them a little beacon of hope.
Okay, one more round is another shop. You can possibly see that unit you need. But for Marcel P, the time might be running out as well. 8 HP left for him on that 4-loss streak. Has a couple neutral rounds to try and make it work.
Yes, we just need to pray that it goes their way. And Marcel's P's side as well, he just needs probably one sword. If you can manage to get the Shoyin and that Kog'Maw will be able to go through. He has Solar Breath on the Kog'Maw, which obviously you don't need as much now because you already have the anti-heal. It gives you a little added damage amp, but it's not the one thing that you actually want on Kog'Maw, especially in cases like this. A Gold Orb for everyone, 2 extra component anvils, which will be able, especially for someone like Marcel P that needs to find out and close out the free units, the free items on the unit. It's gonna be really good.
Does need to find this final upgrade here, but looking to go level 8 instead to put in Supreme Cell. The little extra damage coming through. We'll find the Poppy 2, which is great for this board. Looking across the lobby, though, we see Tex and Vakio at the top of our leaderboard. Very, very healthy. Our Brazilian representatives are doing fantastic up there. But towards the bottom, Marcel P and Lumen fighting for their lives here at 1 HP.
And Marcel P ends up staying with Solar Breath and just choosing Classy. There's like a discussion between if Classy is how good Classy is in Dark because it gives them extra HP, which due to how heavy it works, it turns into more AD, which may be enough. Maybe kill the mech from who's the mech from Bakio. Bakio got their Johnny.
Sure does. He's another one on bench as well. The problem is no Giant Slayer on this Darius means this mech is not going anywhere. But it looks like Lumen also fell down. Who will fall out in 8th place? And it will be Lumen. Marcel P, Lumen, both of the players at the top of this lobby who had the most amount of points going into today, already turning it on their heads and going to make this very, very interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, I wouldn't say really rough for now. It's going to be an interesting place to be in, both from Lumen and from Marcel P. We just need to wait until we have the full standings to see where they are in the leaderboard for now. But for people who need a lot of points, seeing one of their biggest competitions go in 7th, it's a lot of it's a sigh of relief because you'll be able to catch up to them at least a couple of points more. And for someone like Cash, who has 27, he's like 8 points behind Marcel P, especially having a Lee Sin 2 already the Twisted Fate, the full setup, I feel they're feeling really good, really confident. Unless they lose this round. If they lose, I'll blame my caster curse.
You absolutely could. That TF did snipe the back line, but this Bastion Volibear is very, very fun, and we'll clutch it up there with the extra resistances. So Minhe staying alive, Cash dropping dangerously low as well to 1 life alongside Me First to Wraith. And so it's looking quite dangerous for Cash and Me First Wraith. Me First Wraith specifically is one of these players that fought through ladder. We followed him throughout the early game, getting that big cash out, but now taking a big loss. Did find 7 Mighty Mech though, so I'm not sure exactly what he lost to last round, but it has to be terrifying.
And they found the Joan, so at least they aren't stuck again in Joan. They were able to go level 9, have a Lee Sin, have a Joan, have a decent amount of stats to give to the mech. He has already also the Warmogs, Rabadons, and the Hand of Justice, so it wouldn't be the beefiest mech ever. It should be decent, it should be honorable.
It sure looks like it. That is a barcode of a health bar for this mech, but this will be a battle between who will go out in the bot for right away. Cash versus Me First Wraith. The mech is falling quite quickly. This Lee Sin 2 is a menace, but the healing will not be enough. Cash will drop out here in 6th place. Me First Wraith fighting another day.
That's really rough for Cash. I do believe that Cash had a great setup to go for legendaries. And okay, they're the only ones who died, so all 7 for Cash going 6th. But the standings, you can see them getting really close, and so like but Bakio going a little, getting above and ahead from the pack at 74 HP. We have a really good board, a decent mech. They may just get away with the game, especially since David Ace is not climbing as high. I don't know where their over 9,000 is currently, but I don't know if the Katarina will be able to plow through the giant mech from Bakio.
I know we don't like highlighting plays that may be mistakes, but I'm pretty sure because Me First Wraith was slow there, he accidentally picked up a red buff instead of something else that he wanted on his board. So it happens when you have a Titanic Titan, but yeah, not ideal there on that carousel being slow and accidentally picking up the wrong item. We'll see if that will make a difference here in this game, but for Vakio, he is chilling, looking to go level 10, 42 gold. Is that a Yone 2? Does he have Yone 2 plus another one on his bench?
It seems like that. I mean, that's the play that you have to do. You have to grief everyone in the lobby. You have to grief the mech players because they don't have to get the unit. I do believe that they're playing an amazing plan. And the mech with the double and the heal from roller plus the red buff, as you were mentioning, is still attacking very fast. I'll give him that. And he won another round, so it's working. Don't judge the process, judge the results.
The results look good. The results look good for sure. Stellarman, he now down at 1 life, but no one is stopping Vakio right now. So it is just a battle of who will face them soon enough. For Me First Wraith, it's looking like he's going to have the opportunity to face any of the top 3 in this battle.
And I usually don't want to talk about other games, but I have a small confirmation that both players that started the game on a really good spot may have fallen, may not have had the best first game. Both Lumin and Fandekiki, I've heard that it hasn't gone their way for now. So it may be one of those moments for like someone like Stellar Mihi that really wants to just call up to the higher end of the park and maybe actually get through the first top 8.
Well, it does look like David Ace's Katarina will be enough to take Stellar down here in the bot 4. It will be a 5th place for him, which is not too bad here in this first game to set yourself up well. But David also taking a loss otherwise, so Brazil is running away with this lobby right now. Text and Vakio sitting at the top. But will Me First Wraith, has he hit enough to be able to move himself possibly into contention to win this game?
And we're already seeing the late game part of the mech. When everyone has already their boards and the mech is already built up, the only thing that really matters is what items you can put into the mech and where does the enemy position their front line to make the mech, that's a tongue twister, not be able to cleave as many units as possible. So you can manipulate. If we've seen mechs only be able to cleave or hit 1 unit at a time, so it's mostly on the enemy side of the board, and they have to decide where or how are they going to try to manipulate the mech to maybe make the fight go their way.
Looking at this next matchup, it is David Ace and his Katarina versus Vakio's mech. And so can they position that Katarina specifically to get to that back line so you can just basically have the whole team versus that mech that wants to take down the entire composition and the city with it? It's going to be interesting. The Unstoppable will come through, but that is not a 3-star Rakan as well to go along through it. So it will fall down pretty quickly, but this Katarina has done crazier things.
And we've seen how Katarina has evolved throughout the game, the weekend actually. Katarina started as an Edge of Night user, but we've seen a lot of Katarinas go full damage to try to have the power, the horsepower to maybe beat the mech. And in this case, it's panning out like that. That Katarina, without one of the offensive items, let's say that they didn't have the Striker's Flail and they had the Edge of Night, they may not have had the damage to actually plow through the mech. And I don't know where their over 9,000 stacks currently are, but they do seem really well. That Katarina casted a lot of times, yeah.
And this is going to be the battle of the mechs, the battle between Vakio and Me First Wraith. This is the Godzilla versus King Kong movie that we've seen in theaters that, you know, it's just incredibly exciting. Just 2 giant monsters fighting one another. And we'll see which one comes out on top. Will Me First Wraith be able to contest for this first, or is Vakio's level 10 now board with Yone 2 strong enough?
One extra unit should be, the case. And we also I want to highlight the Yone on Vakio's board. They're gonna probably go to the back line. It's a 50-50 on where they go to the rise or to the mech. They go to the rise and they go back, sadly, to the mech. So the Karma is gonna be able to free fall and to free hit for a long time. That may be the difference this time because the mech, it seems to be withstanding for a long time.
Lots of health bar to get through, but it will be enough for me first straight to drop out in third place. It looks like David Ace and his Katarina were able to scale enough to get that second, and Tex down in fourth.
And now the question is, can the Katarina be able to pull it through? We have a quick over 9,000 check. They have plus 28 AP, plus 4 mana regen, and plus 12 attack speed, and a couple of extra defensive stats, you know. But it's not the highest AP that you can actually get on Katarina. But it's really good overall. That Katarina is gonna cast a lot.
And it's just a bunch of raw stats, right? It just makes it more tanky, more HP, more damage, more attack speed, more mana regen than you would have normally. So at this point in the game, 6-3, it's been stacking the entire game. So for David Ace, we'll keep an eye on this Katarina to see if it can get to that Karma and take down that anti-heal and shred as soon as possible.
It just depends on where the Katarina jumps. She's not gonna hit the Karma because the Karma is on the other side of the board, so she will be able to maybe put some anti-heal and maybe kill the Katarina because before she goes on a rampage. The mech is surviving this time, but you can see Bakios, you can see their excitement. They can see it. It's so close, just one more fight.
And it looks like we will be having one more chance to possibly get that one stat needed from over 9,000, and also an item to help round out these boards. Vakio, this player that we saw come into this lobby, 32nd out of 32nd going into the elimination stage, and now securing at least the top two is a great way to start the day for them. So curious to see if they'll keep up their run, ending with the first yesterday and maybe ending with the first right now.
David Ace didn't have much to grab on the carousel. They have a second Ion Spark. Meanwhile, Bakio has finally been able to get the third item on the Jone. Has an eye now. So that Jone, who was already very spooky, is going to be even scarier. It can probably annihilate the Leona or the Rokan if they actually get to them. So now it depends. Can the Katarina jump into the Karma, or will she be stuck in the mech? She's on the opposite side.
We will see her walk across a little bit, but now there still is a little bit of a bridge over to that Karma. But again, great positioning from Vakio on the other side. The stun coming through will be really tough to deal with. That Katarina will fall down. We see Vakio, the excitement coming through. He knows what he's done. He knows he's given himself a good opportunity to make it back here in this final day of the first weekend. And I'm so excited to continue following along on his journey.
You said at the start, they needed to clutch up, and they went first to actually go into today. And now they're just continuing the momentum. That's all that you need. You just need to continue be hyping yourself up. You can see Bakios full of excitement after that. And I'm really excited to see if they're going to be able to continue that streak for the second game of the day.
Yeah, so much happened in that game. I'm so curious to see the standings and break down what all happened across all the lobbies we're having happen. But what I do know is we're going to go to a quick break, and on the other side of that, we're going to visit our Caster Curse friends who are sending all of our top players in the bot 4. So we'll hear from them in just a second.
We're putting 3 TFT players to the test of TFT trivia to see which of them truly has the greatest mind in the game. Are you guys ready?
Yeah,
already.
Our categories for today are cartoon champions, a fan favorite literal definitions, trait spotting, what accent, name that comp, and retired items. All right, Weijin, you're up first.
All right, I'll start us off with what accent for 200.
Insanely fortunate yet awful. Also skills.
So unlucky.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a -200. The answer was so lucky and bad.
Oh, okay, I'm starting to get it.
I was not gonna get that one.
Philip, you're up.
Let's do retired items for 1K.
On crossing below 30% health, heal all nearby allies for 1200 health.
Oh god, I should know this one.
And no answer. The answer was redemption.
Oh, this is the old redemption effect?
I'll do cartoon champions 200.
Philip.
Oh god, is this Lysandra?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. for minus 200. The answer was Rise.
Rise?
He's like an ice bender.
So is Lissandra, man.
It's a guy.
Lissandra's more of it.
I'll go what accent? 400. No, I think I understand the category.
This small inconvenience could be disastrous in the long term. Weijin.
Is it? I'm 8th?
You are correct. It's an 8th. I'm 8th.
It's an 8th.
You are correct.
I'm 8th. Okay.
400 points.
He's wrong.
No. I'm right.
It's me again. How do you guys keep choosing the little numbers? All right, let's do literal definitions 1K.
A name of Greek origin meaning horse lover or friend of horses. Americas. Philip.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Philip on that one. I better not be wrong about this one.
That is correct for 1,000 points to Philip.
What? No.
Rigged.
It was actually so
Thank you, Gangler. Thank you.
I'll do cartoon champions for 400.
Also,
Volley Bear?
that is correct for 400 points.
Oh, the bear.
We can give Boss the Volley Bear one. That's his favorite guy.
I mean, I'm just gonna stick with the one that I won, so I'll do a what accent for 600.
I'm not as lucky as you think I am. Philip.
It's not even good?
That is correct.
No,
for
it's not even good.
600.
I'll do cartoon champions for 600.
Philip.
Is this Malphite?
That is Malphite for 600 points to Philip.
So what's with the rocket? I get the rock. Oh, rock?
It's crew.
Oh, crew. Okay.
Oh,
that
it's
makes
true.
sense.
I only saw the rock. I won't even lie. I didn't understand.
No.
I'll do what accent 800.
Hold on a moment. This could go either way.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the America's Regional Finals broadcast for KO Coliseum. We are well underway with day number 3 of our competition, where we're going to be sending 20 more players to our TFT Pro Circuit onto next weekend's competition. I'm here with Gangly and Dobbs to break down the action that we just saw in that first game of our day. And I think the first thing we've got to talk about here, Dobbs, is Vakio's comeback. This is a player that came into today that really needed to start to secure those points right away, and he's doing it.
Exactly. I mean, there is something I want to highlight is that he not just won the first game of today, he actually passed it from tomorrow, coming from a tiebreaker. And his last game from yesterday, he actually won as well. So by the time he needed to show up, he did. So that's really important because considering the last 2 games, he just won both of them.
What really stood out to me from this game at large was how it kind of perfectly encapsulated the meta breakdown that we showed at the top of the show, right? We had multiple mech players contesting one another, some playing from, honestly, I would even say some pretty questionable spots. Me, First Wraith, Lumen, and Vakio all leaning into that line. And then we saw the top 2 ended up being the Katarina, another line that we said every player is looking for a potential Katarina spot. David Ace getting it with the over 9,000 and ending with 5 mana gen, one of those stats that really does amplify it, right? It's almost like just getting an additional items directly from like that value drop from over 9,000. And so Janna was the other competition that rounded out the top 4 coming in from Tex, I believe. So I think a pretty good view of what the average lobby looks like, right? A handful of Fast 9 players, a handful of mech players, and then the rerollers trying to secure their 2nd through 5th placement there. You can see just the excitement from Vakio in the corner there. I love
say bubble. The bubble.
Yeah, that really makes me smile when our players show that emotion. And I think to your point, Gangly, for better and for worse, we are seeing how maybe the dichotomy of these compositions is playing out. Someone else that I want to call some attention to is Slice Down, similar to Vakio, comes in off of one of those tiebreakers and is able to get a 2nd place to start the day today. We'll still have up to that 4th game to try to make that bounce back in points before we make our first cut from the bottom of our standings. So that's really where we're looking at these players in that 21st to 32nd place to try to make as many points as possible. But on this page, we're going to be taking a look at our top 8, and I don't think I'm allowed to root for a player ever again on our broadcast.
Nope. Certainly not one of the players that I'm rooting for. So I'm going to keep my mouth shut so that I don't tell you what name you might say on broadcast next.
I mean, you should advise her because she can talk randomly and pick the one you're cheering.
You're right.
Think about that.
I could just list them off, and then maybe you should, like, PayPal me some money, Gangly, and tell me what name I'm not supposed to say, and then maybe I'll consider it. But yeah, it is great to see that at the very least at the top of our standings, those players, they are continuing to still do really well. We have a big race right there for 36 points, and so this second game of our day is going to decide which of our players will make it into the top 8 and just completely advance on to the second weekend of competition. They don't have to play anymore today, so hopefully we get a chance to celebrate a couple of them as we kick things back over to our casters, CLE and Pie Hat, to bring us through the next one.
If game 1 was to tell us anything about today, it is going to be an absolutely electric day of TFT with so many cuts happening. After this game, 8 more advance to weekend 2, and it's going to be this lobby specifically has so many people that are fighting for that spot.
And things aren't, the script isn't going up to plan because the people from the top are losing, the people from the bottom are winning. And the threshold to qualify can get even narrower. I remember in EMEA the cutoff was even a little higher, but here, due to everyone basically taking points out of each other, things may look a little wild. I am scared a tiny little bit for people like Lumin and Fandekiki that they may go away and they may not qualify, which would be a disaster. But for the other people that are like 37, 38, 39, 36 points, the Powell that Dobbs was saying, they just need one extra game, one really good game.
One first could change everything for these players. Being able to sneak in to those slots, especially those qualifying early, will prevent some variance happening, right? You won't have to deal with more games where you could possibly go bot 4, but we are jumping into game. We saw some points on screen.
Yes.
36 is the magic number. If you go first, get that 8 points from 36, you could be on the tiebreaker. And obviously first places are good for tiebreakers. So that's what we're hoping for in this lobby.
Things are extremely tense because I believe that the person with the lower scores was 31. So you have like 7. You have Fandekiki, of course, first with 43 points, and between the last place and the second place there are only 5 points of difference. So anyone here, Dishop can go first, Tech Summer can go first. Any one of them can just like come back and do basically jump and go out and take a rest and only play 2 games of TFT, only 2 games of Mega.
Going to be a great game. Top 8 being able to make it through is just an incredibly important thing. This portal we're on is just starting with a 2-star 1 cost. So a little bit of extra gold in the lobby, maybe even some early direction for some of our players. Pie Hat, what unit are you hoping for when you load into this? Be like, I want to see this 2-star 1 cost.
I mean, if only honest, Syndra. Just because I really want the Crystal Gambit. So I'm just one of those Crystal Gambit addicts that really just wants to play for the best cash out ever and then realize that they don't have the APM to do the full transition. But never mind. Nevertheless, there aren't as many 1-cost units this patch as you want to play around. Maybe Malphite or Sivir so you can play around crew. But other than that, there's nothing that really completely enables you to go to one direction. Especially now that there's only like a silver augment. Things are still very tame, CLD, from last game and this game as well.
Yeah, I think they are quite tame, but we're seeing this is Ripple Overdrive's board some good options here. Patience is a virtue. We saw Marcel P take last game. Didn't quite work out the way we thought it would, but is quite strong. Team building, though, is incredible for tempo if they do decide to go that route, but instead, they're going to roll with the squad they have. They're gonna sit tight. They're going to roll with this board. And I think it's a smart choice because, again, they have a 2-star backliner. They have a couple good frontliners as well. So, gonna scatter on the lobby, see what's going on, and possibly make a run for it.
Yeah, especially on a star like this, I do believe that Patience Virtue is even more valuable. Or something like Toddy. I wanna put a pin on the other board and go back to Toddy. Toddy has the augment that makes you a 1-cost turn into a 2-cost and then turn into a 3-cost. And he got Caitlyn. That's honestly not the unit that you want to see as the 3-star 2 cost that you want to see. Caitlyn is not one of those units that has had a lot of play, but you need to try. You have to try.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this could be very powerful if you get something like a Darius, or my favorite is actually probably getting a Viego 2 here, because that unit's very, very strong on stage 2 and 3, being able to kill a lot of units. But you see this Caitlyn here struggling against these 1 costs right now, and actually almost losing. That is terrifying here if you're someone like Toddy who can't... Now, you can't really undo it. You could sell it for gold, I guess.
Yeah, but then the augment is only a +5 gold, which doesn't really feel too well. At this point, you have to roll with the punches and just say, well, this wasn't my game to just completely steamroll and high roll the lobby. But we have seen like once or twice a Caitlyn reroll throughout the weekend, or at least in the stats, if I recall correctly. So that tech is still there, especially if there's no Katarina on board, which I don't see anyone playing Katarina, at least for now.
Yeah, it can get very interesting there. We do see across our right side of the screen, because of our fabulous production, that we're able to see our augment choices across the lobby. We do see Ladder Slayer across the way with Pandora's Bench, able to re-roll a lot of those units and possibly find exactly what they're looking for. Doesn't look like they're re-rolling necessarily, probably going for more of a mech route. Also, we do see Toddy taking a big loss here. But Tech Summers branching out, did get Soul Fighter emblem, and so clear direction for Tech Summers on a composition that in the Americas did quite well yesterday.
And I remember the analyst that's asking if there was going to be a case where Soul Fighter could actually win a game, and this could be one of those cases. You have a great start, you can just try to tempo your way into level 9, maybe just high roll the Asamir 2 set 2 with not having rolled a lot of gold, and then you can go to win and maybe do something with that. But that's one of those comps that you only play for top 4. And for someone like Tex, who started the day being at the bottom half of the standings, having to just salvage as many points as they can, though sometimes +5, +6 points may be enough. But looking at this start at Mundo 2 or NAR 2, maybe the necessary steps to go, or try to go at least, for the 6 or 8 Soul Fighter win out.
It's looking pretty good right now. Has a very, very strong board with that Mundo 2, with Atomic absolutely blowing up the back line, and will be a streak I'm sure he can keep for a while after losing the first fight here on stage 2. On board now with Dish Soap, though, the 2-time Tacticians Crown champion, currently sitting at that very important 36-point mark. If he were to go first place, there is a chance that he could make it through this top 8. This is someone who we came into the tournament saying, hey, Dish Soap being here is a little bit of surprise. This is not where we would want our GOATs, the one of the greatest TFC players, if not the greatest TFC player of all time, to be, possibly being relegated to Tier 2. But thankfully, he started off the tournament hot, has a good shot to make it through to the next weekend and possibly back to another 6th straight Tactician's Crown.
In a way, that's how you build storylines, no? Because we've already spoken about how Disho you even put it on your podcast that Disho has his own storyline, his own narrative. He's far above and beyond, and this is the perfect opportunity to prove, okay, I didn't make it to week 2, it was just a fluke, but I am still better than the rest of the field, and being able to qualify on 8 games would be the slam dunk storyline for him. He can actually confirm or reinstate his position as one of the best players ever, and just continue that narrative, basically.
100%. Going to be fascinating to watch throughout these next couple of games. On the other side, we see Ripple, who is playing around these very, very strong upgraded 1 cost, as well as this Zaya as well. Playing on patience is a virtue, but seems to have picked up a bunch of units that have made his board quite strong. It will be almost enough to beat Tech Summer's board here, but the upgrades are too much. That Mundo is just an absolute menace.
And if he's able to die, he'll explode due to Atomic and even do even more damage. So he's a menace. But I do like patience is a virtue. We've seen it, the value of that, and the value of having a lot of free rerolls throughout the game. especially on a portal like this where you have the 1-cost guaranteed 2-star, as if people are incentivized to hold units on during stage 1, he already has the units. He doesn't have to waste any time buying. He'll have a lot of free rerolls. And change the subject, I was asking if there was going to be a Katarina in the lobby, and we've seen it now. With a not done yet Katarina from Fan de Kiki, just plain not go wave.
This is one of those fruits that specifically people are a fan of if you're going to plan on losing stage 2, which he's pulling off perfectly, having that 5-loss streak, getting that extra gold in the bank. It's going to provide a lot of stats if your Katarina's planning on dying. If it's not going to die, then it's not really going to be helpful. And so he will be continuing to roll that loss streak and also the losses together across the lobby. Ladder Slayer is the only one on that 5-win streak. We did see Tech Summer's very strong board as well, but did lose that first round. And so Ladder Slayer is going to be very comfortable sitting at 5 wins, now at 30 gold as well, really pushing that econ advantage.
And this is one of those things that Pandora's Bench can be considered a reroll augment due to it giving you basically an extra roll, a shop roll at the start of every round. But it can also give you the peace of mind to just, you only have to roll for 1 5 cost. You don't really need to dig down for a specific 5 cost. You can just put it on the bench and just wait out. And hopefully you'll get Joan at some point, earlier, preferably than later. But that's one of those ways that you can actually play around that. And it's a little, I wouldn't say sad, but it's just the way to show how the meta is right now. And how you can use those type of augments to play for a 5 cost or a legendary board. At least this is a reroll cost that I do want to watch, at least for this.
Yeah, Pizza's playing around Crew, which we did see perform very well with the sub 4 AVP yesterday specifically, but is obviously very conditional. You need a lot of early units, you need very good items, and these items look great. The units look okay. Obviously, you really want to hit one of these upgrades for Crew to start ramping this early on into the game, but not quite finding exactly what he's looking for. But Pizza is in a pretty good spot as well. Again, 36 points is what he has. He won the previous game in this lobby, and so I was hoping just to string 2 firsts together, wipe off his hands and say, all right, I'm out. I made it. But we'll see if Crew can get him there.
Yeah, Crew's one of those comps that needs to hit very early. We've seen it go second like 2 times yesterday. One of them losing to a Karma Freeze, which obviously you cannot beat that. But an early Crew, if you can hit everything on time, and especially with those type of items that he already has, that 6 can be a menace. And hopefully any augment here can give him the small power, small boost that he needs to hit and finally finalize the Malphite free and Silver free.
Well, this is the most exciting augment we've had so far, and it's only a gold augment here for us, Pi Hat. Lots of interesting choices coming through around. Raining Gold is obviously a good one, but exclusive customization is good as well. We'll be shoring up one of these units. I imagine it'll probably be this Malphite, giving him that 3rd item to secure the front line. But across the lobby, some interesting things happening as well. On the right side of our screen, we see Dissoap taking explosive growth to give him a lot of that extra XP to possibly push him to level 8, even for free, or even to level 9 here early. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, a couple of standouts here. Obviously, both Pizza and Lersley going for the same augment. Tech Summer has the cloning facility, which is always really good when you're playing either Soul Fighter or Luchador, because they will gain the extra stacks, and you have an extra unit bouncing with the Luchador trait, or gaining the extra Soul Fighter stacks throughout the fight. Fan de Kiki on the other side just grabs I'm not really a fan of just grabbing the Crimea River because he already has a Hand of Justice. But we didn't see his augment choices, so maybe the extra mana Rien is what the Katarina needs for not going AIF.
He did cash out, and finish is not done yet. The Animate arc has been concluded. He is now powered up and ready to roll for the rest of this game, being as strong as possible. Ripple Overdrive now continued his loss streak there, down at 61 HP. Has Patience is a Virtue, did roll a little bit there, it did look like, but Tech Summers continuing on with that Soul Fighter, 4 Soul Fighter on board, really, really good items, cloning facility to continue to push that tempo, now with 2 Mundo 2s on the board. This board, he's planning on winning all of Stage 3.
And this is what you have to do with Soul Fighter. You need the HP lead. You need the. It's basically that thing comes in the past. For example, one of the things that comes to mind is like Rebel from Into the Arcane, where you have to have the HP to get your focus 2-star, and then also go to 9 to get the rest of the comp. And having something like this where you can basically be extremely aggressive for now, because 4 Soul Fighter or even 6 Soul Fighter, if you manage to pull that through, are extremely consistent throughout the mid game. And there's a Samira on the carousel with only a chain vessel. It may go to Tech Summer's way. Who knows?
Would be a crazy thing. We've seen that a couple times in the past couple games. Seeing those 5 costs to go to some very undeserving players. Dissoap, though, will take it here early on. Looks like Dissoap is very clearly going towards that mech line. You look at the bottom of our screen, we can see the current composition setups for a lot of our players. Ripple Overdrive did find Bastion Emblem and now has it on a 2-star Yasuo. And so will absolutely have a strong board here. Did end up snapping that loss streak, and so will be chilling here in this mid game.
Yeah, having the extra Bastion spot already, a Kochmao. I assume they rolled a little bit, so they will have that going on whenever they go to level 7 and just end up basically camping on level 7 for every unit a 3-star. And for someone like Pix, I'm gonna be honest, at this point you want to have a Malphite 3 or a 0-3 because you want to start pumping the extra benefits from having 1 crew 3-star. And he's level 5, 20 gold, and no Malphite 3 on site.
It's so hard to roll for that last copy sometimes, to find that final one, the 9th one needed for the 3-star. We see him not being able to find it here. He's 1 off the Malphite, 3 off Sivir as well, 4 off Ziggs, and 5 off the Shen. So this spot is not looking ideal, but Ziggs is quite powerful if you can upgrade him early. Not quite enough. Good for something gold coming through for Pizza. He's gonna need to hit here. Well, there we go. There it is, right there. Still making 30 gold.
Blessing. That is true. And whenever he's able to roll probably in stage 4, hopefully he'll get a Sivir free and go to level 6 naturally due to getting 1 extra EXP every time you roll due to how the crew works. And he actually gives you, I don't know the numbers, Asa is not here so I'm not able to ask him, but due to the shops being a little rigged in your favor due to how crew basically wants to give you the chance to hit that, I don't know how much gold it actually saves you to hit a 1 crew 3-star as early as possible.
Yeah, I definitely don't know that math. I can tell you that for sure. But I do know that Fan the Kiki is very close to hitting that Katarina 3, having 7 copies already. Is doing quite well this stage, winning 4 fights in a row, but now facing the current champion of this lobby. Tech Summers on that 8-win streak is very powerful, but this Katarina, almost falling down there because of the Callista Spear. Looks like it's going to be very, very close here. The opposing Callista Spear comes through. Luchador proc does not do enough. Fanikiki, fist pump in the corner, knows that he has saved the lobby from Tech Summers running away with it.
And this is just, I wouldn't say rough for Tex, but you really wanted that win streak. You wanted to be level 7, 50 gold, going into balls so you can go to level 8 as soon as possible. But for Kiki, he's just playing one of the old ways of playing Katarina. He has full stacking units in the front, using keepers as a backup and as an extra defensive shielding for your Katarina, and just try to steamroll with the stats to win a couple of rounds. That's all he's trying to do.
Important shops, important items coming through here. We do have that Edge of Night, which we haven't seen many players play so far in this tournament, but would probably be a great thing from this spot. Oh, and there it is. That is a wonderful shop there. Now being able to push levels, not having to roll too deep, especially for that last copy like we've talked about. That is extremely hard to find. But looking across the lobby, though, it looks like Toadie's already level 8, rolling down there early. I wonder what he's rolling for.
I do wonder, there aren't that many options, so we'll be able to see. I do like this. This is a tier 1 shop. And this is the one that you need to sign, so good for Kiki. And on the other side, we'll have to wait for the augments and for the next extra result to see where they are. This shop is already playing the Crystal Gambit lose streak, probably cashing out on 4-5 based on the amount of stacks that they have. I don't have a way to tell for now, but he'll get there with like 30 HP.
Yeah, Dishsoap getting as many resources as possible before starting his roll down. Tody here is rolling down. It looks like he's got a bunch of different stuff on his bench. He's got 2 TFs.
Yeah, the TF pair, I believe the Caitlyn already had a Ginsus and an IE, which should be good enough for that. And an extra gold document, no prismatic for now, just exclusive customization, should be able to just get them the extra items that they need for a comp. Very expensive and very resource demanding. And they are actually not playing the Juggernaut frontline with Legendaries, they're just playing Samira contesting Tech Summers actually.
It looks like we'll be playing around that 4-4-4 composition. That is quite flexible between what you hit. And for Dishsoap here, not cashing out quite yet. I think he thinks he's uncontested on this mech here. So is trying to get Mech Pilot. That was his 4th try. Did not find it. So we'll try again next turn.
Yeah, you'll see the back and forth. Because there's like a couple of hidden rules on whenever you are able to find units. Because if you put one fruit on a tank unit, and then you put a fruit on an Aatrox, you have an even higher chance of getting Mech Pilot. So you'll see a lot of balance in front. You see Dishsoap isn't even bothering on being strong this round and putting fruits on the board. He just needs to get Mech Pilot going as fast as possible. One more lose for the cash out, I believe. I'm not really sure if he's cashing out now.
He has tried so many times to find this Mech Pilot fruit. I think we're at 6 or 7. We need to have a counter on stream for how many times this has happened. We'll cash out the chest here, get a lucky chest as well, which is quite good for the spot. Finally finding that Jarvan, which is the highest percentage chance to get this Mech Pilot, but needs to find that Yone. Continuing to roll. Oh, finds Mech
Pilot. Okay. Finally, the first step is done.
Goodness.
Now we just need everything else.
Now we just need a lot of more things to go right for Dishsoap's spot to be where it should be. We took items off to try and replace them to use that lucky chest as well. But again, we're gonna figure out where we're gonna end up. We do have perfect item karma for what I would consider. We need to put the rest of those items in the mech.
Oh, give him time. It's just the mech cash out comp is just a bit of a couple of checklists that you need to fill. And Tech Summers, it's honestly a little worrisome. I would like to see their board. We're probably not going to see his board now when we see the bottom part of the screen during the carousel. They don't seem to hit that much.
Oh, there's a Yone on carousel.
Ooh, that's perfect for this show. It's on his side. No, Tolly immediately denies it. And just to finish my point, Tech Summers has 0 Samiras.
That's crazy because he had so much gold, was able to roll it all at level 8, and just wasn't able to find it. Did find only 1 Lee Sin and 2 of these sets, but again, no major upgrades, no Samira. It really puts you behind a lot of these players that are playing that strong mid game, specifically people like Fan the Kiki and Ripple, who rolled there on stage 3 to stabilize their board and weren't quite able to find what they were looking for.
And you see the contester here. Tali was playing the 4-4-4 comp, the 4H Lore 4 Soul Fighter, ideally 4 Luchador, which if you manage to get there. But just the classic Samira Bolly try to do things. And there's another Bolly 2 being played right now. He lights Bolly 2, Brom 2 on 8. What's going on here, CLD?
He did take Duo Q, so has a little bit of an advantage from that. That will provide 2 5 costs for him. But again, playing around this Jinx in the backline, this is that very flexible composition that we've seen. This one's 4 Luchador, 4 Juggernaut, and then usually it's 4 Edgelord alongside that, but instead he's playing around the Sniper. That comes with the Gnar as well, and using Jinx to carry that. Those items are much better on Jinx than they would be on Samira anyways, so it makes a lot of sense. For something like Dishsoap, hey, we have 7 Mighty Mech now.
Oh, even though they got denied, he still found the Jonah. Oh,
and still has 20 gold.
It seems like it just happened naturally because he didn't buy. He had 20 gold, only 1 unit of the board of the bench, or the store. I mean, was bought. So maybe Murdoch tried to bless him.
I mean, I've heard that's how you become the greatest TFT player of all time. Sometimes you just have to let the game bless you with some good shops, and I think that's what Dishsoap's strategy was there on that 2-win streak. Him pushing for that first place, playing a composition that could get that first place. We talked about this right as we loaded into this game, that if he's able to pull that off, he can absolutely put himself in contention to move in that first top 8 to get through.
Well, we just have to wait. That John, same as Fan de Kiki having a tier 1 Katarina shop. This show with this could be also what they need. On the other side, we see Todi with the body 2, with the set 2, playing for Corrosive just to get a little more stats and try to steamroll the board. He didn't play Soul Fighter like Tech Summer did. He didn't win single stage 2 or 3, but he is playing for stage 4. That Caitlyn turned into a volley, which I do feel is an upgrade, if I do say so myself. So looks decent on Tolly's side of the board. I have my doubts on whether they're gonna be able to like contest the win or not. But like we said, you just need points.
Pizza's spot looks really rough here. Obviously, he's been able to hit that Malphite, been able to hit Sivir, but until you get 4 crew, the 4 crew upgrades online, this comp does not do that much damage. You really don't have the opportunity to win the game. But
there we go.
I'm blessing people all over the place, man. That the Ziggs 3 just shows up in an orb.
Could you bless the Latam people as well, please?
Oh, sorry.
No, this is amazing because the ship will finally arrive on the battlefield and we'll be able to throw rockets. Ideally, you want the 4 crew as soon as possible so they can scale throughout the game, because they'll scale throughout your levels, if I recall correctly.
Mm-hmm.
But at least it's a little bit of peace. You may have enough damage now, especially with the 6-3. I am not sure, especially against the make of Ladder Slayer. But this is the final boss, the solid test to see if Pixa goes safe or does he manage maybe survive a couple more rounds.
It is an incredible fight. It is Mega Tank versus Mega Tank. That Malphite versus the mech on the other side. Looks like it's going to be enough this time. The extra... Oh, I spoke too soon. That mech survived at like 1 HP for a terribly long time. The Ziggs bomb is not going to be enough. Pizza staying alive, though, at 1 HP, literally. Not just 1 life, 1 HP. Still going to keep pushing this game. But for Toady, it is looking dire as well. If you weren't able to hit your mech, you may not be able to go top 4. Ladder Slayer using this Pandora's Bench excellently to reroll some of these 4 costs to find these upgrades that other people can't find, but not quite finding everything he's looking for.
I don't want to pinpoint Pixa's spot and the ramifications of that. Pixa going 8 means that Pandeki has at least 45 points, which is above the threshold. He just needed to not have 44. So I assume that when if Pixa goes, Pandeki will start celebrating and just doing his victory lap, and it'll be a good sight to see. We'll see, looking at what could be Pixa's final fight. The 6 is really trying to maybe withstand all the bastions. It's not a strain free, so he may have the damage for that. Not a just for free either, so it could be what Pixa needs.
Well, this is the composition that's stopping Pizza from hitting what he needs, especially that Shen 3. Ripple's holding a ton of them, and it looks like Toady will be dropping out in 8th place. So not the results that Toady was looking for in this game.
Toady's gone after that. I mean, that's a Caitlyn curse. I don't know if Angle is gonna be able to just...
Gotta be.
I know I'm throwing so much shade to Angle. I don't like his text. But yeah, that's really true. That is unfortunate for Toady being able to just not having the great Megamorphosis start. I don't know if that's the way you say the mini Megamorphose thingy that Toady had at the start of the game. Going into a body 2, set 2, and not as a mirror 2, sadly. And we've spoken about how Soul Fighter on Samira can fall behind very easily if you don't have the units, and you can go to 9. So that's unfortunate for them. Unfortunate as well for Pixa. Crew you want to play from ahead, and when you don't have your third crew 3-star up until stage 5, well, you're not ahead.
We just saw T-Lides being able to take out Pizza there. Greg is somebody that in this tournament entered as very low in the point standings, but has already started off the day with a second place. Now staring at a top 4 with a very creative board, flexing around what he hits and what the game gives him. Tech Summers now does get another Soul Fighter emblem though, so we'll have access to 8 Soul Fighter, but it's probably too late. He's stuck on these 1 stars. Also, it's cloning facility. That I was
It's
like, does he
going
have
no
6
6 sets.
Okay,
No
good.
funky
Okay,
business going around here. It is really sad, if I'm being honest. Being able to win streak your way into not hitting, into bleeding out, into just going 6th. So that's not the game that you want if you're Tech Summers, especially after I believe they had a really decent showing on the first game. I believe they went like either 2nd or 3rd based on the point. So yes, it happens. Sometimes it just the game doesn't give you the units that you want, and he's probably gonna be stuck on 8 Soul Fighter, Samira 1, level 8, probably until the day they die, which may be this round.
facing a bunch of 3 stars on the other side. That Yasuo is going to be an absolute terror and is now very, very close to this Samira. Did find a better power up for the Samira, but jumps away to safety maybe to save this round possibly for Tech Summers, but that is just too much HP to get through. Too many 3 stars on the other side. It will be Tech Summers falling in bot 4, and T-Lide's also taking a big loss.
That's disheartening for Tech, especially if there's that star, but there's more games to go. There's not only 2 games to play. You have a lot of things that you can, that you can also go for. So there's time. There's time for people like Tech Summer, for people like Pixar Toddy, maybe in T-Lights, depending on where they are ending up. And this Soap, one of the players that was in the bubble, 36 points, after he hit the zone, he started having on a rampage. He's on a full win streak now.
Across this lobby as well. Ladder Slayer's not quite in that position, but for Fanlikiki, that will lock him in to that top 8, moving him to the TPC and also week 2 of regionals, which is a huge accomplishment. Congratulations to them on that fantastic day 1 and continuing it here in day number 2. Nekra can't keep you down. I promise you can fight back.
No caster curse this time. Unfortunately, T-Light is gonna say 0-7 for this game, just getting out on a very tame 5th place, which should be a decent amount of points, at least for now.
Dissoap looking to make a run here. 8 wins in a row is absolutely incredible. Fanlikiki, yeah, he knows.
Finally,
he's popping off.
He finally realized where he currently is and the achievement that he's gotten. So, good for him. Basically doing a victory lap now at the end.
It sure is. And I know he is someone that has had really high highs back in the day, being able to make some of these Tacticians crowns as well. But it's been a while, right, Pi Hat? This is a player that you have worked with a little bit closer than me. What's this experience been like for Fanlikiki?
I mean, last time he went to Worlds was in set 7. Back when Americas wasn't even an idea. So back when LATAM only played against LATAM, he stood out as being one of the more flexible players in the scene, and being able to always manage or scavenge points or results, which any board that he was able to get. He fell behind, honestly, for a while now, but this set on yesterday's interview, there's something that he said that I really want to point out, which is he worked on being more confident in his decisions. He saw this set as a job and just tried to apply work ethic into this, and try to build his inner confidence. Obviously working with other people, his TFT team and all that. But just believing in yourself. Don't try to go too poetic with this, but the confidence can get you a long road ahead. So good for them. It's a good character development.
Sometimes all you need is confidence to conquer, and it looks like for Fanlikiki, even though he's going to fall out in 4th place here versus Ladder Slayer's mech board, he will be moving on. He knows it. He can't help but be extremely happy for his results in this game. Ripple Overdrive down at 1 life as well as we look to close out this game. Ladder Slayer, Dissoap, and Ripple at the top. All 3 of these players are having great starts to the day. And now Dissoap or Ripple could push themselves into that top 8, which we've been keeping an eye on. No bottom cut on today at this point. We will have 2 more games before anyone loses out on their slot. But 8 players will move on already after this game. So this placement for Dissoap could seal it, the world champ being back and possibly having a chance to secure, obviously, a spot in the TPC, but maybe his 6th straight Tactician's Crown appearance.
And you could say that the winner, this is probably the most important top 1 of the entire weekend for any of these players, because that can make you, depending on the points, just go through. And for someone like Ripple, who has been on an upwards trajectory so far, I don't know if you can guide me a little more for Ripple's story. Sadly, he's not gonna be able to make it, at least for now. But what do you see in him? Do you feel that? What do you think that this set has been for him?
Yeah, he's been around for a while. He's someone that is constantly very good at ladder, has had a few regionals appearances before. But again, we see the ladder performance providing some consistency, at least in tournament result, for our America's competitors this weekend so far. And so I'm excited to see him play some more and obviously set himself up well for that next cut as well. It's going to be just a long day of people trying to fight for those top spots and barely not making it. And Ripple's going to be one of those stories as well. But for these two players, can one of them close it out? It's going to be mech versus mech. We've seen so much this weekend so far. We're curious to see who will come out on top.
Yeah, just the mech on mech fight. That's we've gotten used to it at this point. So like, there's no many extra pinpoints that you can put other than just small optimizations that you can add to the board. It's just to see whose mech has better items, whose mech can withstand and just survive and just plow through the rest, and whose karma can actually be untouched, because the mech will creep on their third cast to a lot of the backline units. So the karma, if the karma can survive that, as they're both doing in this case, this ends up winning. But there's still a couple of fights left.
And the thing is, when the pilots that go into the mech pop out of the mech, they still have all these items and stats and all the things from this whole game. And that Aatrox specifically was very tanky and was part of the reason he was able to win that fight. Just so picking up a Giant Slayer to give a little bit of extra stats. Ladder Slayer getting Kraken to try and push that a little bit further. It looks like each of them have 6 items going into their mech so far. So what else can they do to push it forward? I'm not sure that this Yone and his TG items is necessarily the greatest.
Yeah, the next optimization, if you're able to get there, you just give real items to Yone. He actually reforged. He reforged the Crown Guard that Jarvan had. He has a Ginsus plus a Giant Slayer. Has another carry with 2 items. And that may be one of those key points that you need to have even extra damage to just burst down the mech, because it's a fight of whose mech has more endurance.
We'll definitely keep an eye on the stuns and the health bar of our mechs as well. The Yone does get the cast off for the side of Dish Soap, which will be huge for the amount of CC to come through. The Giant Slayer is going to do a lot of work to this mech because of the damage it does to the tanks, the extra damage specifically. The Karma is untouched, and the mech looks like it is falling quickly from the side of Ladder Slayer. Dish Soap taking another win, but it's looking like it's not going to be quite enough damage to take him out.
And they're just slow fights, because everyone just dies in this type of wars. You only have the mech plus 1 carry usually fighting and just surviving. So each time you have the minimum amount of losses. And for Ladder Slayer, I'm not sure what he's gonna be able to do to change the outcome of the fight, because Bishop has just gone to level 10, has added an extra resource, an extra unit to the board, and Lee Sin always does wonders to any board, honestly. And Ladder Slayer may not be able to go into the next weekend with only 8 games. We'll just have to wait and see.
Dish Soap able to put in more, not only another unit on his board, but more traits into the mech as well, getting Juggernaut and Executioner active into this mech. So it'll be even stronger, as well as having a Yone that has some pretty real items when it comes to an AD fighter, but looks like it will take the aggro from that Karma on the other side quickly. The stun coming through from Jarvan is massive for the side of Dish Soap, though. Also, the Senna popping out right in front of that Karma on the left side is going to be a little bit scary, but it looks like this fight looks completely different. It's looking like Dish Soap is able to just enough make this happen and take the win here in lobby number 2 of our final day, the elimination stage of the regional finals.
And now I just have to wait and see. Was this enough for the issue to qualify? Was this enough to prove that he only needed 8 games to make it into the next weekend and go back into his respective spot in the TPC?
We saw in EMEA this morning that it was 44 points to make it through to the next stage, to qualify to the next weekend in that first cut, and that's where Dish Soap will be. Just saying, now he has a first place in his resume as well to add to his tiebreakers. I'm not sure it's enough, but we'll check in after this. But Pi Hat, obviously Kiki is the huge story of this hobby.
Yeah, I'm really happy for him. We were saying that if you have a great week, one first day, you only have to play. You can play a little more laid back. You just have to do one decent game and actually make it through. And this is a huge story for him, a huge comeback, maybe a huge return for glory. We'll have to wait until next weekend and see where he actually can carry this entire momentum. But I do believe that he is celebrating a lot right now, looking at his stream.
Absolutely. It's going to be a great weekend full of stories, and there's so many more to still be written throughout this weekend. And so we are going to be going to a quick break. On the other side of that, we'll review our scoreboard to see who'll be moving on and still see who is fighting for that chance to reach the TFT Pro Circuit next set.
Philip is one of the best North Americans to have never qualified to a set championship. In the set 15 regional finals, 6 of the 8 players in the final lobby would go on to qualify for the Tactician's crown. Philip would place 7th and had to watch the event from the sideline. It was a tough ending, but an important chapter in Philip's story. Since starting in set 7, Philip has steadily moved from obscurity into the limelight. The merging of the regions in set 11 gave Philip a platform to break out, and at the first cup he did it, winning the event with a 3-star Aurelia. But perhaps the most exciting thing about Philip is the kind of player that he is. Philip has the 4th highest win rate in all of the TPC, only behind Weishin Iverson, Dish Soap, and Setsuko. His ability to close out games makes him extremely fun to watch and a clear threat if he were to make it to the Tactician's crown. Philip has qualified to 4 previous regional finals and has never placed in the bottom half. Starting off in week 1, Philip has an uphill battle to reclaim his spot in the TPC, but history says that Philip is more than capable of making another final lobby run. We're sending 2 pro TFT players into a normal game, but here's the catch. One of them is the hands and the other is the eyes. Revan will be guiding a blindfolded Snooty Boo through a game and hopefully to a top 4. Are you guys ready?
I'm good to go, man.
I'm ready. Time to shine. Okay, you need to click a little bit to the left and you need to buy anything on the shop. Abajo, abajo, down, down, down. No, just down. Yeah, nice. Click once. Once in the left again. Once in the left, a little bit. Buy middle shop.
There?
Nice. Okay, put it inside.
How?
Yeah, click, right there. Click inside. Yes. Okay. This is so difficult, man. Okay, let's buy Kaisa. The first shop. Okay. First shop. Down. Down a little bit more down. Right? No.
He roleado, ¿no? I rolled, no?
You wasted all your money on leveling up.
Oh.
Oh my god. Okay. Tengo que hablar en español porque nos vamos a morir. O hablamos en español o es imposible que esto avance. Un poco a la izquierda, nos han matado. Es imposible, Snooty. Es completamente imposible. No se puede jugar a esto ciego. O sea, hacer objetos, poner los objetos luego en el campeón, moverlo. Es imposible. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. It's impossible to do this blinded. It's totally impossible.
Okay, let's try changing the roles.
This time, let's try a reroll strategy. So, go to your shop.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Americas TFT Regional Finals for KO Coliseum. My name is Zekro, joined by Gangly, and Dobbs is also going to be joining us in just a second. You won't see him, but you can hear him. So we got to talk about this second game that happened, and because this is the one where there are 8 players now from the standings that will just go forth to the second weekend of competition, and they will be able to make it. And one of those players that was fighting for one of those spots is Dish Soap. We also had Fan the Kiki in this lobby. We could see him celebrating through all of that, but this was a wild roller coaster for Dish Soap, Gangly.
Yeah, I mean, starting off the game, he has Crystal Gambit, and we talked yesterday about the philosophy of players. There are some games where, you know, you're sitting in a decent spot in the standings, maybe you just want to get your points, and Dish Soap says right off the bat, listen, I'm at 36 points. If I go first here, I might be able to just lock in my spot in the TPC. So he takes Crystal Gambit on 2-1, he doubles down, and then on 2-7, he actually gets griefed. Ripple Overdrive griefs him on 2-7, snaps the double down, and Dish Soap, he takes the advice that Thomas the Train Engine once gave us, and he tries again, and it works out. He gets the cash out, and even though he misses the Yone from the carousel because Toddy takes it to try and deny the 7 Mighty Mech, Dish Soap does finally hit it, and we've seen it. I mean, the story writes itself at that point. He gets the 7 Mighty Mech, he gets the 2 Mech Pilot, he has the combat from the last second save, and that alone is enough to propel Dish Soap to go level 9, to go level 10, close out the game, and with that, bringing him to 44 points. That is almost certainly enough for Dish Soap to be able to punch his ticket back to the TPC next set.
Yes, speaking about the TPC, another player that's probably in next weekend is actually Fan the Kiki. He was on the top of the standings right before this game, and getting the 14 here with the Katarina, if not done yet, was like a great match for him, as Katarina is such one of the best performances across all the compositions in the meta. So people were cheering on the chat. We can see that he already knew that he was going in the TPC. So congratulations for the Fan the Kiki, and let's meet the other players that are joining next week as well.
I'm so glad that both Fan the Kiki and Lumen were somehow with strong enough plot armor that we didn't actually curse them too bad at the start of the day. I don't know what it is. Something is always in the air with these broadcasts whenever we are cheering on a player or we bring them on for an interview at the start of the day. Things start to go really wrong for the rest of it, and I'm just happy and grateful for both of them that they were able to make it through. We do have 5 other players that will be joining them, but yeah, I can see the sigh of relief on Fan the Kiki's face. Like, he's made it.
And even as that game is closing out, the top 3, Dish Soap, Ladder Slayer, and Ripple Overdrive, are 3 players who all were in that 35 to 36 point threshold, which was before the game middle of the pack, but because Kiki and Lumen were just smurfing the rest of the tournament, this gap between their 2 placements and the rest meant that it was actually a really small margin between 6th all the way down to about 16th, 17th. So with those 3 players all in the top 3, I think they're all thinking, if I go first, I could secure my spot right now. It's also possible though that depending on how many points they had, even going top 3 might have been enough. So it's possible that Dish Soap, Ripple, and Ladder Slayer all could have punched their ticket in.
Yes, exactly. On the flip side, we have like a bunch of Brazilians didn't show up on this game, and it was so rough. I was looking into the standings, and CMB Tex also thought he got an 8. So not the time they wanted, but let's see if they can come back. So they're going to play a couple more games today.
Yeah, don't worry, we don't have an elimination cut just yet, so they at least have 2 more games to try to catapult themselves back up in the standings. But on this next page, we are sending 8 players forward. You do not have to play any more. And there's how many players at 42?
Wait, hold on. These points are not in... Are these points
Wait.
correct? Are these updated? Hold on, let's get confirmation from production because the totals are not showing.
No, the totals are on the right side,
Oh,
Gangly.
I see,
So
the right side.
the
Okay,
first
okay,
column of points is the number of points that they had coming into today from yesterday. And now
you, I
the
got
point
baited.
total that you're looking at on the right-hand side, there are
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 at 42 points.
And Chunnington and JD Zielinski are going to be the two players that actually make it through those tiebreakers to move on. They do not have to play this third and fourth game of the day, but for the other 5 players, they are not quite so lucky.
Wow, even look at Ladder Slayer and Ripple, the two players that went they went second and third in that last game, both ended at 42 points, and both of them sitting on the outside, losing the tiebreaker, which most likely came down to how many wins plus top 4s. I don't know the exact one, that's one of the more common ones. And so if either one of them had earned 1 more point over Distope, they would have been able to make it into the TPC.
I mean, it is so close. I was not expecting to be that close. It's probably because of what guys said. Lumin and both Lumin and Panekiki, they're so far ahead, and then they actually took out the points, and things got like this tight.
I'll take a look at that. Our 8 players that are moving forward to next weekend's competition also qualify for the TFT Pro Circuit, and there are still going to be a couple more spots left on the line. 12.
Established players in TFT history, right? Kiki, multiple-time Tacticians crown participant, Kiyun, David Ace, Distope, Marcel, Chunnington, JD. There's no player apart from Lumen here that qualified in that hasn't been to at least one, if not multiple, regional finals. Some of them being even just like the most elite from their respective regions. So the question for me at the rest of the day is how many more of those newcomers, the players like Tropical and Slicedown that we had been highlighting all weekend long, are going to be able to break through that ceiling and into the upper echelons of the TPC, because they got a couple more games before we get a couple new players to qualify in that next cutoff.
Yes, I'm always hyped for these stories to line to build upon. We have seen a lot of players breaking out through last sets. So Lumin was the only one from the. I mean, Lumin was the one of these guys that are breakout a couple sets ago and showed today what he got. So hopefully more players can do so later in the day.
Yeah, it'll be very exciting. We're going to take a short break so we can get our players ready to go in their upcoming lobbies for game number 3. And when we come back, we'll have one more game to decide if there are any players that can keep gathering up some of those points. See you soon.
Philip is one of the best North Americans to have never qualified to a set championship. In the set 15 regional finals, 6 of the 8 players in the final lobby would go on to qualify for the Tactician's crown. Philip would place 7th and had to watch the event from the sideline. It was a tough ending, but an important chapter in Philip's story. Since starting in set 7, Philip has steadily moved from obscurity into the limelight. The merging of the regions in set 11 gave Philip a platform to break out, and at the first cup he did it, winning the event with a 3-star Aurelia. But perhaps the most exciting thing about Philip is the kind of player that he is. Philip has the 4th highest win rate in all of the TPC, only behind Weishin Iverson, Dishsoap, and Setsuko. His ability to close out games makes him extremely fun to watch and a clear threat if he were to make it to the Tactician's crown. Philip has qualified to 4 previous regional finals and has never placed in the bottom half. Starting off in week 1, Philip has an uphill battle to reclaim his spot in the TPC, but history says that Philip is more than capable of making another final lobby run.
The GOAT is back at set 15 regionals, but maybe not where you'd expect him to be. Dishsoap is a 2-time set champion and the most decorated TFT player of all time. He is the best performing player in the Americas with the lowest AVP and the highest top 4 rate of any competitor. This guy is the best TFT player in the world. But maybe, just maybe not this set. Dishsoap finished his TPC journey in the middle of the pack, securing a 16th place. With no final lobbies achieved this set, it was hard for Dishsoap to break into that top 12 and secure the points needed to get into that weekend 2 slot. Don't get me wrong though, just because Dishsoap hasn't quite had that Dishsoap-like performance this set, doesn't mean he's washed. It just means he's due. He's fighting for his 6th straight Tactician's crown appearance, and I wouldn't be caught dead doubting him.
We're sending 2 pro TFT players into a normal game, but here's the catch. One of them is the hands and the other is the eyes. Revan will be guiding a blindfolded Snooty Boo through a game and hopefully to a top 4. Are you guys ready?
I'm good to go, man.
I'm ready. Time to shine. Okay, you need to click a little bit to the left and you need to buy anything on the shop. Abajo, abajo, down, down, down. No. Just down. Yeah, nice. Click once. Once in the left again. Once in the left, a little bit. Buy middle shop. Nice. Okay, put it inside.
How?
Yeah, click. Right there. Click inside. Yes. Okay. This is so difficult, man. Okay, let's buy Kaiser. The first shop. Okay. First shop. Down, okay. Down. Down a little bit more down. Right? No.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the America's Regional Finals broadcast for KO Coliseum. We are in day number 3, and Dobbs and I are here to bring you through game 3. We just sent 8 players forward to the TFT Pro Circuit, and they will stop competing today. They get to reprieve themselves before going on to next weekend's portion of the competition. But for this next phase, Dobbs, we are going to be playing 2 more games, sending 4 players forward to the TFT Pro Circuit, and then we will also be sending 4 players home. So we will be making our first round of eliminations for today.
Yes, I mean, this format actually gets crazy because cutting the players from top and from the bottom, we are putting the players that are more tightly tied together in the same lobbies, and then the things get much more interesting to watch. So I'm happy to see what the players are going to play right now. I mean, the 3-way contested mech we have seen a lot, but let's see if we can watch something else.
It's gonna be it's gonna be 3 more mech players. It's going to be a Katarina player that gets really good augments and items and fruits. And then we'll have maybe 2 players that either play some type of reroll and then fill it out with Fast 9. I think that's kind of been the story of our weekend so far, Dobbs. But if you had to pick a composition that you would love to see, what is something that you think maybe is flying under the radar for this tournament?
Well, I mean, at least from the games we were expecting, I didn't see much of heavyweights, Darius and Malzahar. I think it's a composition that can do decently if you have a good spot. I thought we were seeing a little bit more. And didn't see anyone playing that Crystal Gambit because it was a little bit nerfed, so hard to keep cashing out when they're like a mech player on the lobby. So, but I still want to watch some like players going for the placements instead of like gambling the game, like flipping the coin for the Yone.
Yeah, I think you should maybe take that advice and go down that path, which will give you maybe a composition that is going to be a little bit more stable. I know this is maybe also kind of risky, but I'm kind of hoping we see a little bit more of those hero augment rerolls. I think that might be really strong. We already saw the Knuckle Duster's Vi end up being really powerful for some of our players, and then we get a chance to maybe see, I don't know, I guess we've seen some of the Shen augment as well.
The Shen augment we've seen, the Dr. Mundo's one, no, remember that the one throws the share on them, something like this. It's a decent one as well. So, but like, you have to have a good spot in order to get these online, because it's really important for the players to actually have, like, when you're playing hero augment, you must have good items for it right after the game starts. Because if you're sitting on like no items at all for your Mundo or your Vi, you're gonna be so behind in tempo. And by the time that you end up finding your items, the players will have like a Katarina that's really way stronger than these two other cost lines, as well as the max players, or maybe the Juggernaut Hush level 9. So a lot of good strategies built up on late game. So it's important to have great items when you're choosing the hero augments.
Sometimes you just don't get them, and maybe sometimes you just don't hit. So there are still those elements that could impact whether or not you actually get that composition online, as you were saying. But I think taking a look at our lobby, I really want to focus in on Pokygom, Stellar Minhee. These are two players that are sitting at that 42-point total that missed out on those tiebreakers and are going to have to play this next game as well as the fourth game of our day in order to hopefully advance without needing to get into that situation, Dobbs, where we've got 16 players left. That just opens you up to more variance, maybe even being eliminated.
Yeah, so the flip side, we have Cash and Rhea that are sitting on the bottom of the standings. And since we are cutting 4 right after these next 2 games, they not just need to go well because of they can be cut, but they actually have to aim for the top, because they still need to surpass the players that are doing very well on the table. And I mean, there is a huge gap between the players that are on the top and from the bottom.
And then some of our players in the middle, you know, they want to see if they can actually get enough points to advance. Might be a little bit unlikely, but they're still giving them a great shot to do so as we get towards the end of the day. So I'm looking at Crazy Cat, Milk and Spencer, 2 North American legends. I feel like it would be so weird to not see them as a part of the TFT Pro Circuit, where Crazy Cat is a newer player, up and coming. This is a player that is actually considering now trying to pursue a full-time TFT career after just graduating from school, and also found out today that he could actually qualify to play in the TFT Pro Circuit if he does well enough today.
Yes, I mean, that information shocked me a lot. He was playing the tournament without knowing that he could make it the TPC. On the flip side, I respect that. He's like so competitive. So I'm qualified to regionals. Let's play it and try to go for Worlds. Maybe actually don't even knowing that he could make it to TPC as well. That's actually fun. But let's hope that he can make the best out of it. And I want to highlight Milk as well. We were talking about him. He started so well today because he went 3rd and 1st, if I'm not mistaken. I was looking into the standings, and really good start. And when you have like a decent start, things start to get going for you. Maybe you get the momentum helping yourself. So let's hope he can make the good work.
And that was after Milk yesterday kind of had a sort of up and down day. he started off really great, and then towards the middle of the day, he did have 3 bot 4s back to back, and then picked things back up to finish the day strong. And it really does feel like he's used that momentum to come in today and get those 2 amazing games to start things off. So he is going to be looking towards the top half of our standings, but still needs to perform well in these next 2 games to give him the best shot possible to finish the day moving forward back to the TFT Pro circuit.
Exactly. I mean, Milka didn't have the best results on the TPC, but across his whole career, did pretty well in Worlds on Tactician Crown. Oh, Championship back then. It was not Tactician Crown, but called it Tactician Crown before. But he has like such a great career, and I respect him a lot. I have faced him many times, and this is the kind of guy that can cap the bar pretty higher. And also he knows how to be risky. He knows the time that he can actually play from behind. He's really well on that. So this is a meta that you're able to do these things. Play from behind, go for that mech, being very rich. So let's hope he can make it through.
Yeah, the last time that Milk was at a Tactician's Crown was in Magic and Mayhem. And he ended up getting 9th there, so very close to making that final lobby and that global stage of competition, but just barely missing out. And Milk has come to be one of those players in North America that we always sort of expect to see at that highest level of competition. You know, he has been a great competitor for several years. Like, I remember seeing him compete back in 2019 during Twitch Rivals, actually, you know, really one of the first people in the TFT game and the TFT ecosystem. And so the fact that he's still so many years later competing at that level, I think has been really amazing. And so yeah, I'm with you, Dobbs. I really hope that he can continue that success forward today. And then Spencer as well, already off to a very good start today, but you know, still kind of like middling results in terms of getting that 5th and then a 4th in these first 2 games.
Exactly. But they are those 2 kind of guys that we can expect a lot for them. The careers have shown this. And I really expect them to be on the tier 1 system, because it's actually better for the region to having those players that are actually really good at it. But I also want to see some newcomers to show up their work. So it's a mixed emotions about this.
We are having a few technical difficulties getting these players into the game, so we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, hopefully we'll have this game ready to go for you. See you soon.
Philip is one of the best North Americans to have never qualified to a set championship. In the set 15 regional finals, 6 of the 8 players in the final lobby would go on to qualify for the Tactician's crown. Philip would place 7th and had to watch the event from the sideline. It was a tough ending, but an important chapter in Philip's story. Since starting in set 7, Philip has steadily moved from obscurity into the limelight. The merging of the regions in set 11 gave Philip a platform to break out, and at the first cup he did it, winning the event with a 3-star Aurelia. But perhaps the most exciting thing about Philip is the kind of player that he is. Philip has the 4th highest win rate in all of the TPC, only behind Weishin Iverson, Dishsoap, and Setsuko. His ability to close out games makes him extremely fun to watch and a clear threat if he were to make it to the Tactician's crown. Philip has qualified to 4 previous regional finals and has never placed in the bottom half. Starting off in week 1, Philip has an uphill battle to reclaim his spot in the TPC, but history says that Philip is more than capable of making another final lobby run.
The GOAT is back at set 15 regionals, but maybe not where you'd expect him to be. Dissoap is a 2-time set champion and the most decorated TFT player of all time. He is the best performing player in the Americas with the lowest AVP and the highest top 4 rate of any competitor. This guy is the best TFT player in the world. But maybe, just maybe not this set. Dissoap finished his TPC journey in the middle of the pack, securing a 16th place. With no final lobbies achieved this set, it was hard for Dissoap to break into that top 12 and secure the points needed to get into that weekend 2 slot. Don't get me wrong though, just because Dissoap hasn't quite had that Dissoap-like performance this set, doesn't mean he's washed. It just means he's due. He's fighting for his 6th straight Tactician's Crown appearance, and I wouldn't be caught dead doubting him.
We're sending 2 pro TFT players into a normal game, but here's the catch. One of them is the hands and the other is the eyes. Revan will be guiding a blindfolded Snooty Boo through a game and hopefully to a top 4. Are you guys ready?
I'm good to go, man.
I'm ready. Time to shine. Okay, you need to click a little bit to the left and you need to buy anything on the shop. Abajo, abajo, down, down, down. No, just down. Yeah, nice. Click once. Once in the left again. Once in the left, a little bit. Buy middle shop.
There?
Nice. Okay, put it inside.
How?
Yeah, click, right there. Click inside. Yes. Okay. This is so difficult, man. Okay, let's buy Kaiser. The first shop. Okay. First shop. Down. Down a little bit more down. Right? No.
He roleado, ¿no? I rolled, ¿no?
You wasted all your money on leveling up.
Oh.
Oh my god. Ok. Tengo que hablar en español porque nos vamos a morir. O hablamos en español o es imposible que esto avance. Un poco a la izquierda, nos han matado. Es imposible, Snooty. Es completamente imposible. No se puede jugar a esto ciego. O sea, hacer objetos, poner los objetos luego en el campeón, moverlo, es imposible. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. It's impossible to do this blinded. It's totally impossible.
Okay, let's try changing the roles.
This time, let's try a reroll strategy. So, go to your shop, which is down. There, you're perfect. A little bit up. Left. A little bit left. Okay, perfect. That's your first unit. Okay, click that. Okay, great. And then go right a little bit more. A little bit more. There we go. Revan, you have 2 KOs now, okay? Okay, now go up 4. Left click and hold it down. He almost saw Kale. It's okay. Now let's try to move the units. Go to the center again, which is they're perfect. Okay, go a little bit down. 1 more. Oh, okay, now Kale is in the back line. Perfect. Okay, now we have to put items on this unit.
Yeah, I can move the item already and hold it when the round starts.
Yeah, we got Infinity Edge on Kale.
Oh,
okay.
Shit, that item, man. Can we use fruit? What is the fruit?
We can use the fruit. Go down 1. Oh, shit, okay. Oh, 1 up. There we go. Okay, we have double strike Kale. Perfect.
Nice.
42.
It's
but
fine.
I don't know.
It's good money.
It's fine. Okay. It's good money.
We'll have to start rolling, I think. I will roll with the keyboard. Just tell me the shot.
Oh, okay. Click on that. That's a Kobuko. Click there. Okay, great. Roll. Click that. Perfect. We got Aatrox 2-star. Okay, great. Roll again. There. Okay, click. Great. Awesome, man.
Tell me when I'm in the bench and I just E.
Wait, sorry. Augments. Go up. There. Click. Perfect.
Okay, I go to the bench.
Go to the bench. There. Great. Oh, yeah. The last second, man. Good job.
Oh, I was hearing the sound. I knew I had half a second.
We got a lot.
Okay, I roll as soon as we start the round.
It's carousel. Go to the center.
Okay. Center?
Okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay, that's fine. Right again. Click. Okay, perfect. We have KO 3-star. Okay, level man. Just go crazy.
How much XP we have?
10 XP at level 7.
10 HP?
10 XP and 26 HP.
No, and HP 26. Okay.
Okay, we made a fun, man.
Okay.
We made a fun.
Where is the Yumi? I will hold it and sell it instantly.
There we go. Let go. Great. Now you have a Ginsus.
What is the
Stay there. Go right fast. 3 right. 1 more. There. Click.
Okay, I shall get the item and give it to someone.
I think we're dead, but we have backup dancers.
Are we dead?
Oh, we have 1 HP. Okay, we have one HP.
Do we have any item or something we can do?
Oh, I think we got top 4, man. Holy shit,
oh my god, this is insane. I'm going crazy.
We got top 4 with the brief. We got top 4, officially top 4. Go down 3. 1, 2, 1 more. Hold. Fuck, we died. It's okay. It's a top 3, man. It's a top 3.
No puedo ver nada de golpe.
Pretty good. It's pretty good for a blind game, I think, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's way more than what I expected. Okay. GG's.
Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Really hard to play TFT without seeing anything that's going on. If you want to keep up with the content and see more pieces like this, subscribe to watch some more.
We're putting 3 TFT players to the test of TFT trivia to see which of them truly has the greatest mind in the game. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Already.
Our categories for today are cartoon champions, a fan favorite, literal definitions, trait spotting, what accent, name that comp, and retired items. All right, Weijin, you're up first.
All right, I'll start us off with what accent for 200.
Insanely fortunate yet awful. Also skills.
So unlucky.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a -200. The answer was so lucky and bad.
Oh, okay, I'm starting to get it.
I was not gonna go that one.
Philip, you're up.
Let's do retired items for 1K.
On crossing below 30% health, heal all nearby allies for 1200 health.
Oh god, I should know this one.
And no answer. The answer was redemption.
Wait,
Oh, this is the old redemption effect? Ugh.
I'll do cartoon champions 200.
Philip.
Oh god, is this Lysandra?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. For -200, the answer was Rise.
Rise?
he's like an ice bender.
So is Lysandra, man.
It's a guy.
Lysandra's more of it.
I'll go what accent 400. No, I think I understand the category.
This small inconvenience could be disastrous in the long term. Weijin.
Is it? I'm 8th.
You are correct. It's an 8th. I'm 8th.
It's an 8th.
You are correct.
I'm 8th. Okay.
400 points.
He's wrong.
No. I'm right.
It's me again? How do you guys keep choosing the little numbers? Alright, let's do literal definitions 1K.
A name of Greek origin meaning horse lover or friend of horses, Americas. Philip.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Philip on that one. I better not be wrong about this one.
That is correct for 1,000 points to Philip.
What? No.
Rigged.
It was actually so
Thank you, Gamer, thank you.
I'll do cartoon champions for 400.
Also,
Volibear.
that is correct for 400 points.
Oh, the bear.
We can give Boss the Volibear one. That's his favorite guy.
I mean, I'm just gonna stick with the one that I won, so I'll do a what accent for 600.
I'm not as lucky as you think I am. Philip.
It's not even good?
That is correct.
No, it's not even good.
600.
I'll do cartoon champions for 600.
Philip.
Is this Malphite?
That is Malphite for 600 points to Philip.
So what's with the rocket? I get the rock. Oh, rock?
It's crew.
Oh, crew. Okay.
Oh,
that
it's
makes
true.
sense.
I only saw the rock. I won't even lie. I didn't understand.
No.
I'll do what accent 800.
Hold on a moment. This could go either way. And time. The answer was pause champ.
Oh, that's what I was thinking.
That's what I was thinking, but like...
I was too scared. I thought it would be like pause champ or like fold or like something like that.
Name that comp 1K. You guys gotta pick the 1Ks.
Oh, I know what it is.
Weijin.
Is this Bonky Kong?
That is correct for 1,000 points to Weijin.
He has Bonky Kong in the bag like that?
I don't even think I played this set very much.
Do name that comp 200.
Philip.
This is Blender, right? Blender Nocturne?
That is Blender for 200 points to Philip.
I'll do what accent 1000.
These items fit perfectly on this character of mine. Philip.
Is it just Biss?
Can you be more specific?
Gigabiss.
That is correct for 1,000.
Philip's buzzer
Maybe faster on the buzzer.
I feel like that was a pretty easy 1000 as far as the 1000s go.
Yeah, let's go trait spotting 1K.
Weijin.
Is this Ghostly?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a minus 1,000. The answer was Phantom.
Oh, Phantom. Oh, great.
Yeah.
It's not Phantom.
Nah, this
it's not
guy's...
Ghostly, it's Phantom. Oh my god.
Cartoon Champions 1K.
Bosso.
Lulu?
That is correct for 1,000 points to Bosso skills.
That's a good Lulu.
I could be 2200 right now, but this guy just took 1000 for himself in reverse.
All right, trait spotting 800.
Also skills.
I think I got it wrong. I'll go with Bilgewater.
That is incorrect for a minus
wrong.
Yeah.
800. The correct answer was pirate.
Bro, I'm hella scared of this category.
This was a
I don't think
pirate
there's like.
icon? Really?
I think these are all too old for me. Let's do name that comp 800.
Philip.
This is Clapio.
That is correct for 800. Over to Philip.
I got one trick this comp to hit Challenger.
Like, are you just are you buzzing before you know what it is and then you're answering, or like
I
you
know what
actually
it is, man.
Okay,
That's
I don't
instant
know.
Clapio.
He's buzzing before he knows what it is.
All right, let's do literal definition 600.
The capital of the province of Ontario, the capital of Japan, Americas. Weijian Iverson.
Toronto, Tokyo.
That is correct for 600.
I'll do literal definitions 800.
A French informal expression meaning bad luck. Amia.
Oh god, I know this one.
That is time. The answer was potable.
Oh no, I didn't. I couldn't put my finger on it.
It's actually potable. I thought that guy was just doing like he just has like his Discord profiles like this canceled out bowl. So I thought it was just like, you know.
Oh, I lucky thought it was like pass the ball. I thought it was like some like soccer reference.
Let's do literal definitions 400.
A root vegetable and bubble tea flavor. APAC. Philip.
Taro. What is taro?
That is correct for 400 points to Philip.
Let's do retired items for 800.
20% chance on hit to prevent the enemy champion from gaining mana for 4 seconds. Philip.
Oh god, I know the other two of these. Oh wait. Oh, this is Hush, right?
That is correct for 800 to Philip.
You got it, Philip.
Old man buff.
I'll do Cartoon Champions 800.
Bosso.
Zyra.
That is correct for 800.
Oh, wait, what's the middle one?
She's like white in the.
Yeah,
like a white.
I mean, I have no chance in retired items. Let's do name that comp 600.
Weijian Iverson.
This is Pikachu, right?
That is correct for 600 to Weijian.
How does this guy know all the comps that are supposedly before he played the game?
What chance is that with the ships? Alright, let's do retired item 600.
This guy's about to sweep the board on retired items.
Summon a spirit who mirrors your attacks, dealing 60% damage.
This is just Shadow Clone, except way more OP.
Oh, I can like visualize the item. I don't know what it's called. Damn.
No, go for it, buddy. Buzz it.
This guy's still talking about visualizing the item and nobody cares.
All right, I'm gonna call time. This one might blow your mind if you didn't already know it. This is Runan's Hurricane.
Oh, wait, that actually makes sense. I'll do Trait Spotting 600.
Weijian Iverson.
This guy's so
This
fast.
is an easy invoker. Easy.
So
that is correct for 600.
I'll do name that comp 400.
Weijian Iverson.
Is this Candyland?
That is correct. This is Candyland for 400.
This guy was for sure playing that game back in the day, man.
He literally instant named.
I just watched the
tubers. He never played.
I watched like the disguised tubers, you know.
He never played in his entire life. He guessed all the comps were.
Literal definitions for 200.
Donald Duck's identical triplet nephews. Philip.
Huey, Dewey, Louie.
That is correct for 200. Over to Philip.
It's I'm not feeling great about either of these categories. I'm not gonna lie. I'll go retired items for 400.
So it's just feeding Philip the points now.
Wearer dodges all critical strikes. Philip.
Oh god, no, this is old Bramble.
That is incorrect. It is not Old Bramble. It is Phantom Dancer.
It's PD.
Oh god. PD. Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
I'll do a Trait Spotting 400.
Weijian Iverson.
This guy is not. No. This guy's actually buzzing so fast. He's actually.
That is correct.
So fast.
It was
Buzzing
Disco.
and just praying that he knows what it is, man.
No, I knew it.
No.
I knew what it was right away.
That's not a 580 millisecond difference, man. No.
Let's do retired items 200.
Attacks on hit have a low chance to reduce enemy star level by 1 for the rest of combat. Bosso skills.
Shrink blade?
Oh man, come on!
I don't remember.
$200, man.
That is
I don't remember.
incorrect for minus 200. It is called Cursed Blade.
Yeah, close enough. At least like refill up.
Come on, man. We need to work together to take down big bad Wage Iverson.
And the last category is going to be trait spotting for 200. Also skills.
Mentor?
That is correct for 200 points.
Mentor?
This is Mentor? Mentor has like a cane?
Hey, what?
Bro, these guys don't even... No. I used to wish I was clicking first and thinking later, and these guys didn't even know what it was.
Is this what Learn from the Best looks like? That's not the icon, right?
Why does it have a cane?
This looks like Bosso skills, man.
It's supposed to be a teacher, man. It's like the teacher. Imagine like the caricature of like the old Asian guys with like the
the beard.
It's like the beard and like.
Oh, it's a beard. I was trying to figure out what the water droplet was.
I thought it was like a teardrop tattoo.
Yeah, me too.
Yes, man, I got Rage and Fate over here.
As it stands right now, Wage Iverson has 3,000 points, Philip has 5,000 points, and Bosso Skills has 1,200 points. Now, you have an opportunity to increase your points by wagering in the final trivia question. So you can wager as many points as you have. There's no limit to that. Okay, I have everybody's wagers. Now, the good news is you don't have to get this question 100% correct. You just have to be the most correct. Let's get into it. 5 players in the current America's TPC competed in the first ever North American Regional Finals in Set 3. Name those players. And so you don't have to buzz in for this. You're just going to DM me your guesses for those 5 players. Bosso Skills wagered 1,200. His answers were Soju, Replay, Kuramex, Robin, and Pakigam. Weijin wagered 2,001 and said Milk, Soju, Robin Songs, Replay,
No.
and Marcel P. Philip wagered.
I'm pretty sure Marcel P competed like way back.
Wait, Replay made Set 3 regionals?
Philip wagered 1,001 and said Robin, Soju, Kuramex, Milk, and Pakigam, which means, if I'm reading this correctly, all 3 of you got 4 players correctly. The correct answer was Robin, Milk, Soju, Kurum, and Replay, which means that everybody will get their points doubled. Weijin is at 5,001 points, Philip at 6,001, and Bosso at 2,400. Congratulations to Philip for winning TFT Trivia episode number 2.
World champion! World champion! Thanks everyone for watching. This was a lot of fun. It was really easy for me. Hope you all enjoyed. If you enjoyed, be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and stay tuned for more content like this.
All right, we're in, everybody, and the best part about that break is that you got a chance to see the full trivia episode. Make sure you check out all of the other content that's over at the Teamfight Tactics YouTube channel because we have all of those episodes and more. But back to the topic at hand, Dobbs, it is this game number 3 we have here for the Americas Regional Finals, where we are going to be doing another round of cuts after the 2 games. So let's check out how our players towards the top are going to do, Pakigam and Stellar Minhee, and also the players at the bottom. of our standings right now, Slice Down, Greya, and Cash, who still have a chance to get out of that elimination zone.
Exactly. I mean, I wonder how players are feeling after this break, because sometimes you're so, excited after your last game. Some players had the opportunity to reset. I want to see how this game is going to be played out.
Me too. I wonder if it is going to be more of that mech that we're going to see, or if players are going to just kind of take that different approach, knowing that we do have proper eliminations coming up after 2 games. They might not want to play as risky with these next couple of games.
Yes, exactly. I feel actually Pocky has 42 points. He's showing 40 in there.
Yeah, those have not been updated yet.
Okay. So, I mean, for the players that are on the top, so let's see if they're going to be risky, because I feel they have like a huge lead. And it's important to note that on the first 2 games, we cut 8 people, and now we're cutting just 4 from the top and 4 from the bottom. So there won't be much players like going that safe, because it's just the 4 of them. Here's the augment choices.
Got a gold augment to start things off, so we'll get a chance to see where everybody's minds are at in terms of how they want to take an approach to this game. Some players end up taking direction from actually picking one of these augments, and some of them might not. Like, just kind of go for something a little bit more generic, or see what the game is going to give them. I think Slice Down actually takes worth the wait. We've got Knuckle Duster's Vi coming in here for Spencer, Dobbs. So what are those hero augments that we thought might actually help people out here?
Yes, and for Pocky, he got, I didn't see the emblem that he came with the tower defense. But about the Cash, we've seen that he took Portable Forge, such a great item that can give you direction. And knowing that he already have this item, he's going to play either Jenna with Kobuko, such a great unit to use this artifact. Maybe he can play like Poppy and Jinx. So it will depend on how many units he can natural on this early game.
Oh, Dobbs, what do you think of Slice Down getting Malphite from Worth the Wait? That crew reroll is online basically for free for one of your units.
Yes, I mean, crew is a very unique composition, right? Because usually when you have like a reroll line, you just need certain units. But in crew specifically, you need every single unit in order to the composition to go well. So having a Malphite 3 Variant 3, then extra gold, will help him a lot.
And we're going to get a second augment choice immediately, because we are going to have the augments coming in just a little bit earlier from the portal. So Dobbs, this is really going to amplify things, kind of quicken the pace a bit in terms of what our players actually decide to go for their comp lines this game.
Yes, look at Pocky's setup. I mean, he got a random emblem, and then suddenly he got like an augment for Soul Fighter. It's such a great start for him. And Soul Fighter is a composition that didn't have much of a top 8 rating. So it's important to Pocket to score a lot of points like in the middle of the table. It's looking so good with this start.
It's looking great for him. Crazy Cat also able to take 2 pretty synergistic augments as well. A lot of AP investment coming through from that. We'll also see a lot of items here from all of these augments that have come through. There are also quite a few components dropped, but I think especially for our players that ended up taking the Portable Forge as well as just like completed items, that's great.
Yes, I mean, I wonder why Slice Down actually went to item on the Kalista instead of making an item on Malphite, because he has Savage Beam. So he could have remake the items and like opting the Malphite with 3 items, even though wouldn't be like the greatest. But he could slam like a Liberty Shroud to be like more stable. But yeah, maybe he's waiting into the carousel, so like to make 3 good items for the Malphite and saving remover.
Wow, I think a lot of people have actually gotten quite a bit of direction from their augments here, Dobbs.
Yeah, so I mean, this at least for Slice Down and Pocky, the games are really solved. I mean, it's so good when you do 2-1. You have like a great line, and your setup is really good as well. So they both are in the great spots. And I've seen some players besides them, like Cash, also have like a good spot, as well as Spencer that is playing the fight. And the rest maybe is fighting for the mech. So let's see how many players are aiming to finish the game playing the Mighty Mech.
Whoever hits Yone first, or maybe even it's going to be a Jarvan difference. So we have seen that already play out from yesterday. Some of our players actually fighting over that unit.
Yes, and I want to highlight as well that Spencer was able to get a buy and a pan. So that can actually enable him to play like maybe a Juggernaut emblem that can help him throughout the mid game, having like another unit on the board besides the 6 Juggernaut. So it helps a lot.
Great. Checking back in with some of our other players here. Stellar Minhee, one of the players that did unfortunately miss out on the tiebreaker. There were 7 players have 42 points after our first 2 games of the day. Only 2 of those players with 42 points advanced to that next weekend right off the bat. So Stellar Minhee as well as Pokygom are 2 of those players that were on that unluckier side of the tie breaks. They have to play out these next 2 games. But with 42 points, they have set themselves up quite well. And in fact, Stellar Minhee and Pokygom are going to be facing off against each other for this combat.
Yeah, they both have great start, but Stellar Minhee maybe... Oh, that Kalista changes everything. I mean, this unit is so good when she actually is able to find her way into the back line. So Pocky is going to secure the win and not let Stellar Minhee to get into the 100 streak.
Yeah, it does play spoiler a little bit, so Pokygom is going to start putting together a nice-looking win streak. And on the other side, Spencer hoping to string enough losses together to keep full loss streaking through stage number 2. Greya, though, what do you make of just this Battle Academia start? Do you think that's something that we might see Greya keep, or just transition over to the mechs? I see the Senna waiting on the board.
Yes, I mean, that's crazy that he is actually holding the Senna so early on. Maybe he will sell it, because if you're spending the gold with the Senna so early, it's going to be hard for him to catch up in the economy to push him levels and then trying to find everything he needed. So he still can play Yuumi. If he can play Tempo, it's possible too, because he has a great start for it. But it's a composition that struggles to actually get into that first or maybe second spot. But maybe he can find a way into Bastions. Is a comp that can win out more.
Yeah, we saw Greya actually sell off that Senna and to make 20 econ, and then in that next shop ended up getting a Swain. So we are going to see whether or not Greya does go in that direction a little bit later, but for now, Slice Down with the Worth the Wait has the Malphite 3 online and is now going to try to look to slot in the rest of the crew to really get that composition going.
Yes, this comp is actually a great line to play, but I mean, if you miss the window in the mid game, you can get punished a lot. So let's see. I don't expect him to play for Malphite 4. But let's see if he's going to keep the Malphite. He's at least for now, he's holding.
Thinking about it.
He didn't roll a lot. He didn't roll much. I expected him to roll more. Because he having the Malphite so early, the first couple rolls that he did, he actually ended up in level 5. So he actually wanted to roll a little bit on 4. But he wasn't able to due to the fact that he already have the Malphite.
But is there a situation where you actually want to hold the copies of the Malphite and maybe try to get a Malphite 4? Do the games even extend long enough for that to be a possibility?
It does, but not in this meta. I mean, in this meta, it's not... I mean, if you have a Malphite 4 and do not have like a 6-3, you're losing anyways. So I don't think it's worth it to hold them all fights. And since the Mac is so strong, as well as other comps with legendaries, it's always worth it to sell it in order to get like more economy and then trying to find the rest of the units.
Oh, look at this. 6
Oh,
Soul
man.
Fighter already online here for Pokegum.
You know what? It's maybe he can find like level 7, 8 Soul Fighter on stage 4.
Yeah.
On stage 3, it's possible because having like the +1 on the trainer dummy actually enables that. So if he ends up getting lucky and finding like a set, he can actually get win condition out of it.
That would be insane because then this is early enough that you might actually be able to get those 10 combat wins to turn on the prismatic. And I think that's when this trait really can take over a game. We've already seen a lot of players go down this line just for stable top 4s. But when a game gives you something like this, maybe Pokegum can actually take that a step further and get that 8 Soul Fighter. That would be so cool.
Yes, I mean, since they changed the prismatic traits from this set, it is hard to predict when someone is actually reaching into that level. But like, as we already seen the Battle Academia prismatic on the tournament, I'm down to see the Soul Fighter as well.
Yeah, that Battle Academia prismatic is also really hard to hit just because of the number of items you need and how many combats that can take to actually get that big cash out to happen. But speaking of cash outs, Dobbs, we've got a Crystal Gambit player, Spencer, doubling down, hoping to get a lot of loot coming up in the end of stage 3.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, Spencer had not done yet. That is sometimes when you have a vibe, not done yet can be tricky because you want to lose the first couple rounds in order to get the fruit online. But with Vi, you also want to play high tempo in order to get the gold and the items. So, but he combined that fact with Crystal Gambit, so he ended up like getting the stacks, and maybe the rewards can pull him back into the game.
Still looking a little tough there with 47 HP, as the rest of the lobby looks quite healthy considerably. Crazy Cat, Greya, and Pokegum all on a win streak right now. Celestia is thinking about taking that set away. Yeah.
Yes, I mean that would be like insane for Pocky. It could be like 2 free wins because I mean the problem
and the
with
Spirit too, Dobbs, it's gone.
yeah, I see. I mean the Soul Fighter 8 is not balanced to you to get like in the stage 3. Is of course way more balanced to players getting that in the stage 4, later in stage 4, and then stage 5. So having that on stage 3 would mean like 3 wins for him because it's too much stats on the trait itself.
Yeah, but this board is coming together quite nicely. Even has an extra copy of Viego if you really want to try to keep it. And that is something I guess you could try to re-roll for here, right, Dobbs?
I mean, yes. With Viego, it's a great out on this comp if you have like an artifact that enables him. But with these items, it's almost unlikely that he was going to hold that Viego because he doesn't have like anything to play with it.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't hurt to hold on to the unit now, and then if you just natural a couple of extra copies and you find yourself with a Viego 3 at the end of the game, that is nice. Yes. But I agree, maybe you don't fish for it. You don't actually invest any rolls to try to get the Viego 3 specifically.
Yes, I mean, if you're not losing the interest, I guess it's okay because he was like 30 gold. So I expect him that if he was like 37, he would sell it.
Yeah, whoa, all right. Another gold augment to finish out this game. And we've got the second power stacks coming this round as well.
Interesting choice in here. Is he playing like more Malzahar? Because he got duplicators.
Maybe, but there's no Malzahar right now. So is that something
Yeah,
that
he
you
had
think
nothing.
this
Maybe he
late
just took
Crazy
that
Cat
for.
can actually...
I mean, Mac is so strong right now that I think he just took that for the gold, and then he's trying to play Mac later.
Well, honestly, it would help you with the pivot. You know, you can use those little duplicators to get like your Senna 2 if you are missing out on that. Or actually, I don't think it would be that bad of value for you to use your duplicators for the Aatrox or for the Gangplank. You know, any of those smaller units that you'll have less shop odds for when you're rolling at level 8 or 9.
Yeah, the point about this comp, the Mighty Mac, is that the more stars that you have, the stronger the Mac gets. So it's important to have like every single unit upgraded, as well as the unit that you're feeding also counts pretty well. So it's important to get like at least every single unit as a 2-star unit.
Yeah, you really do want that extra HP. We're going to be unpausing the game, so don't worry, it was just a brief player disconnect, and we'll keep things rolling for you. But Crazy Cat seems to have a very strong position right now to be able to go for the mech. I think even just like the double Ionic Spark will go crazy in the mech.
Here you go. It's Pocky. He's streaking against Crazy Cat that's also streaking. I mean, there's 3 players that is on a huge streak. And it's really important to keep the momentum because streaking on this round, it means that we'll get 7 gold. It's pretty much when you're thinking about the economy in the game. 7 gold to Pocky then.
Lose that, and Crazy Cat's going to lose that win streak. As Greya is also going to get his win streak snapped. So it's going to just be Pokygon that's able to maintain that at the end of stage number 3. Checking back in with Spencer. Looks like it's going to be the Crystal Gambit cash out to the Juggernaut Fast 9, maybe.
I mean, no, he's still trying. He needs to get to the Fight tree, 1 copy away from. So he's probably getting into the vibe, maybe try to find a unit for carry his items on the back. He doesn't have much copies of the... Oh, here we go.
There it is.
He just got it for free.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Orbs.
Thank you, Mark Dog. And then he has like a lot of items. This is great because the more items you get for this comp, more AD your Vi gets. So, and also... This last patch, Volibear got a little buff, so I guess he can play like Vi carry and maybe dual carry Volley later, and then like if he's able to go into the level 8/level 9, finding a listen would be really great for him.
Yeah, but it's going to take a lot to get there. Hopefully this Vi 3 is enough to stabilize, and then Spencer can figure out a way to recover that econ and actually get to a point where he is level 8 and 9. But yeah, I've totally forgot that he was playing the Knuckle Dusters Vi, and so would have wanted to roll deep to try to get this Vi 3, and I think it's come online at the perfect moment. So Spencer should be okay for this stage 4.
Yes, it should be. I mean, the best way that he could get out of the game, it was like facing the people that are going 9, because there will be some players that will be sacking this stage, and then you can like get free rounds and free loot out of it. Here's the cash out. You got a Senna 2 rolling for Mac.
All right, so a couple of players now that are going to be contesting this. Already finds the Jarvan and is able to put in that 4 Mighty Mech, but you're missing out on the Karma as well as that Yone. Those are going to be the 2 biggest hits that Milk can find to actually get this comp online. And all the while, I do wonder, actually, I think maybe you have to play this Poppy 2 to actually get yourself enough time, but it's expensive.
Yeah, so expensive getting the Poppy 2. I mean, one of the things that is great about the Mac is it's one of comps that wins a lot. But on the flip side, the bad point is that you're not allowed to play anything else besides 7 Mac. It's not much that you can do. And then Milk is gonna to like sell every single unit by now, trying to get the specific ones that he needed. So it's tough. I mean, hopefully he can find Yone and Karma.
It's tough though when you have so little money to work with. He's already had to sell off those extra copies. He's only pulling the poppies out now to be able to increase the odds of being able to get to that Karma. But can't find it just yet.
Yeah,
it's tough because you do want the Jarvan, but ugh.
Yeah, the Carousel can maybe save his game if he gets like the Yone out of it, but he still needs a Karma. So that's crazy because he missed both units. Oh, Crazy Cat is actually sitting on the Yone. But he doesn't have the Jarvan. I mean, this game is so crazy.
It's the Jarvan or the Yone, or I guess the Karma in Milk's case. All of those more expensive Mighty Mech units are hotly contested and also don't seem to want to be on any player's board. Crazy Cat is going to take another loss here, and yeah, Milk kind of maybe finding the perfect player to actually play against, but he's still sitting at 17 HP dubs. It's not really a whole lot of time left to work with, and as we look at the carousel, there is no Yone and there's no Karma for any of our Mighty Mech players.
Yes, neither the two most contested units on the game. I mean, the Jarvan will be the second one, but on this one, Milk just need the Karma to stabilize as well as the Yone. And I want to highlight something. Slice Down actually going into that Malphite 4 stars, maybe, because he has 2 Malphite 3s on his board.
Everything else is also coming together quite nicely, but... Alright, Crazy
Another
Cat
Yone.
finds the Yone,
Another
where's,
Yone, but
where's the Jarvan?
another Yone, but no Jarvan. That's crazy. Finds the fruit that he needed. Really important. The Mech Pilot. 2 Yones on the board. I mean, this game.
My goodness. Yeah, I think
He's
Crazy
laughing
Cat too
at
is
it.
laughing about it.
Yeah, I like the way that he actually, like, with a good mood without, like, having the 7 mech line.
Yeah.
But
oh,
here we go.
hey,
Speaking of which, speaking of the devil.
yeah,
we
Stellar
have
Mid
the-
is also going to be playing the mech, but it's
Oh,
but it
that's
has
the
the
end of the run
stronger
for Milk.
version of it. But Milk, I think, gets one more chance. Yeah, he will be able to hold on with a couple more HP points, but it's a tough road. 3 players contesting that mech, and Milk, as well as Crazy Cat, missing out on that critical piece to actually get this to 7 Mighty Mech.
Yes, he still have the dupes, so maybe he will duplicate a Unity roll. Let's see. Oh, actually just upgraded at 8 rocks instead. So yeah, Milk actually needs to win 1 fight and then having like a spare life to maybe going into the PvE, finding some extra economy, try to find the Yone.
That's so hard though, because like you only have that 3% shop odd to actually find the Yone. Maybe the creeps do give you a little bit of extra gold, but it's still so unlikely. I think it's funnier that Crazy Cat has those good odds for those 4 costs showing up in the shop, and then you're just missing one of them. But that's 2 Jarvan out of the pool, at least on Milk side. And we just had a small player disconnect, so that's why we've got that auto pause coming through.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. At least we have the ability to pause the game. I remember old TFT didn't have. It was crazy.
I know how where we've come. But I want to also take a moment to take stock of where everybody else is sitting. You know, Pokygom with that Soul Fighter, he is just going to hope to kind of keep that econ, go up to level 9, I bet, on stage 5, and then just try to fish for the final unit he needs to get Soul Fighter 8.
Yes, I mean, for Pocky, it was such a great start. I mean, when you're ahead with Soul Fighter, you end up in a great spot, because it's hard to get the 8s, because the way Soul Fighter works is that the comp itself has a great early, and then the mid game is also very decent. Where you start struggling is that when you face the Mighty Mac or maybe the Juggernaut. So it's more in the stage 4/stage 5 and beyond. But then when we're so ahead in time in the game, in tempo, it's actually in a pretty decent spot to secure great positions. Here we go. You're back.
We are so back.
Do or die round for Milk.
If he is not able to get through this board, then Milk is going to be eliminated. But he has 39 points on the day so far. So as long as he can kind of bring back in that next game, or maybe even just win this combat here, maybe he can actually stabilize and hope to find that Yone.
Yeah,
I think Rhea's
he got the perfect round.
Yeah.
Because Greya is going 9 and he's cashing out. Let's see if it's possible. We should see Greya cashing out. Because he got the perfect round. Because Greya wanted to lose and Milk needed desperately to win.
All right, let's see. Cashes out, gets the 3 items.
This one is one of the greatest cash outs. Yes, it's so good. It's so good. It's so strong. When you have like 3 full items, it's like, if you can imagine 3 full items actually equivalent as a prismatic trait, prismatic augment. Because there is some prismatic augment that actually give you 3 items. So imagine in a lobby that everybody has like gold augments and you have on the top of that you have a prismatic one. So it's so strong. One of the best ones that he could get.
But the roll down here is going to be really important. I think Greya looking to go to 9, try to roll down for some of those legendary units. Has the Seraphine in the shop, so you can actually put that in with the Gwent. Actually gonna just roll past it. But you've got that TF as well, so that's an early champion that you can try to start getting online. A Seraphine 2 is a great hit.
Yes, this is what the unit that he was looking for sure, because he has like so many AP items. And if he finds the Mage Fruit, Seraphine can go crazy. Because, he missed it. Okay, maybe in the next round. But this unit is so strong because by the time that she double casts, it's almost certainly that you've won the round.
Yeah, it is insane. Oh, but this is a really tough board to be going up against. There's just nothing that can stop the backline access to that Seraphine. She can't get the cast off to deal with enough units. And so Greya takes another big hit. Milk also in danger of being eliminated, but the Karma, able to help Milk actually get that win.
Yeah, so close. Oh, Yone! Right in time! Oh my god, he had like 1 row to get it, and he was able to. I mean, I wonder who actually lost to Milk because he was not that strong. Because he was like 6 Mac with Karma 1. But he was actually able to get the Yone. I wonder if that's actually enough, because there might be some other Mac players in the lobby as well.
Yeah, well, he got so lucky, right? Because he played against that Crystal Gambit cash out. And so I think that was the first life. The second extra life here is finding the Yone with that extra time. And who knows how Crazy Cat is faring. Because that was one of the other mech players. Pokigom is going to have to feel the wrath of this mech. And he's actually started to lose a lot of HP in the stage 5.
Yes, look at the power of the mech. I mean, Pocky was really, really strong. And then suddenly you fight the 7 mech and you take out like 4 units. So the mech is so overpowered right now. Oh my god, Greya just died. I mean, the problem with the Greya's game was like, he got the best unit that he could get, like for carry his items. But he missed the front line. I mean, when you have like a Seraphine 6 Bastion board, you just need like a Leon, a Braum to stall for your Seraphine. I wasn't able to check if he was able to get the Mage Fruit, that is the best for Seraphine. But yeah, you just need a stall front line.
I know that the last time that we checked in on the board, and Pocky has a Soul Fighter. But the last time we
Winship?
checked in, he didn't actually have that fruit on the Seraphine. It ended up being it was something a little bit different.
Yes, it was. I mean, from the last round, it was. And look at the Pocky's bench. He's holding 2 Ionis.
Oh well,
if you can't win the max, at least you can prevent them to hit, right?
yes, that's so true. Because as you said, the mech might be that comp that can just take on this soul fighter. So if you can deny that composition from other players, then you might give yourself enough time to actually get that prismatic online. There is a Twisted Fate on the carousel here that Slicedown is able to pick up for this crew comp.
Huge.
Really only missing that TF there to actually get this comp to the next level.
Yes, I mean, and he also has the 6-3 as well. I wonder how many fights he also needs to survive in order to get them all fight for. Because having the TF might be great for him because it empowers a lot the comp.
All right, so a little bit of a roll here. Pocky is going to keep those copies of Yone, but also start to hold on to a couple more copies of the Samira. A big win condition there for Pocky outside of trying to get that prismatic trait online. As Slicedown finally gets one of these copies of TF, he is also 2 copies away from this
2 copies
Malphite
away.
4. But can he hold on long enough? Maybe with this
my God, he's
Twisted
fighting the
Fate,
mech.
it might be, but Stellar Minhee does actually have the mighty mech on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, not the round he wanted to face, but let's see. I mean, Zeke's 3 actually pretty good when you hit the TF as well. The crew is holding up. Oh, the
Needs
fight's
more
not even
single
that
target
close.
damage, though. I mean, the Ziggs is actually barely
Oh my
there to be able to
God.
pop it, and he's able to get the win. So one more copy away from the Malphite to actually make that Malphite 4, and Slicedown does keep himself in this game.
I mean, it was so close, and I want to highlight something as well because he was not just able to find the TF, but also he was able to find the Janna 3 across the game, and he doesn't actually have like a huge economy augment. I know the last one, car package, also gives you some gold and maybe some duplicators, but he actually got everything online: the Ziggs, the TF, Shen, and also a Janna as a spare unit. So if he was not the Janna 3, he would have lost that fight.
Yeah, and I think Slicedown still needs to have that extra single target damage because, again, goes up against another Mighty Mech player, this time Crazy Cat. So if Slicedown can have a repeat win over this composition, then that will be a Malphite 4 and maybe help him stabilize against even somebody like Milk, who actually gets that 7 Mighty Mech. A big takedown of the mech is important, but the Janna's gonna have to do this all by herself as Slicedown gets eliminated. 1 fight away from being able to get that Malphite 4. Crazy Cat is gonna feel great about that one. Top 4 for him as well as Milk. Unfortunately, Stellar Minhee also going to fall down in 5th place.
Wow, I mean, that was so close for Slicedown, so close. It went up just short because on the other fight, I mean, the Ziggs didn't get stunned a lot, but on this one, the Yone just punished it so much, and the Ziggs was not able to like deal decent amount of damage. So that's why he probably lost the fight, but he was so close.
It was really, really close. But that's our top 4s for this game.
Yeah, Mia, I like Crazy Cat's looking like first time he at regionals, and he was laughing, playing like as he has no pressure. That's really thing.
All right, checking back in.
Change the items.
Yeah, so 2 players now, Crazy Cat and Milk, have found 7 Mighty Mech. Pokygom is still sitting at the top in terms of the most HP and has been able to string some wins together, but it is going to be Pokygom going up against Crazy Cat, Milk, and now Crazy Cat and Spencer. Crazy Cat could actually fall here as Crazy Cat and Milk are both on 1 last life in this game. And Pokygom needs 7 fights to actually get that Soul Fighter Prismatic online. 7 fight wins to get it online.
Yeah, that 7 wins is crazy when you think that there is 2 mech players on the line. Spencer barely loses this one. I mean, the fight didn't get through the mech, it's almost impossible for her to pass through it. It was a close fight still. Securing the top 3 from the Spencer early game, it was pretty decent because he didn't have like a crazy catch out or something. He just lost a bunch of HP and then found his way into the game. I guess top 3 finish at least is really good. Let's see if he can if he's able to ramp up even more.
I think that Pokegom is in a great spot. Actually took out Milk off our POV and is now going to be going up against Crazy Cat. So I think that this is a really big deal. If Pokemon can continue to take down these mechs, because Gwen is going to be doing so much damage, then Pokemon might be able to win this game. Actually, might even be able to get a double KO here, depending on how that matchmaking goes. But this mech, unfortunately, not going to be enough this time around, as Spencer also wins versus a Ghost on the other side. I thought maybe Pokegom isn't going to be able to get this Prismatic online, though. I don't think there's enough time left in this game, Dobbs.
Yeah, do you have like a 6 Gwens or something? Am I crazy? I think he was like 6 Gwens. He had like a Gwen 2 on the bench. Oh, yeah. He has. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if he is going to sell it in order to upgrade the Braum, but he doesn't have like any items for the Braum. Maybe he can pass the TG. Yeah, but who knows? Maybe like he tried to all in into the Gwen 3 like somehow. If he ended up like on life away, I don't know. Let's see.
All right, well, Spencer versus Pokegom. Spencer might be eliminated here, but that means that Crazy Cat is going to have a free ride on the other side, maybe, versus one of those ghosts. I mean, Pocky's really been able to string together a great board with the Soul Fighter, but Spencer is just absolutely walloping it. So I think Pokegom is going to take another big hit. And Crazy Cat, let's see how he's doing against that ghost.
Yes, I mean, the positioning in here was so great for the Vi, and she just passed it through the front. Oh, is that close?
Oh, it's so close, but he doesn't do it!
Yes, to the ghost!
Crazy Cat can't take down Spencer's ghost, so it is going to be Spencer and Pokegom in the finals for this game.
Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, he just won against the true board of Spencer, and then suddenly he's lose to the ghost. I mean, probably positioning diff.
Yeah. Absolutely. That is wild here. Another item for both of them as they enter into the final combat. Both Spencer and Pokegom have been doing so great on the day. Pocky does have to give up on that Gwen to be able to upgrade this Braum. And maybe Braum is going to be the difference. But the last time we saw them face off against each other, Dobbs, Spencer got the clear win. It wasn't close.
Yes, it wasn't. And I mean, other thing that I want to highlight about Pocky's board is that he is playing volley with the power up instead of a Gwen. And volley doesn't have much power compared to Gwen because he just had like one luchador, right? And one edgelord. It's not 8 Gwen like Gwen has 8 soul fighter. So probably he knows something about this volley that's maybe a key unit on these matchups. I mean,
this is going to be a big difference because the last time they did play it was that Gwen that had that power up, but unfortunately it just doesn't really get to that TF like he needed it to, and Spencer takes the win over Pokegom.
Wow, I mean, that was so insane because we didn't see that coming, right? We were talking about how Spencer lost to the mech, and suddenly he won the round, and that changed everything because he was able to find his way into the matchup that he was really good for him at the end. I mean, the Soul Fighter, the fight was not even close against the Juggernauts and the Vi. So well played by Spencer and Pocky, and nice game. We watch it.
Yeah, it was a little bit rough out there for some of our mech players, but as soon as they were able to get that trade online, you see why they are all taking that risk to hit the Yone, to hit the Karma, the Jarvan. And it's because once you do get that 7 mecha online with the 2 mech pilots, that mech is so tough to actually take down. There's very few compositions, I feel like, that actually do enough single target damage to the mech that can actually pop it fast enough before it's cleaving through your whole team.
Exactly. I mean, the Vi at least have some sources of like exploding the mech if she can, like have some help. And actually, it was a great game for Spencer because he actually killed like one of the 2 out of 2 mechs on the end of the day. So he puts himself in a great spot because I think he was like great in the standings, but now with this win, it's looking so good for him to secure his spot at the TPC.
I know it's looking quite good. As a reminder from that lobby, Pokigom is coming in competing from the TFT Pro Circuit, and we are also seeing Milk do the same alongside Greya and Cash, but Spencer would love to be there. Came into the America's regional finals through the North American ladder snapshots, so has already proven his worth at the top of the ladder in game, but now gets to come in with such a strong performance. And I feel like that's kind of a tale that I hope that the analyst desk can actually break down a little bit further. Dobbs, there's been this trend of our ladder players doing really, really well in the tournament so far, even more so than I think we've seen from previous sets.
Yeah, so we can. I mean, for at least for Spencer, we are putting him in the box of the ladder players because it was the way that he qualified through the tournament. But he is a player that has the level of being on the TPC. So at least on the last set, he was unable to qualify it. But I'm pretty sure that he's making his way into the TPC.
All right, well, we are going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to have our analyst desk break everything down, and we'll get back into our next game of the day.
Maybe not where you'd expect him to be. Dissoap is a 2-time set champion and the most decorated TFT player of all time. He is the best performing player in the Americas with the lowest AVP and the highest top 4 rate of any competitor. This guy is the best TFT player in the world. But maybe, just maybe not this set. Dissoap finished his TPC journey in the middle of the pack, securing a 16th place. With no final lobbies achieved this set, it was hard for Dissoap to break into that top 12 and secure the points needed to get into that weekend 2 slot. Don't get me wrong though, just because Dissoap hasn't quite had that Dissoap-like performance this set, doesn't mean he's washed. It just means he's due. He's fighting for his 6th straight Tactician's Crown appearance, and I wouldn't be caught dead doubting him.
We're putting 3 TFT players to the test of TFT trivia to see which of them truly has the greatest mind in the game. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Already.
Our categories for today are cartoon champions, a fan favorite literal definitions, trait spotting, what accent, name that comp, and retired items. All right, Weijin, you're up first.
All right, I'll start us off with what accent for 200.
Insanely fortunate yet awful. Also skills.
So unlucky.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a -200. The answer was so lucky and bad.
Oh, okay, I'm starting to get it.
I was not going to go that one.
Philip, you're up.
Let's do retired items for 1K.
On crossing below 30% health, heal all nearby allies for 1200 health.
Oh god, I should know this one.
And no answer. The answer was redemption.
Wait,
Oh, this is the old redemption effect? Ugh.
I'll do cartoon champions 200.
Philip.
Oh god, is this Lysandra?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. For -200, the answer was Rise.
Rise?
he's like an ice bender.
So is Lysandra, man.
It's a guy.
Lysandra's more of it.
I'll go what accent 400. No, I think I understand the category.
This small inconvenience could be disastrous in the long term. Weijin.
Is it? I'm 8th.
You are correct. It's an 8th. I'm 8th.
It's an 8th.
You are correct.
I'm 8th. Okay.
400 points.
He's wrong.
No. I'm right.
It's me again. How do you guys keep choosing the little numbers? All right, let's do literal definitions 1K.
A name of Greek origin meaning horse lover or friend of horses. Americas. Philip.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Philip on that one. I better not be wrong about this one.
That is correct for 1,000 points to Philip.
What? No.
Rigged.
It was actually so
Thank you, Gamer, thank you.
I'll do cartoon champions for 400.
Also,
Volley
that is correct for 400 points.
Oh, the bear.
We can give Boss the Volley Bear one. That's his favorite guy.
I mean, I'm just gonna stick with the one that I won, so I'll do a what accent for 600.
I'm not as lucky as you think I am. Philip.
It's not even good?
That is correct.
No,
for
it's not even good.
600.
I'll do cartoon champions for 600.
Philip.
Is this Malphite?
That is Malphite for 600 points to Philip.
Hey, what's with the rocket? I get the rock. Oh, rock?
It's crew.
Oh, crew. Okay.
Oh,
that
it's
makes
true.
sense.
I only saw the rock. I won't even lie. I didn't understand.
No.
I'll do what accent 800.
Hold on a moment. This could go either way. And time. The answer was pause champ.
Oh, that's what I was thinking.
That's what I was thinking, but like,
I was too scared. I thought it would be like pause
Tim.
champ or like fold or like something like that.
Name that comp 1K. You guys got to pick the 1Ks.
Oh, I know what it is.
Weijin.
Is this Bonky Kong?
That is correct for 1,000 points to Weijin.
He has Bonky Kong in the bag like that?
I don't even think I played this set very much.
Do name that comp 200.
This is Blender, right? Blender Nocturne.
That is Blender for 200 points to Philip.
I'll do what accent 1000.
These items fit perfectly on this character of mine. Philip.
Is it just Biss?
Can you be more specific?
Gigabiss.
That is correct for 1,000.
Philip's buzzer.
You faster on the buzzer.
I feel like that was a pretty easy 1000 as far as the 1000s go.
Yeah, let's go trait spotting 1K.
Weijin. Welcome back, everybody. Game number, what's this, 3? Number 9 total. 3 on the day of day 2 of week 1 of the regional finals for the KO Coliseum. That does not get any shorter no matter how many times I say it. But Piehat, CLE, Gangly here on the analyst desk. Going to talk a little bit about what we saw. That game was a hot one. I think Piehat, the thing that comes right to mind if we had to draw attention to one thing is that there's a new challenger has arrived. I think the first top 2 we saw from Soul Fighter coming in the form of Pokegum off of the augment selection that you actually called out when we were watching off on the wings. A really cool setup for Soul Fighter.
I mean, this is one of those setups that you really want to have when you're playing on an encounter like this, where you have an augment on 2-1 and on 2-2. He just gambled with tower defense, and then you give him a Soul Fighter, and then you have the tournament favorite, which just guarantees you that at some point you'll get either at least one Samira and at least one win. It's just a really correct management of the encounter, honestly, because on 3-6 on the final augment, he just ends up grabbing care package. So he'll have resources on 3-6 and on 4-1 just to continue that win streak and just to continue being as strong as possible, because Soul Fighter, as we've mentioned in the past, they just want to be as strong as they can during stage 4 until the mechs come online, until everyone comes online. But in this time, for the first time ever, Samira actually beat a mech.
Or did actually beat a bunch of mechs. Look at 3, 4, 5 down our scoreboard. Crazy Cat, Milk, and Stellarman. He all playing the mech composition to not much success, and that meaning for the mech comp, which usually wins the game. So the 3rd, 4th, 5th, putting them a little bit in their place. Good showing from them, but couldn't outcap what Spencer's board was cooking with the Knuckle Dusters, able to put together a huge board that gathers resources throughout the game and was just unkillable by the end of it.
It's kind of wild to see this Mighty Mech sandwich, because we have seen the Mighty Mech sandwich all tournament long, but normally it's the bread and not the filling. This is the first time I think that we've actually seen Mighty Mech get 2 or 3-way contested and actually go 3, 4, 5 rather than like 1, 2, 7, 8. So, you know, just something to point out there. There are other things that can cap out pretty high. Another thing I want to draw attention to in this lobby is Slice Down. This is a player that all weekend long, Jack, we've been highlighting Slice Down as one of the favored newcomers, not only because of their maybe eccentric play style, but also just their performances thus far this set, doing the quintessential couch to crown attendee in the regional finals.
They were the winner of the first sub-regional event, the only sub-regional event of this set, and were able to qualify to the first Tacticians Cup, then able to make it through the second trials into Cup and make it all the way to regionals, and now here they are, able to pull up. I mean, a 6th place isn't what they're looking for in this game, but it's made it really far in this regionals. This is that journey. The couch to crown is happening. Next step, we gotta get to the crown part. It's a far journey. It's pretty far.
I mean, there's like one other step, right? We're on the precipice of getting to TPC, right? Which is pretty crazy for a brand new competitor. And on that same note, Pi Hat, new competitors, brand new faces to the competitive scene. Crazy Cat, the player that stands out, taking, I would say,
a crazy line.
A crazy line, truly a crazy line into the mech. You want to break it down a little bit?
And that kept us guessing for a long time, because you grab on 2-1 and 2-2, you already have an Ionic Spark and an extra Rabadons, and you can do a couple of crazy and creative things with that. You can actually reroll some very deep and hidden techs, which we haven't seen so far. And for a while, when he grabbed the heroic Rackback, I was expecting something along the lines of Malzahar Protectors or the Nico Free. One of those like wild things, like unexpected things that you could grab, but he just ends up grabbing the third augment just for the econ to get to the mech, and that's one of those like go all in strategies that I am personally not a fan of, because they just feel like too risky. It's just a big investment for maybe getting the mech online, but it just happened. And I'm honestly surprised that it worked the way that it worked, but he ended up having the best mech of the bunch.
All right, we can take a look at the highlights of that last game that we were just in to, relive the glory of how that game played out. And as we're still talking about Crazy Cat, something I do want to draw attention to is the, I forget the name of the augment, Deadlier Cap. It's the Rabadon's Death Cap that scales as you get kills. It gets additional AP. He had 2 of them. It doesn't share the stacks between them, but it does allow you to get more stacks. But he had 1 on a unit being fed into the mech, and that's the beauty of the mech pilot line, right, Jack? Is how well it scales off of those base stats. You give the mech something like, I don't know, 80 AP, and it's basically like you're running Max Arcana on your mech now.
I mean, not only that, but when the unit pops out, it still has those items, right? So the stats are given to the mech, and then also the unit still has it when it pops out. And so you'll see people build like double Sterix Gauge with a Warmogs on an Aatrox, and you're like, well, now I have a whole other tank for my front line. So we saw a lot of that kind of happen throughout this game. But again, 3, 4, 5 for these mech compositions, with Pocky and Spencer going top 2.
And now that you mentioned Spencer, we've been talking a lot about all the mechs, but we haven't talked about the comp that actually won, which is the buy hero augment. Spencer is trying to... He didn't play full win streak, he played full on a lose streak scenario, just playing for a decently big cash out with it not done yet, trying to make the buy on stage 4 be as strong as possible, and it ended up working out. That buy, when you have that online, and you have a lot of comps that haven't hit as much, because we saw a couple of rerolls that weren't really on par with the rest of the lobby, and a couple of mechs that took a while to get to the zone. That buy started to ramp up, and it ended up being honestly a very tense fight. It could have been both for the buy or for the Soul Fighter person, but it was interesting to see another comp win out.
Yeah, if you kind of follow the shape of the power spike of the different players in that lobby, we saw Spencer, like you're talking about, Pi Hat, take this pretty unusual like player shape of the Vi, rather than rolling down on 3-2 trying to play for a full win streak. Recognizes instead of doing that, I could actually sack till I believe it was 3-5, maybe 3-6, getting a few more resources. And then we saw Stellar Minhy and Milk, I think, were the 2 players that doubled down in the back half of stage 3, and because of that, Spencer's able to ensure his win streak then. And I think it's like really a heads up play from Spencer to recognize the direction that the lobby is moving. To me, Jack, it says a lot about Spencer, who is perhaps the player that was not in TPC this set that has the highest perceived skill in tier 2.
I think that is 100% true. Spencer's been on a pretty historical run before last set, obviously not being able to make the TPC this set and having some issues with regionals last set as well. He
is just one of the best players when it comes to actually playing the game, and has shown some consistency here, but not enough consistency to get into that top 8 first. And so now with that first place, he was kind of sitting in the middle of the pack for the remaining players. And so moving forward, it's looking a little bit better for him to possibly even make this next cut.
And you do have to keep in mind that only 4 players qualify after this next cut, not 8, only 4, which can change a tip a little, can be a little different, because
sure,
some players that were already on the threshold, were already tied up on like 42 points on tiebreaker on the last time, may be forced to go like second or first to even guarantee their spot, and not play 2 extra games. But maybe in one of those cases, Spencer, which is already in a very solid place in the standings, just goes like 3rd, and it may not be enough.
The tricky thing about it is how close the standings were before this game, right? We had how many players tied at 42 points to miss the cutoff, which means there's going to be a handful of players that were at 42 points that are going to follow up with the next game being a top 2, top 3, maybe even winning. Pokigam being one of those players, but because they're all so close, it's kind of weird because Pokigam is tied for the cutoff, goes second, and he actually is still not guaranteed the qualification into the next game because of how many players are really close. This is one of the mantras of this weekend, Celia, has been how there's like a philosophy. Sometimes you go into a game and you need to go 1st or 8th. Sometimes you want to play for points. If you're one of these players right now, are you taking the points in front of you, or are you trying to put your foot on the gas and get one more first place and get out of the tournament right now?
Man, I think the sooner you can get out, the better. Getting those points and being able to secure that and lower your variance, that is the better. And it doesn't look like we're going to have to wait very long for this match to actually happen. They wrapped it up quickly.
Yeah, we do have to just give a quick update. So for anyone who isn't already aware, there was a delay after going into the last game. The lobby we were on was delayed, but there was another delay. An issue occurred in lobby 1 that resulted in the lobby crashing mid-game, and the game was forced to be remade. At this time, we don't know the cause of the crash, but Riot is investigating. The good news is that lobby is all caught up now. They're ready to go, and I'm actually able to send it over to Necra and Dobbs, who are going to bring us through game number 10 of week number 1 of the KO Coliseum America's Regional Finals. Necra and Dobbs, take it away.
Thank you so much. Yes, if I want to make it even more confusing, it's game number 4 of our day today. So Dobbs, get ready for this one. Truly unfortunate issue that happened in this lobby, but now we get a chance to showcase those players now. And Dobbs, I think it's going to be a tight race. What is your perspective of, do you want to actually try to just get out of the pool now? Is it even too risky to try to do that? We send 4 players forward to next weekend after this game, and we eliminate the bottom 4. So it's tough.
I mean, I'm the kind of player that would respect my position into the game. So maybe you're willing to win it all and then get your way out into the TPC. It's going to be great. But I mean, it depends on how the game goes, right? If you have like a Katarina spot, pretty decent, and you need to get a first in order to qualify. But if you had a Katarina spot and then you secure your second or your third, I would say I am down to it. So I guess I'd rather go safe. But if I have the spot to go to the Mac or maybe Hush 9 with the Juggernaut line that can win it all, I would go for it. So it depends on the matchmake, on the games offer you things.
On a mentality side of things, I think I'm of the mindset that I just cannot think about the points that I have. I have to play the game and just do my best with whatever the spot is given to me. So I actually would, even if I'm towards the top of the standings, I might not try to play for a first specifically, Dobbs, because what if that gets in your head? You know, we also sometimes have the flip side of that, where some of our players, in order to not get eliminated after this next game, just have to avoid going 8th. But as soon as you start to think about, I can't go 8th, I can't go 8th, I can't go 8th, maybe you're not thinking clearly about the game that you actually have in front of you.
Yes, you're totally right. I mean, anything that can actually bring you out of great decisions and like a mind clear, we actually end up in you taking bad decisions. So if you stay calm and then just execute your game plan, is always gonna be the best choice. So these kind of players that are showing in here, I'm pretty sure they have like set up the mental and go for what the game gives for them. It's the maybe it's the best way to approach.
Well, let's go ahead and show our lobby for this upcoming game. We're going to be going over to lobby number 1, and the points race is pretty tight over here, Dobbs. We've got Ladder Slayer as well as Dohua. Okay, like that's kind of like the middle of the pack. But in the grand scheme of things, when you're actually looking at like Josue Deleted has 53 points, sorry, Pokigam is towards the top there with 49, Spencer as well is at 48. You might be looking at like a 53, 54 point cutoff to actually make it out of this next game. So it might be tough for some of these players, but you know, Pizza could do it. That point total could shift depending on how this final game goes as well.
Yes, I mean, when you reach this spot that it's so unpredictable how everyone is going to place at their own games. There is like another 2 lobbies going on. It's hard for you to predict. So maybe you just execute the best what we have. And we just seen another Jinx lobby. I'm pretty sure this one was the encounter that we watched the most, because we watched it at least twice yesterday, and this is the second one of today, if I'm not mistaken. So 4 times at least from those that I can remember.
If it's not this portal, I think Scuttle Puddle / Crab Rave is a very close second or first. We've seen a lot of just very extra resource intensive lobbies, but this one, I wonder if we do kind of see a similar story. You see that depends on where the augments are, absolutely. But after that first one, if the second one is soon to follow, then maybe you do try to get a little bit of direction from the first one.
Yes, I mean, I don't quite enjoy this encounter because things can actually go crazy. But if I'm not mistaken, every single game that we watched, it was like one augment on 2-1, and then another on 2-2 or 3-3, and then on 3-7. It was the last one. They're pretty much the same thing. So I guess that doesn't cause many problems. So, but let's see.
Ooh, that's an immediate rel too for Dohua. So Bastion's coming online.
Yeah, I like playing the Bastion line. Really safe, have a great early game. And it pairs really well with Crystal Gambit as well. And I know that Dohua is the kind of player that likes the risky lines.
Yeah, so maybe Crystal Gambit. That is also a big possibility here. But that's a lot of great 2-star front lines. So I wonder actually if Dohua doesn't try to take that loss streak route and actually tries to win streak with this.
Yeah, I mean the delayed start when you have like great upgrades is crazy.
Yeah,
so,
right?
Look at our augments. Every single augment is gonna be picked on the stage 2. That's gonna drive the lobby crazy. I mean, the tempo is gonna be so insane.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, maybe that's why delayed start is actually a bit risky here, because you never know what anyone else is going to be picking for their augments. We've got so delayed artifact for Dohua.
Yes, I like this augment pretty much. Extra item later on. Yeah, he has a decent opener with oh, he's going mech. I mean, who else would use Head of Justice is besides Mac and Cat? But it's not looking like a Cat's game.
Yeah, it's tough. Maybe though, you know, you don't actually have the copies, but the Hand of Justice is good enough that you could actually just use it as a mech piece, right?
Yeah, it is. It is good for no. I mean, the Hand of Justice is just great for the Mighty Mech itself, because it counts the status from the early fight, and it scales so much with the unit. But like besides that, he could play Katarina or maybe some heavyweight lines. But as we know, Dohua, he likes to go risky, so I expect him to go to the mech. Oh, here is a Garen hero augment for lights.
Ooh, I like the Garen augment. I think that one can be really fun. And I know Gangly will probably have a lot to say about that with something like the max attack or maybe even attack expert on this Garen.
Yeah, I feel that maybe you want like extra HP on this one. I'm not quite sure, but let's see if he ends up like playing the max attack throughout the whole game, because it scales pretty much as well.
At least just having the sword is going to help. Maybe you can try to complete a bloodthirster for this, but well, I guess wait till the carousel and then see what kind of component you get off of that.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about the BIS for the Garen, but I feel it's like healing and Chojin. So he needs 2 swords. Maybe he's waiting to see his augments and he knows like he's not winning the whole stage, so he didn't want to make the bloodthirster. But let's see the rest of the augments. On the flip side, we have Tori with Katarina 2 coming from the Recombulator. So in the other game, he actually took this augment and he took a Caitlyn. But in here, he upgraded the 1 cost to a 2 cost. And you should stop when you see a Katarina. No need to try to fight a 3 cost because they are not better than her.
Ooh. No, I was gonna say Gnar reroll, Dobbs. I narrow my
Not
eyes.
a thing.
Are you sure? There's 5 copies.
Yeah, I mean, people could play Gnar if they are like playing the double trouble Mundo Jin. It could be something, but it's not something that you're aiming for from the early game. I mean, unless you're playing the Juggernaut and you get like a Gnar 3 for free. But I think you just sell it when you find like a TF later on. Okay, I'm about to see the next augments. It's gonna be rounds that are really important because players are going to pick both augments right across.
Silver, a second silver one, Dobbs. So maybe things won't get super crazy, but we'll see on that third one.
Yeah, Species is a virtuous great silver augment, but when you already missed a lot of shops, it decreases the value so much. So maybe he's willing to get it. I think Grabback can be okay as well.
Wow, Chaco and Tropical actually picked Pandora's Bench. We've got
Bench,
branching
yes.
out from Pizza as well, and another latent
Okay.
forage here for Toddy.
Yeah, Lady Forge. I mean, Lady Forge 3 rounds after, he was not that great because you're gonna end up like waiting to the 4-1. Actually, it doesn't change a lot because sometimes you don't want to pick the artifact on 3-5 because you can roll like gold generator artifacts, and for Katarina, it's not going to be good enough. So going Katarina having a artifact, even it's a little bit delayed, it's actually pretty solid choice.
What are you looking
All right.
for from the artifact, though? Like when you end up getting that artifact later on, are you really looking for something for your carry there?
Yes, totally.
and
For,
gold.
at least for Katarina, you must get something for her. Oh, the aura farming. And it's actually like, let's see if it's getting.
Oh, I would take it personally. Oh, it's a good
Seraphine.
one.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the Yoni would be the best one ever, but Seraphine you can work with. I mean, I like Seraphine with the Bastion opener. He has like a bunch of Juggernauts, so let's see if we can actually transition a little bit throughout the game. But as he already skipped like 5 rounds, so he didn't get much punished about like getting the aura farming late in the early game. But looking into CMB augments, he doesn't have anything for combat, so that might be a risky thing to work with.
Yeah, I guess you just have to hope that you're able to get to a point where the Seraphine is going to do you enough. But I really love Shaco's spot right now. You have the Keepers with the Pandora's Bench. You picked up Knuckle Duster's Vi for the hero augment. So it's going to basically, I think, it feels like it's almost a guarantee you're going to end up hitting this Vi.
Well, I would say that his spot was great to get in the Vi because he had a pair. Also, he's like the combat augment, and also having the Pandora actually potentializes not just getting the Vi online, but the late game, the units from the Juggernaut comp are actually really important. I mean, having like a Listen, having like a Brom and a TF. So not just how enables him to get the fight early, but can actually help him to find these legendaries a little bit sooner in the game. Like maybe you find like a random legendary unit and you roll down them on the Pandora, and you have like 4 units to take out of it. So it's really good.
I can't wait to see that composition come back online. It worked out so well for Spencer in our last game, so maybe it will also be able to do some good things for Shaco. As we check in with another one of those players from Brazil, Dob CMB is towards the top of the standings right now, 45 points, and could actually make it out of this phase of competition with a great top 4 here. And so maybe that will be something too with Seraphine later on.
Yes, I'm actually hoping for him to go well, especially because he was at the top of the standings, and suddenly, right before the first cut, he went 8, and he was out by 1 point. He could win the tiebreak with almost anyone, but taking the 8 right in time was not, of course, what he was planned. And then he can still make it for the TPC. It's going to be really important for the region itself and for him. I respect CMB a lot. He's a great player and showing the strong side of the ladder players as well throughout this tournament.
Yeah, ladder players have been absolutely popping off. You know, CMB made it through the play-ins as well, that I think also gives him a bit of an edge in this competition. But you also have Ladder Slayer that is here from the play-ins towards the top of our standings. You have Shaco coming in from the Brazilian ladder, and then T-Lides and Toddy also making it into the Americas regional finals through those ladder snapshots. And I think all of them still have a great shot to make it through this next phase of our competition. And so we'll definitely keep our eyes on them.
And fun fact though, most of them on the same lobby, right? I mean, facing each other. It's so nice. Yeah.
It's like one of the most powerful lobbies.
Yes. I mean, the last augment that Todd took wasn't that bad, but was not good enough, I would say. It's okay, just okay. But like, it will depend, his placement will depend, of course, on the when he would be able to get the Katarina online. But the artifact in here will matter a lot. So when you have a Katarina and you're able to get like Dankar, maybe Sonya's, it just empowers your comp like so much. So it's important to us to check when he is like popping off the artifact anvil.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think for now, just having the extra rods will be good to give that additional damage to the Katarina. And with this over 9,000, we can double check the stacks again. But so far, this Katarina has gotten some permanent buffs to AP and attack speed. So that's already very good to kind of start to string together those early wins.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I think besides AP, I guess the best stats that you can get out of it is the mana regen, because there is so much potential on the Katarina. That's a unit that needs to keep going on her ults, so it just scales so well with her.
Wow, Shaco's gonna find an early Ashe for this composition with the Vi too, so that is really nice. But
yes,
as we check
Shaco is actually looking very good.
Yeah, but on this carousel, there's actually an early Karma pickup there from Ladder Slayer. So maybe can actually either use this tier to complete an item, or maybe you end up going into the mech direction. We kind of had called that out already, right, Dob? So you have this Hand of Justice on the Giant Slayer on that Gnar, but you can always move those items over to a mech.
Yes, of course. Yeah. I mean, one of the best units to use the Hand of Justice. I mean, he doesn't use the Hand of Justice, but he gets benefit from it. So here comes one of the artifacts. This is one for the Hua. He's rolling. He's actually playing. Is he playing Malzahar?
Oh. Maybe. I think you could do Malzahar or Kog'Maw, right? But you're kind of poor. Like, don't have really enough money to actually 3-star up one of those 3-cost units. So I'm not entirely sure what direction Dohua is going to take there.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Clyde's items. He was able to get both the Bloodthirster and the Chojin. So pretty great items for him. And look at his choices from his augments. He took like all item once in order to get the BIS for the Garen. So he's a little bit well with the game, maybe, because he just got the Braum. I mean, the Brongo. He just got the Garen 3. So if he is able to full streak this lobby, the stage can actually give him the extra gold he needs to ramp up his economy.
Ooh, Shaco gets another Vi from the Pandora's bench and has a couple of other 2-cost units to hopefully roll that final couple of copies. But yeah, Shaco's looking really, really good. But I am curious to see the other anvil. I guess we won't see the anvil yet, right? Or maybe where's the other anvil? Ladder Slayer is also going to start to make that pivot.
Yes, he's playing mech for sure. He also has his pet on the bench. They can be both strategies. Maybe he can like make Executioner, and instead of giving the mech the Sen, I can give the Lucian and getting the Executioner on the top of that. So it's one of the best compositions that can use emblems on the game right now.
Yeah, I like that the mech can get those extra traits. But
yes,
for now,
it's fun. It's actually fun. I mean, it's crazy that how mech is so good, and in the top of that, there's so many great interactions throughout the game. The emblems empowers the comp. Economy Almex is great because you can push levels and hit early. It's crazy. This composition is so overturned.
I think it's gonna probably get hit before we see the
Tac Crown, yes, probably.
I think it needs to probably be tuned down just a little bit, but for everybody else that's also starting to get their compositions online, a couple copies away from that Vi 3 for Shaco. Toddy is also looking to re-roll this Katarina, and so is still missing quite a few copies there, but Shaco's so rich, Dobbs.
He pushed to level 7.
Well, he has the Swain as well as could put the Janna in, I think,
here we go.
To get the Crystal Gambit, but...
Cat's online.
Yeah, that happens so fast.
Yeah, I mean, he rolled a couple times, I guess, and he got it. But next round is important to look, Toddy, because he's going to push to pop off the Artifact Anvil. Let's see. This round must be a free round, because... CMB is aura farming and also getting a cash out. So this cash out is really important to CMB because as we were talking, he doesn't have any combat augments. So the only combat and extra power that he will get is from the Crystal Gambit. So it was a great choice to pull the Crystal Gambit on the game.
All right, he just cashes out here. Gets a lot of gold from it as well.
I mean, gold is always good, but when you have like tons of gold already, that was not what he was looking for. But let's see his roll down. TF.
A Twisted Fate on level 8. That feels great to have, especially when you know that Seraphine 2 is going to be coming later from aura farming.
Yes, I mean, he's going to be really strong next round because the Seraphine is really, really good. But he also needs to find like a solid front line. We've seen the last game. You can correct me if I'm wrong. who we were watching that he got the Seraphine Chewy, didn't hit the front.
I think it was Greya that I went with like a
Greya,
Juggernaut fast
yes.
line board. But
Exactly.
yeah, it was tough without that front line. You're right.
Yes, you need like a huge front line in order to the Seraphine to work out. So, a Braum, pretty good, pretty good. It's important that Braum once already helps a lot.
Yeah, because this should activate the 6th Bastion. You had the Rel on the bench as well to be able to have that as soon as you got the Braum. And now that the Seraphine is available, that's also something else that you can put into the board. But ended up, I think, selling.
You got Mage.
Where'd the TF go?
Yeah. Oh, he saw the TF. I was
Yeah.
not expecting that. I thought he was going to use the TF.
I thought he would
So,
at least keep it and then like level up for next turn.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if this front line is enough. I know Seraphine Chewy is great, especially that he also found the fruit that he wanted, the mage. So as soon as she ults the first time, she instantly casts again. So it might be the end of the fight.
Wow. Well, I mean, I was a little bit worried. I'm actually still kind of worried here, Dobbs, because this Garen has been going
I mean, this
absolutely
Garen is crazy. Yeah, this is a bad matchup, I would say, because if you have... Oh my god.
Does she get the second cast? No! It's not enough to actually take down the Garen! The Garen is on the Yumi now, and it's just not enough damage to actually take it down. CMB loses in a fight where I think otherwise against anybody else, that might have been a win.
Yes, it might have been a win. And also, I don't think that he had anti-healing. So that's why the Gary never died, because there was not just enough damage to kill up the Karen that has so much HP. And then he started healing on the top of that. You're not able to kill it.
That is crazy. I can't believe the anti-heal really did make all of the difference there, because that Garen had to take 4 casts from the Seraphine and still didn't die.
Yeah, this is crazy. Oh, look at Shaco. He's actually cooking a cash out in here. I don't know if I like this play. Because it doesn't seem that you're gonna get like that much out of it. I know that he has tons of HP, but does he need to take that risk? Because he was so good on this spot, like having a TF. Also, getting the Vi early, you can actually get like rewards as well. So it might be just too risky. But let's see if it pays off.
Well, there's still no anti-heal here for CMB, and is going up against another one of those strong melee fighters. It's the Darius this time around that's going to have that Bloodthirster, which will help a lot to keep the tankiness. Seraphine is able to get 1 cast, but she can't actually attach another one to this Darius, but everyone is getting pushed back into the corner. Can Darius actually finish this off, though? The Yumi is starting to fire on all cylinders here, as well as the Seraphine gets 1 cast out, but not another, and it's a similar story. Dobbs, CMB gets eliminated here, cannot get through these melee fighters.
Yeah, I mean, it was actually both close fights, and I feel that it actually feels so bad for CMB, because he was like the only 2 matchups that he can't kill because he doesn't have anti-healing. So both matchups were so bad to him to face right before the last drop of items, because he was not able to see his full items. But I still think that he might go too greedy on pushing into level 9. Maybe like a Leona 2 could bring to get like a more time for him to win the round. But yeah, so I mean, it's all about the cash out, because he didn't need that much of gold. He needed like items or other stuff.
Oh, so that Gambit just not paying off for him. And that's really unfortunate too, Dobbs, because CMB was leading our standings 45 points. If CMB ends up with a top 4 finish in this lobby, that might have been enough to just send him through to the next phase of competition next weekend, completely avoiding playing these final 2 games of the day. But now it's looking pretty likely that CMB is going to have to clutch it out in games 5 and 6 today.
Yes, I mean, I wonder how that actually affected him on both games. Because we've seen that he was like 2 points away on the first game, on the first 2 games, to qualify, and then he went 8th. And on the top of that, right after 2 games, he was on a great spot once again, and then he goes straight to 8. So I mean, he just needs to keep his mind fresh, because I'm pretty sure he can bounce back on the last 2. But it's important to still make great decisions out of the game. It's maybe he don't want to put himself too risky into the next 2 games that he's going to play.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay, so catching up on Tropical's board, only has 1 life left. Finds the Jarvan off of a Pandora's Bench reroll. Somehow ended up with the Yone first of all things, and now gets a pair of Yone and needs to find the rest of this board for the upgrades, but also needs the mech pilot here, Dobbs, actually. Tropical does get the 7 mighty mech, but without that mech pilot, I think Tropical is going to go out in 7th.
Yes, I mean, not the kind of matchup you want to face without the fruits. The Garen just won't die. He gonna get punished for it. Sad story for Tropical.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Tropical coming into this game did have 38 points, I want to say. And unfortunately, that just might not be enough to actually get yourself out of the elimination zone with a 7th here. But Tropical has already put on such a great showing for us this entire America's regional finals. Maybe we'll see how those standings end up shaking up, but it's looking quite unlikely mathematically.
Yeah, I mean, in the bright side, look at Shaco board. He got a Tactician crown out of the cash out. He got the 5-3, and he's level 9 TF2. I mean, that's what I was saying. It was just too risky, but I think it's starting to pay off because he looks so strong after this cash out.
Yeah, the Vi, the Tactician's crown. I'm thinking we're seeing the 2 sides of the coin there with those Crystal Gambit cash outs. And maybe this will be enough for Shaco to actually do enough damage to this mech. The pilots pop out, and so it's going to be the Vi against the rest of the world. A 1v5, and this Vi just can't get through it.
Yeah, it was kind of close fight, but Vi was not able to pass throughout the mech. And TF still have just 1 item. I think he just got the reward from TF that gives him extra XP. I mean, it's so low, bro. When you're like level 9, it's impossible to go 10, and TF just give you extra XP. Never going to use that.
No.
But yeah, but let's see if he's able to find the carousel is gonna mean a lot for him, because TF just have 2 items, so he potentializes too much if he's able to get the 3rd one.
All right, a little bit more keeper's value here for the Vi as we head into this next fight. Pizza has 6 copies of the Malzahar, but can't actually find enough to finish off this composition. And I think this is the room that Shaco needed to work with. This Vi getting access to the backline is going to do plenty to just do a 1-2 punch to everything. And Pizza now in danger of being eliminated. Another one of our players that actually had quite high number of points actually coming into this game.
Yes,
I mean, but elimination too.
Yes, I mean, on the flip side, I think that what Pizza did, it was maybe he recognizes that CMB was going to die anyways. Tropical didn't have like a great spot as well, so he just needed to scam some positions in here. That's what I was talking about like the whole day. He was not he surely is not playing for like the 1st and 2nd place with a Malzahar too, but instead he's actually trying to save as much as HP as he can, because he knows that somehow the players that are grading so much, once they face like the bosses of the lobby, they will eventually they will die. And then you saving some HP, you might end up like getting a 6th or 5th, and that might be enough for him to qualify through. So it's important to note that this is so important to do in a competition like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if this is going to be what actually catapults Pizza through, doesn't have to play those final 2 games, that's kind of a sigh of relief. But Pizza is getting some other good things going here. You've got this Poppy. She's going to be really strong. You do also have this Coning Hex in the middle that's going to give you that second copy of the Darius, and maybe just an overwhelming number of units as you get this full wraparound to the mech. But is this going to be that double-edged sword with everything clumped up like that? That mech's going to be able to slice through everything with way more AoE damage. Seraphine gets the first cast, and it's very close to actually taking out that tank, but this mech is still a lot of HP to get through, and these Malzahars cannot do enough on their own to stop the onslaught. So Pizza is going to fall here. Going to be eliminated out in, I think, 6th place.
Yes, but I still think that he was aiming to that. Maybe he recognized that, okay, I won't be able to get my Malzahar 3, but look at how close that fight was. I mean, he was Malzahar 2 with like no other 3-star units, and he ended up like taking like just 3 units from the mech that usually when the mech plays against you, he just smashes your whole board. So probably he saved a lot of placements in this game. So let's see right after that if the standings are going to be on his favor.
Yeah, Ladder Slayer, of course, is also hoping that this will be enough points to get Ladder Slayer through this phase of competition as well, automatically into that second weekend. Going up against Shaco, and this Vi board is really starting to come alive. I think the positioning is also working out pretty well here for Shaco, but as I say that, can this Vi actually get through this mech in time? Because that's going to be the biggest difference maker. But this mech is actually healing up a lot, and so this Vi not able to get through it.
Yeah, if I was not able to go through, and he's still 1 life left. So let's see if it's able to surpass the other players. And he's at 5th right now. Not the worst result, but he can actually go even further depending on the matchmaking.
And so Shaco and Ladder Slayer now 1 life remaining. And as we enter into stage 6, it's going to be really tough for some of these other players as well. Toddy, Dohua, both with 2 lives left, and then T-Lides leading the charge right now. The last time we checked in on T-Lides, you know, he got that Garen hero augment reroll online really early, but now that we've entered into the later parts of the game where you do have level like 9 boards starting to come up, I think this Garen actually does get amplified quite well by things like the Yuumi, if you can actually get that 2-starred.
Yeah, I mean, the Yuumi comp is a composition that ramp up a lot into the fight. So the biggest problem is that, are you able to hold the line against the Mighty Mech? Probably not, right? But when you have like a Garen 3 with the hero augment, he not just deals decent amount of damage to help to surpass the front line, he actually saves a lot of time to her to ramp into the fight. So it's a decent line when you have the spot for it. You have to reach get the Garen really early, and it usually pays off.
Oh, well, it's going to be the Vi versus the Garen, as the Vi actually helps to wrap around the rest of the team. I feel like Shaco's last-minute positioning swap is helping him out amazingly, because as Garen is surrounded, T-Lights is going to take another big hit here, but Shaco stays alive long enough that maybe he can actually fight a top 4 with this composition. Toddy taking a loss there is going to put him in danger of getting eliminated on the next round, as Dohua is still facing a ghost somewhere else.
Yes, I mean, this lobby is so close. Look at the HP of the lobby. I'm not quite sure what item Toddy got from the artifact anvil. I guess if I've seen that, I forgot it. But 2 Lysine 2 for Chico is crazy. Oh, another Lysine.
Fuck, wow.
That's huge. Yeah, I thought he didn't get anything for Katarina. So that's why he's not strong enough.
Yeah, Toddy didn't get, yeah, he got the Light Shield crest, so that ends up going on to the Leona instead, but I cannot wait to see if Shaco can actually hit some of these other legendary units. Look at the Brahms he's holding, as well as just the 6 copies of Lee Sin that are in the board. As it's Toddy and Shaco, unfortunately, one of these Brazilian players is going to be eliminated in this next fight, and it looks like it's going to be Toddy. This Vi is just too strong right now from Shaco, and so Toddy goes out in 5th, but can Ladder Slayer maybe change that fate for him?
Yes, I mean, we can see on the face of Toddy that he was not expecting to be going 5th this game, because he's a little bit low on points, 36. He still could make his way through, and Katarina is such a great comp to get like 3rd or 2nd. But I mean, that last fight, it was so bad. I mean, Katarina was not able to surpass the front line and go into the TF early, and then she just can't kill the Vi fast enough. And here is the Dohua with the Darius 3. So here is the reason that Pizza recognized that I won't be able to hit my comp because I'm contested. And either the Dohua was not able to get the Malzahar, but we've seen that this Darius maybe is doing decent amount of damage with this artifact. So he actually already got a good placement out of it because I think the other two guys are just too strong right now.
Wow, and what about what about this? There's actually 7 copies of Lee Sin now, as Shaco is hoping to get maybe our first 3-star legendary unit of the regional finals on our stream. That would be a sight to close out this game, Dobbs. But for now, it is at least plenty to be able to take out Dohua's board. So that is going to be Dohua falling in 4th. Dohua actually with quite a few points as well, 43 heading into this game. So that is point total that might make things a little bit more comfortable to see the top of the standings, but might not be enough to actually make it out. Ladder Slayer as well going to fall in 3rd place. So we have our 2 in the final showdown. It's going to be T-Lides with that Garen reroll versus Shaco, who is hoping to get these legendary boards up. Another Seraphine to throw onto the Pandora's bench.
Well, I mean, I'm done to see at least in 3, right? We've seen the prismatic trait already, so let's see. 1 Lee off.
Come on, 1 more. Is it being held on the other side?
Oh my God, he's rolling.
Oh.
He didn't even try to get on the next round. He just need to get it as up. I mean, probably the fight's gonna end. Oh no, Flies is 36 HP. So
yeah, we still have like 2 more fights.
Yeah, I mean, I would have put on the Pandora's bench in order to have like more odds to get it, but yeah, maybe this is the last fight, so he didn't want to risk it.
Go ahead and roll for it no matter what. Garen is going to be sitting at 72 AD at the moment, but it's just still not enough. I think the Lee Sin is really sticking it to this Garen, and another big hit for T-Lides. We do have at least 2 more combats here that Shaco can try to roll to get this Lee Sin. Even actually goes and uses a dupe there to try to get another copy, another roll, and still 1 off of that Lee Sin 3.
But he doesn't care about the Pandora. Maybe he just wants to hate it as soon as possible, of course. You just want 1 unit off, right? And if you don't roll, maybe Tlies will find it and you'll never get your lead because there's just 9 copies on the across the game. So let's see. That could be a last fight if Tlies manages to win, but
I don't think so. Yeah, it just hasn't looked very close, Dobbs. Both the times that we've seen Shaco and T-Lides face off against each other, even though this max attack Garen is going to have a couple more AD stacks on it since the last time they faced, it's still been a bit tough. With the Vi now onto the Garen, can this Garen actually get through it? And yes, maybe it's a positioning difference this time around as the Garen gets another elimination, and the execute is good enough. T-Lides does find the win over Shaco with a positioning difference and with the extra AD. Shaco got so close to the Lee Sin 3, I thought it might be a possibility here, but T-Lides coming in with a big win in this game number 4 puts himself in a great position to move on to our next phase of competition.
Yes, I mean, that was just about the positioning, right? Because the Garen was focusing on the tank that was near him. It was Set, and Set just had like 1.5 items. Not enough to take out the damage from the Garen 3. And then suddenly it changes to hit the Vi, and Yumi was focusing her as well. So that's why the Vi died so early. It was important to the Shaco to be on the other side. So well played by Tlides, winning the positioning chess. So great fight.
So cool to see that come down to that 1v1, and with the 2 amazing different rerolls for those hero augments. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to have the desk break down the action in this game and also show us the standings and see who is going to be eliminated and who is going to be moving forward without having to play these 2 final games of the day. Stay tuned.
Philip is one of the best North Americans to have never qualified to a set championship. In the set 15 regional finals, 6 of the 8 players in the final lobby would go on to qualify for the Tactician's crown. Philip would place 7th and had to watch the event from the sideline. It was a tough ending, but an important chapter in Philip's story. Since starting in set 7, Philip has steadily moved from obscurity into the limelight. The merging of the regions in set 11 gave Philip a platform to break out, and at the first cup he did it, winning the event with a 3-star Aurelia. But perhaps the most exciting thing about Philip is the kind of player that he is. Philip has the 4th highest win rate in all of the TPC, only behind Weijin Iverson, Dissoap, and Setsuko. His ability to close out games makes him extremely fun to watch and a clear threat if he were to make it to the Tactician's crown. Philip has qualified to 4 previous regional finals and has never placed in the bottom half. Starting off in week 1, Philip has an uphill battle to reclaim his spot in the TPC, but history says that Philip is more than capable of making another final lobby run. We're sending 2 pro TFT players into a normal game, but here's the catch. One of them is the hands and the other is the eyes. Revan will be guiding a blindfolded Snooty Boo through a game and hopefully to a top 4. Are you guys ready?
I'm good to go, man.
I'm ready. Time to shine. Okay, you need to click a little bit to the left and you need to buy anything on the shop. Abajo, abajo, down, down, down. No. Just down. Yeah, nice. Click once. Once in the left again. Once in the left, a little bit. Buy middle shop.
There?
Nice. Okay, put it inside.
How?
Yeah, click. Right there. Click inside. Yes. Okay. This is so difficult, man. Okay, let's buy Kaiser. The first shop.
Okay.
First shop. Down. Down a little bit more down. Right? No.
He roleado, ¿no? I rolled, ¿no?
You wasted all your money on leveling up.
Oh.
Oh my god. Ok. Tengo que hablar en español porque nos vamos a morir. O hablamos en español o es imposible que esto avance. Un poco a la izquierda, nos han matado. Es imposible, Snooty. Es completamente imposible. No se puede jugar a esto ciego. O sea, hacer objetos, poner los objetos luego en el campeón, moverlo. Es imposible. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. It's impossible to do this blinded. It's totally impossible.
Okay, let's try changing the roles.
This time, let's try a reroll strategy. So, go to your shop, which is down. There, you're perfect. A little bit up. Left. A little bit left. Okay, perfect. That's your first unit. Okay, click that. Okay, great. And then go right a little bit more. A little bit more. There we go. Revan, you have 2 KOs now, okay? Okay, now go up 4. Left click and hold it down. You almost sold KO. It's okay. Now let's try to move the units. Go to the center again, which is...
Welcome back, everybody, to the Analyst Desk. Gangly, Pie Hat, CLE, here to take you through it. Let's break it down, Pie Hat, because the 3 of us are watching in the wings that game, and we're screaming, sell the board! Sell the board! Yeah. Shaco, we knew that we were saying the expected cutoff is going to be anywhere from this like 50 to 52 point threshold. And if Shaco goes first there, he gets to 52 and is essentially guaranteed. Instead, just barely comes up short and goes second to T-Lides.
I'm heavily disappointed, Gangly. I wanted to see a release in 3. But honestly, yeah, just to be a bit serious, I do like that there are like 2 different hero augments being out on top 2. I do like that there are very different non-mech comps being played there. So that's just amazing. I think T-Lides play that with the max attack gathering, having a lot of stacks really well, really early, and obviously they buy with the big cash out and the colossal take, which I don't think I've ever seen.
It was interesting to see them fish with that Lee Sin later in the game for 2 Colossal to obviously give both of them more power, but wasn't quite able to hit 2 Colossal, which would have taken that board to whole new heights for Shaco. But T-Lides had too many stacks when it comes to max attack and with the Garen and its health scaling, so it was just too much in the late game.
Something we didn't even talk about is how all 3 of the augments were given in stage 2, right? We saw the Knuckle Duster board from Shaco, and that was the 3rd augment taken. I don't think I've ever seen a hero augment picked up at the end of stage 2 after getting 2 other augments that enable it. And it allowed Shaco to play this really cool line of lost streaking through stage 4, going to the double down into a fast 9, while the Pandora's bench actually 3-stars the Vi. So pretty cool line from Shaco, something we don't get to see too often. often. And it does, I think the main thing to say here, Jack, is like sometimes these portals can be very warping, and it benefits the players who can find creative strategies to utilize all three augments to be multiplicative.
Yeah, I mean, we saw something like aura farming on 2-6, which usually you take at 2-1, and automatically unlocks at 4-3. Now, that did lead them to an 8th place, so maybe not the best choice, I guess, in this situation, but was very fun.
I mean, it is gamble.
That's true. He did. He went for the gamble and it didn't quite pay off. But this is the moment everyone's waiting for because the standings are ready. We're going to be cutting 4 players from the bottom right now. So we will be saying goodbye to a couple players whose run and their dream of the TPC and the Tactician's crown will come to an abrupt end as we lose Tropical, Toddy, Cash, and Vakio. 4 Brazilians, Pie Hat, all being eliminated.
I feel so bad for them. Cash was having a great week day 1, and Bakio, we were hyping them up at the start of the broadcast, saying they clutch up the first elimination, and then they went 2 times top 1.
Yeah.
And they just needed to keep the momentum, and the game just didn't go for their way. And also Toddy is just, it's really sad to not see Toddy in tier 1, if I'm being fully honest.
It's just really hard for a lot of these players, especially in the last game. Like, they know what placements they need to probably avoid that bottom, yet you just fall short by 1 or 2 placements, and it's just like heart-wrenching, right, to be caught on the bottom 4 here, to not have 2 more games to fight back, because a lot of these players were having a good comeback or had a great day 1 and now don't have the space to do that in day 2. But as we look at our second slide, we see the next 4, 9 through 12 of who advanced next week.
Pokigam, Josue deleted, Shaco, and Milk. Shaco ends up going second, and that second was enough. And it was exactly what we said, tiebreaker at 51. Look at that, 51 points for Shaco, Milk, Ripple, and Stellar Minhee. And Pie Hat, that means that Stellar Minhee has now lost tiebreakers for qualification to the TPC twice today. First at the last tiebreaker for the first 2 games, and now 1 more.
At this point, I just hope he's on phase with it. He's cool with this. He knows he already has a decent lead, let's be honest, because now there are only 16 players competing and 8 of them qualify. It's a 50% cap. And he's already done something very similar on Friday on the plains. So he should, even though it feels bad to play 2 more games, he should feel very good about himself and his current position in the leaderboard.
You bring up a really good point there, because this is the first time since the play-ins that we're actually going to have this 50% cut. You know, Jack, all weekend long, we've talked about the conservative cuts and how cutting the bottom portion allows players to, you know, say, hey, I can't go first this game, but I can go 6th, and that's okay for right now. If you're someone like Slicedown, 3 points behind the next lowest player, you basically need to go first in these next 2 games to even have a chance.
I mean, he's done crazier things. I'm here for it for Slice Down. It would be an absolute Cinderella run, but would be absolutely electric to watch. But for so many of our players, not making it into that next 4 advanced, it means that you're not safe, right? The volatility of TFT is still at play. It is a game of variance, so we'll see what we get dealt in these last 2 games. Could just be 2 Trainer Golem games, and we call it good.
Oh, don't say that, man. Come on.
All
right. The players' chance to flip their coin is running out, and you got to flip it now and pray that it's weighted in your favor. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we will have the final 2 games of the day of week 1, day 2 of the KO Coliseum America's Regional Finals. We'll see you in a minute.
The GOAT is back at Set 15 Regionals, but maybe not where you'd expect him to be. Dissoap is a 2-time set champion and the most decorated TFT player of all time. He is the best performing player in the Americas with the lowest AVP and the highest top 4 rate of any competitor. This guy is the best TFT player in the world. But maybe, just maybe not this set. Dissoap finished his TPC journey in the middle of the pack, securing a 16th place. With no final lobbies achieved this set, it was hard for Dissoap to break into that top 12 and secure the points needed to get into that weekend 2 slot. Don't get me wrong though, just because Dissoap hasn't quite had that Dissoap-like performance this set, doesn't mean he's washed. It just means he's due. He's fighting for his 6th straight Tactician's Crown appearance, and I wouldn't be caught dead doubting him.
We're putting 3 TFT players to the test of TFT trivia to see which of them truly has the greatest mind in the game. Are you guys ready?
Yeah, already.
Our categories for today are cartoon champions, a fan favorite literal definitions, trait spotting, what accent, name that comp, and retired items. All right, Weijin, you're up first.
All right, I'll start us off with what accent for 200.
Insanely fortunate yet awful. Also skills.
So unlucky.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a -200. The answer was so lucky and bad.
Oh, okay, I'm starting to get it.
I was not gonna get that one.
Philip, you're up.
Let's do retired items for 1K.
On crossing below 30% health, heal all nearby allies for 1200 health.
Oh god, I should know this one.
And no answer. The answer was redemption.
Oh, this is the old redemption effect?
I'll do cartoon champions 200.
Philip.
Oh god, is this Lysandra?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. For -200, the answer was Rise.
Rise?
He's like an ice bender.
So is Lysandra, man.
It's a guy.
Lysandra's more of it.
I'll go what accent 400. No, I think I understand the category.
This small inconvenience could be disastrous. Zac Efron once said, "The boys are back." And what do you know? I'm going to say it too, because Pie Hat and CLE, Gangly, 3 of us here to take you through those final 2 games of the day. How you feeling, CLE?
I played Zac Efron in High School Musical 2 in high school, so I know that quote very well, and I'm excited to be back with you guys. It's gonna be an electric last 2 games.
Electric.
Top half.
We get it, Jack. It's gonna be electric.
It's electric.
We're all in this together. Go Wildcats!
Yes.
Nice. All right, now before we get pulled off the stream, let's talk about it. We got 16 players left. This is where things have really heated up, because there have been a lot of players that throughout the day have been in a really strong position to be able to clutch it out, get a strong placement, secure their spot. And we have a handful of the players who were in that position and then found 8s, found bot 4s, and now they're kind of stuck in this limbo, right? CMB is the player that comes to mind in particular, who has been in a position to lock in their spot and now sitting 46 points. He's actually in the lower half of the standings. And Paiha, something we've talked a lot about all weekend long is how in TFT you cannot control every single game. You can't go first every single game. And what I'm expecting from some of these players is to determine when they kind of need to flip the game and go for a first place finish. And I'm personally looking at all the players who are at the lower half of the standings right now.
Especially if you see the leaderboard, I believe that the difference between the 3rd place and from the 16 players are still competing. From the 3rd place to the 14th place is 3 points. So
wow.
Unless you're sliced down, you don't really have to go for a full first rave. You can just play to achieve a very noble top 3 or top 4. Just depend on the other players actually falling behind, because some of them will be playing more greedier, some of them will try to go for the mech, and we've seen how that can go. So
something we talk about a lot when it comes to playing in TFT tournaments specifically is playing like yourself, knowing that, hey, this tournament comes around and lots of different things can get thrown at you, tons of different games if you make it far enough in the tournament. This is our 10th game or 11th game of this tournament. Yeah. And so you just need to be able to play like you have been, right? For a lot of these players, you can't change your strategy. You can't be like, I only need to play for top 6. That's not how this works. We have 2 games. We need to play at their best at all times. Don't do anything too crazy. We don't need to go first or 8th, but make sure it's measured and calculated.
Well, I think it depends a little bit on who the player is, right? We're on board with Crazy Cat right now, and I think his total point is actually going to be 46. I think these points on the right-hand side are currently not updated. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but so he's at 46, which is on the lower end, right? This is in the bottom half of the standings, and I don't know exactly what that cutoff is going to be. If it's currently if before it was something like 49, I imagine that 2 4th places should bring you through, which means Crazy Cat has a lot of room. He has a lot of points to make up. You can see instant snap decision to take the Gambler's Blade there.
Oh, Gambler's Blade, Golden Edge with Winsus.
Wait, Wait.
We're back to the
took
first patch
Bludgeoner.
of the set.
He took Bludgeoner.
Oh,
Kahuna
he's searching for Shadow Clone.
Oh, good call. Good call out.
Okay, but still.
No, I mean, yeah. I see Golden Age and Gambler's Blade. I'm already thinking on the first TPC tournament.
I mean,
Where everyone was just Golden Age into barrels.
He didn't hit the Shadow Clone though, right? I don't think it was actually offered.
No.
Or did he find it? Yeah.
No.
So.
Oh. Warpath
Warpath.
for Pizza is a very, very bold choice here.
Yeah, I could see an argument that if there are a lot of players that need to greed for, you know, first or eighth, that maybe he thinks there's going to be a lot of weak boards. I said, what's your reaction, Jack? This sniper luchador Naruto on the other side?
Yeah, we were just watching off stream the other game that was happening. Pokigom had the exact same trainer golem, and we saw him go. Did he go first?
First or
He went
second? Yeah.
First or second.
I can't remember
that.
He went third, actually. It was a sad third, but anyway, it was a very creative game.
Oh, CMB getting the ethereal ethereal blade? It's called the Shin Hero augment.
The Shin Hero augment, exactly.
With Gunblade and Rageblade, I mean, perfect setup. Not only does it give you the scaling attack speed, but Gunblade works really well with Bastions because of how valuable HP is on that front line.
And I do like it for CMB because he just went 8th twice, and he needs something to get back to those points. And we already discussed how hero augments can have their way in the meta and how can they can actually win games. And we see Jungle Book with the Bi Hero augment, we see CMB with the Shin Hero augment, and a couple of very people trying to shoehorn their way into one very specific comp, like the Warpath, probably having the Saya, and the double travel from Stellar, which they're gonna be maybe contesting some units.
Well, I really like this play for Stellar Minhee because this composition is not one that usually wins games, but is very, very consistent at top 4ing, especially if you can get those online, maybe even top 2. And so for Stellar Minhee, a unique pickup of the double trouble, not something many people play, but if you can get it online and keep it online, it is quite good.
I love this setup from JRC. Solo leveling with the GP, Sterix, Hand of Justice, and you can already see based on the bench what he's looking to play. He wants to be able to play around mech. We've seen how powerful these items in particular can be on that composition, and GP is one of those units that uses solo leveling really well, especially when paired with these items, right? Sterix in particular pairs really well with solo leveling because of the additional stats you already get on that unit. And so JRC on a 2-win streak, I don't know, I'm not saying he's guaranteed to 5 streak, but he's absolutely going to be killing a lot of things, and if he streaks through the front half of the stage, I wouldn't be surprised at all. All this Gnar makes it look worse than it is. It actually
Good
is
job, Langley.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, and there's also the added bonus of being a double way of getting econ, because you have the experience from solo leveling, you have the money from the ability whenever So yeah, if no fights are like this one, if he doesn't have the repeated story of this, he should be on a really decent spot. Apparently, seen on the right side, there aren't that many people who actually are planning on going mech. What could do I?
Well, I see Grail with Worth the Way Aatrox, right? And this could be one of two things. This could just be mech. It also could be Mecha Blade. Jack shaking his head.
It's not Mecha Blade.
It could be.
In theory, it could be.
He does have Crystal Gambit in. It's probably not Mecha Blade.
I respect the vision, but I don't know, man.
I am playing Tempo Mecha Blade into Darius reroll every time here, but there's also a reason that I am and he's not.
We all have our strengths and weaknesses. Yep. Some stronger than others, but for a lot of our players, I think one of the things I want to call out in this lobby specifically is Pizza's take of Warpath, which is very much 1st or 8th augment, especially when you're not sure what your opener looks like. And for him, he's lost twice already here on stage 2 and is not looking super strong going into the back half of the stage either. So he'll have to really stabilize hard on stage 3 and start doing some player damage, or it's gonna get a little dicey for him.
Wow. Yeah, Crazy Cat spot on the other side of this board. looks insane. It does make me just wish that we had Golden Edge. I mean, we would have so much value coming out of that augment. I don't know what he ended up actually taking. Maybe Kahuna Huna or some sort of combat-based one, because he's relatively strong compared to the lobby, and being able to use the component anvils to get a 3-item Gnar to multiply the strength of the Gambler's Blade early is going to put Crazy Cat in a spot where he should be pretty rich later on.
Hopefully, it really just depends on how, if the Gambler's Blade RNG is gonna behave. I do just want to quickly point out, Pixel, just to close out that point, which is Warpath makes sense whenever you have anvils, so you can just plan out and maybe have 2 or 3 items for that 2 cost. But sometimes that 2 cost is not the one that will do the 1v9. For example, if you have a Gunplank, it's easier to build like a random win streak. But however, if you're playing Saya, you also are depending on a couple of, like a rail or a beefy frontline for Saya to catch up.
Yep.
And
Shen in particular.
Shen as well,
really
yeah.
enable.
And Warpath is in a very weird spot because you want to win stage 2, stage 3, and honestly stage 4, based on how many people are playing for Fast 9 down the line. But he may never cash out, actually.
We also had some really good matchups right there for our lost streakers and our win streakers in this lobby. It looked like it was Jungle Book versus Stellar Minhe and Ladder Slayer versus Greya here. So both pairs of them able to secure their 5 loss. We have a very symmetrical style of this lobby.
Yeah, I was just looking
lots
at
of gold
that.
going around.
All of the streaks are the same number. It's just 1, 3, or 5. Everyone basically getting the best possible outcome for themselves, apart from Pizza.
Oh yeah, wait. We'll wait on Big Sound, see where it goes. I do really like the setup for a couple of the players. I do feel like stage 3 is gonna be really strong because you have 4 players having any very different variations of reroll comps, and Pixa has only a Saya too, which he cannot even reroll because sometimes there's an argument where you can just Warpath into reroll into just like huge cash out, but this is not the game for that, sadly.
I think, meanwhile, the good news for Stellar Minhe is this is exactly what you want. He hasn't really hit a lot of his really good units for this board yet, but he is already on that win streak. He's clearly has a great spot in this lobby. Now facing level 6 Crazy Cat, though. It will be a tough challenge. Did go down to 30 gold breakpoint for Crazy Cat, but this Zac is going to take a while to take down.
Good news for Minhe is that it is a 1-star frontline on the other side, so even though it's just a Jin 1 with items, he might have enough now. It looks like the front line's just going to be crumbling a little too fast. Jin's going to go down. And it's okay, though. I think Minhe getting the full win streak there through stage 2 does, like you're saying, Jack, feel a little bit more like a bonus than it does a requirement. And once he finds 2 Jins, 2 Mundos to put on the board, I think this comp should be very stable for stage 3.
We're currently watching Jungle Book also playing the lose streak by
not done
Hero.
yet.
We've not done yet. Already charged up, you can see it on the lighting coming out of the buy with a care package who gave him another small champion duplicator. So that that 3-star buy is gonna show up very quickly.
We're rolling for a 2-star Vi. I'd imagine we do have a pair already. Not quite finding what we're looking for until right now.
Smolder too as well.
This is going to be a huge spike for this board. Not quite finding the exact item we're looking for. Yeah. We're looking for a Hand of Justice to complete the items on the Vi, but we'll definitely have some good Smolder items as well. Curious to see if we stick with Smolder as our carry into the late game. It does work well with the Juggernauts, but there's plenty of things you can play.
I like the decision to slam the GS on the Vi. One of the most important parts when you're playing Knuckle Duster is being able to make sure you're killing stuff, right? You can't afford to make a tank item on Mundo, kind of build to the future, because you need to be steamrolling the game. The way that this does well is by farming the gold, farming additional resources for your comp so that you can reach that high end that otherwise just doesn't exist in the competition.
I want to point out one of the benefits of having only 2 lowies is that people already know the points of everyone. JRC on his bench already has 2 buys. Lars is obviously playing by due to the Juggernaut frontline, but people will start to deny and grief other people just to get ahead of them.
It's true. It's a great call out. Also, Greya did pick up the Gold Destiny, it looks like. We had 2 different Gold Destiny players. JRC picks up the plot armor. Greya get the Shimmer Scale Essence.
That's the Aatrox, right?
That's the Aatrox, yeah. So it could be Moguls. You know, you have Sterek slammed on the Aatrox, right? So it could have been something like that.
I am personally a 3-2 gold silver Destiny hater because you could just get Golmify or Dumbify and just ruin the whole game. So they're playing a little risky here, knowing that they may need to pull off some higher caps, maybe just roll the dice a little bit, allow the game to help you high roll. And it wasn't disastrous for either of them, I could say that.
Yeah, I had a couple of really bad experiences with all the Destinies, even when Silver Destiny was still in 4-2. Those things can just mess you up sometimes. But I just wanted to point out, Ladder Slayer, we were wondering what the fruit was. It was just Kahuna Huna, just to give even more oomph to that Dar, so he can just end up killing everyone. Still, I mean, he rolls just a tiny little bit for the second gene. It's not a gene 2-star, but it should be. It is enough for the double trouble.
Yeah, I like the decision to play a little slowly.
Pan is very interesting, especially if you're playing mech. You can get that heavyweight emblem J or C, picking that up pretty quickly here. Obviously posturing towards mech. If you look at the bottom of your screen, you can see they already have that mech on the board. We're just trying to play strongest board already. Getting emblems on the mech and getting 2 mech pilot means that the mech will have the traits of the units that jump into it. And so adding emblems to it means more traits.
I want to, maybe we can get a check from production because Greya, I know, had Crystal Gambit in on stage 2 and is currently on a 2-loss, but he still has Crystal Gambit in, which makes me wonder if he had doubled down and actually got his streak snapped by JRC, who's currently on a 6-loss streak. Because otherwise that would mean that Greya's he's had Crystal Gambit in and would have had to cash out in between that. So it's very possible that Greya's game has gotten a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, we have confirmation that it was indeed griefed on 3-2.
Okay, so his loss streak was grief, but he just doubled down. So actually, it sounds like that means he's still in the clear. He lost the loss streak, but as long as your loss streak isn't snapped while you're doubling down, you should be okay.
This is true.
It definitely looked like he's going for more of a stage 3, late stage 3, and maybe even into stage 4 double down to try and get the extra resources needed to possibly push for first place this game. But looking at JRC's spot, getting also that Karma off Carousel, which had the pan, is a great setup for this mech. Obviously, 7 losses now in a row, over 50 gold, level 7 already. Very rich, just got to manage our HP a little bit more.
And this is one of those full lose streak, but with no Crystal Gambit, if I recall correctly, on JRC's board. So
correct.
That's not the place that you want to be whenever you're playing this type of comps. It's gonna be really rough because he won't have any extra resources, no free extra full item ambuls or a champion duplicator or something like that. So It's gonna be a little rough.
He did have the solo leveling, which, you know, you have to think of as an econ augment, right, to be able to get the additional experience. But overall, yeah, completely aligned with you, Piehead. I think it's pretty hard to play it. We haven't seen it being played without Crystal Gambit with much success overall. There was a game yesterday that we saw T-Lides take essentially triple combat and then did hit. But what it means is that JRC might have to just opt into this Yone on 8 lottery. And if you hit, you'll be plenty strong. And if not, you are in for a world of hurt.
This is Greya's board, who has doubled down on this Crystal Gambit, but facing not the strongest board on the other side from Ladder Slayer. Looks like this Aatrox might fall over after dashing into the back line. Okay, I was a little worried there for a second. There's not a ton of upgrades. Greya's able to make it through here with that double down still alive.
Also, want to just call out real quick that Ladder Slayer's win streak had been snapped last round. So while he had been streaking all the way through stage 3, like Jack is saying, everyone else is kind of caught up in power level. Ladder Slayer no longer taking over the lobby.
And if I'm recalling correctly, Greya's going to cash out on 4-2, correct? With this double down, or smaller double down.
Yeah, if he had done the double down on 3-5, that would mean the last fight should be 4-1, and the cash out should be 4-2.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because he's just going all in for the level 8 mech lottery. Like we already see that with JRC. So at least he'll have an Aatrox free, so the mech is going to be a little bigger. But other than that, is the same problem.
Are you guys confused by this line selection by CMB? I don't know what his 3-2 augment options were, but taking the Shen Hero augment into slamming is a pretty unique line, and I don't quite understand.
He definitely also had that glove on bench before this round started, so not sure if it was on a unit he sold, but he may not have been taking full advantage of slamming right there. The extra component is very helpful also, but there we go.
Oh, nice shot.
Okay. Yep, that should help a lot. The item situation's a little weird. You really want to try and get rid of these items right now. He reforged one of the gloves into a tier. You ever just make a hodge, call it a day?
I do not agree with that. I much rather have a full tips glove and just have the extra, the open glove. But at least you have, in this way, you can have a triple item on the Shen. Should do something.
I was gonna say you could greed for QSS. I think that might be something he's looking for.
Mm-hmm. Or you could slam the IE Hodge, put it on a volley bear later, and then find a different item for Shen. But we didn't end up doing that. We ended up spreading our items around. Instead, we do have the cash out for Greya come in here. There's a gold orb on the field. It is going to be
an artifact.
Whoa, and it's a really good one. Horizon Focus.
Horizon Focus with Jarvan.
Okay, but the roll down is happening. Lots to do this turn. Going to need to find the Jarvan, first of all. And then also, there it is. And where's the Yone? That's the lottery we're playing.
25 HP. He does have a couple lives. With Aatrox 3, is it ever actually enough to stop? No, it looks like he really needs to try and upgrade the rest of this.
Oh, he's trying to fish for mech.
Oh, he found it! Whoa! Okay. Not done yet, though. Still more to do. Is he going to try and get fruit on?
He's so good at this game.
He has to, no?
Nope, okay. Not there.
He is missing.
Got another one.
Oh, no.
It's okay.
The good part is you can have multiple Aatroxes to sell in case you miss. Every round you have a new resell.
Wait, you're right. That's genius by Hat. He found the mech tech. Infinite Aatrox hack.
One a turn, we can make it happen. And this is still strong regardless of putting units into the mech. Obviously 7 mech is this gold trait activated. It's not going to quite beat Crazy Cat's Ford, but I mean, finding the Yone gives you clear direction. We still have maybe 2 lives left, so we can make it work.
It is such a crucial loss there, to be honest. And you have to imagine that if he has 5 more seconds, he's actually able to win that and find the mech pilot. I mean, he's got a million things to find. Surely he has to find one. There it is. There we go.
There it is.
Use your other fruit. Okay, get it on GP. We could sell the Aatrox, down the other Aatrox. Perfect. Okay. We should be on rails here, right? Surely, right?
It's still a little scary, but yeah.
And he reforged instant reforge on the Mogul's Mill to get Infinity Force, a ton of stats
going
out of the mech. That has to be amazing. I don't know the delta on that, but just intuitively, it should be very strong on the mech.
And this mech takes a bunch of the different kinds of stats too, AD, AP, and attack speed, as well as the health. And so it is going to be very good because Infinity Force provides a lot of stats from a lot of different things. GC on the other side, who we saw also going towards this mech line, did not find Yone, even with Duo Q. So no 7 mech online for them. No Yone on this carousel. Not looking good.
It is a Lee Sin pair for JRC if he wants to take that as an option. Looks like he's considering it. Yeah, he's got one on the field right now. So has a backdoor out for maybe a Lee Sin 2 with 5 mech. We've seen it perform, relatively stably. And he did already get the Greya match out of the way. So maybe it's enough for stage 4.
Small call out I want to make. A Crazy Cat started with the Gambler's Blade from the Gnar, I believe, and then he just reforged it, or it's literally, I don't remember.
He did.
But he reforged the artifact, and he got the innervated locket on the swing.
Yep.
Which is wild, just to get that.
Yeah, it's a ton of power, and I believe he's playing the 5 Crystal Gambit line, so should be, if he can continue to find wins like he is right now, should give him a pretty high cap. JRC though, rolling down to 0, desperately trying to find Yone, and just is coming up short. And just 6
it's
HP.
Just sad.
Yeah,
you saw Lee Sin at this point.
Yeah, this is just that 50-50, right? You're playing this when you opt into this line of, hey, I have a 3% chance of hitting a 5 cost in my shop, and the odds of that being a Yone of the 1 in 10 5 costs that there are, it is quite low. Obviously, you're going to see a lot of shops as you roll all your gold, but there's only so much you can do when a board like Stellar Minhe's on the other side is just way too tanky, right? You're not going to be able to get through that with Justice Karma. And so for JRC, it's just going to be a really sad 8th place. And for someone who is already a little bit behind in the standings, this means it's probably closer to the end of the road, or at least going to have to go first next game.
Yeah, and on the flip side, this is exactly why Minhee plays a composition like this Double Trouble Jin Mundo, right? You guys had called it out at the beginning of the game that it's not a composition that typically goes first, but what it does exceptionally is punish the low rollers, the players who are greeting to play for that top 2, and they come up a little bit short. They are always going to lose to the Jin Mundo, which will be hit consistently throughout stage 4, or even before it sometimes.
You can see on the top 4 currently, you have double the Jin Mundo reroll, you have the Shen Hero Augment. I am not sure where the buy currently is at this point. On the flip side, I am surprised that Pizza is honestly quite healthy. I'm not sure what the stacks are for Warpath. I don't expect them to be quite really high.
Now let's see if we can get a Warpath check to see how far we are from that.
And I mean, the board on the other side, it does not look very good for Pizza because he's got a bunch of 1-stars. He's got, you see on his bench, he's got Jinx pair, Poppy pair, and now 3 loss streak in a row, 18 HP to work with. It's going to be quite difficult. Would love to follow along their POV to see if they can get any of those important upgrades.
And it does suck because Pizza was one of those players that was in the upper part of the threshold.
We did get confirmation that Pizza's Warpath stacks are currently at 36 out of 80. So he...
Oh.
I mean, he's dead, right?
Yeah. No, he's gone.
Pizza's dead in the water, unfortunately for Pizza. But one more game after this, and the good news is being at 49 points means that even with a 7th place finish, if that's where he does end up, Pizza's not dead. They're still alive in the tournament, one more game to go, and should be able to, take a deep breath and bounce back after this one.
Greya did go to level 9, had a big roll down here. Pizza's roll down did not go well at all, but we did have the Karma 2 upgrade for Greya to provide a lot more damage to this board. Didn't find any of the other units that we would necessarily be looking for this board. Now we're just going to play 2 out of 1 Mentor just to activate Heavyweight for the mech. And facing the Ghost. I don't think that's Pizza on the other side.
No, I think that's Ladder Slayer, right? That's that's the Sniper Luchador board on the other side. I mean, I think at this point, Greya is probably the boogeyman. I don't think we need to stick too long on him. I would be very surprised if Greya loses any fight for at least the next 5. So it's probably a good time to check in on the rest of the field to see who's going to be staying around for a little bit longer and contesting those other top 4 spots.
Yeah, this is rough. Small call out, Jungle Boot just hit a Smolder 3, so he already has his 2nd carry online.
Oh. Wait, Crazy Cat. I like Crazy Cat setup a lot. This is what we were talking about before, the 5 Crystal Gambit. Finds Lee Sin 2 on 8, by the way. And it's playing the Ash variation of this. Whoa, wait. How often do you guys actually see people playing 5 Crystal Gambit with Ash instead of the Malzahar?
There are very little times that it has been played, but it does show up. I do remember in EMEA's regional final, some people playing that. Ash obviously is not the best comp ever or the best DPS carry, but with the correct items like going double Kraken Fury or a Giant Slayer, she can pump enough damage. And just actually on another lobby, which was Josue de Lete's board, he ends up playing Mothheart with Ash. And Ash ended up being the top DPS a couple of times as well, so it can work.
Speaking of things that aren't working, though, Pizza's board is going to fall out here in 7th place. Was a good effort, very high cap board he was trying to go for. It wasn't able to find Jinx 2 or Poppy 2 in this lobby, which seems weirdly contested with a lot of the different front lines happening. Ladder Slayer, though, is somebody going into this lobby at 50 points that is sitting towards the top of our leaderboard, but not comfortable whatsoever, where there's people like Crazy Cat who are at 46 fighting from behind and now don't have 3 out of 4 Duelist or 3 out of 4 Juggernaut. So that makes chat happy, I'm sure.
Also got the Swain 3 online too. This is, I mean, certainly the innervating locket is a large reason for the success we're seeing out of this competition right now, especially because of what you're saying, Pi-Hat. When you have the Rageblade Kraken setup, all you really need is time. Eventually, this Ashe will do enough damage to clear out the board if you can give her enough time. And having innervating locket on the Swain is a really good way to do that. You can see even against the Shen, which has pretty high DPS, I would say, at Shen 3, it's just not even close to clearing out the Swain. And Crazy Cat gets another cash out. We might actually at this point just see him run away with the rest of the game at 70 HP.
Yeah, it's just I don't really remember if Crazy Cat made it through ladder or through the Tactician's cap. I don't know if you can help me with that, but there's a couple of really remarkable players that aren't from the TPC that maybe are just doing on one of their first or second tournament runs. People like Lars Slayer, people like Crazy Cat, who have been doing really, really well, and they're putting their names on the spotlight.
He made it through Tacticians Cup 2, and so was able to qualify here just a couple weeks ago to this competition, where people like Ladder Slayer, lives up to the name, is somebody that qualified through the ladder and now is having a fairly good performance here at the regionals. And it's going to be interesting to watch the end of this game, though, because a lot of our players like CMB9, who's lost a couple in a row, as well as Ladder Slayer, this is going to put them a little bit behind where people like Greya might be able to catch up and put themselves in a better spot to make it through.
On the flip side there, Minhee, who we said during the break has lost 2 different tiebreakers today in order to not get the automatic spot into TPC via those other cuts. And 51 points does mean that Minhee is in first place of current points of the players remaining. And so you have to imagine that getting, you know, a reasonable amount of points this game will put him in a very convenient spot next game. The question really here is how far can you push this comp? Can you actually find like a third?
Greya lost. Oh no, he
did
didn't. Oh, he didn't. I got baited. I got baited. I'm sorry.
Lars Slayer lost though with that dummy. A TF2 can probably be the thing that changes things around, no?
The problem is not really the damage though, right? It's this front line is pretty brittle, all things considered. Even with 6 Juggernaut, your Mundo 1, Udyr 1, Aatrox 1, Braum 1, Lee Sin 1, and your set 2, which of course is going to be, you know, very, very powerful and very tanky. It's just TG, and so the Adaptive Helm plus the Nashor's Tooth is certainly not going to be the strongest build for the set. So depends on the shape of the other board. If this Shen can clear out the Juggernauts fast enough, I just don't know if TF and Jinx are going to have enough damage to get to this Shen early on.
And you can see it. You can see how the fights are turning around. That Leona has been holding the line for a long time.
Ooh.
And Shen just likes eating one-star front lines for breakfast, so...
Sure does.
Maybe
Wait.
one more cast?
Oh, it's so close.
It's so
one more
close.
cast. The tree the dummy! That dummy!
The luchador jump from the dummy, keeping it alive, proccing the stun as well on the Leona, and then going to the corner just to stay alive long enough was absolutely insane there to clutch up that fight. And CMB9 drops out.
No, poor CMB.
That's crazy. It was a spot that looked very reasonable for CMB9. And unfortunately, after taking 8th in the last game, losing a very healthy spot on the leaderboard, it's going to take another bot 4. Things are going down so fast for CMB9. Brazilian fans around the globe.
And it's just and I've been trying to hype up CMB throughout the whole weekend, because at the start of the day, the first day on Friday, my question was he gonna be able to step up? Because he was just coming as the 4th slot from Brazilian's ladder, and he ended up performing really well during planes, really well during the day 1 of week 1 of the American Regional Finals, like Angli would say. But now on the second days, things are just not going their way. It's really sad.
You know, a couple different upgrades coming through. Crazy Cat goes level 9. I think it was Minhee that just got or was it Greya? It got 2-star Yone, I think, on
Yeah, should be.
side. Yep.
But this is that board from Jungle Book that we've seen. Spencer just won last game with it, and so able to pull out some of these crazy things. That Edge of Night absolutely just trolled there, and so a part of this backline got deleted, and so did Ladder Slayer in this game. So that's going to be a 5th for him. Jungle Book also holding on as well, possibly.
Crazy Cat finds a win there and takes out Minnie, it looks like. And Crazy Cat playing the 5 crystal Ash line. Suddenly looking in a position to maybe actually just take the game over Greya. The problem is going to be Greya, right? I think we can all agree with that, for at least for right now, that until Jungle Book proves that he can consistently beat the mech board, Greya seems to be the boogeyman on a 9-win streak.
And they're stuck on level 8, so that Lee Sin 2 is probably not going to happen for probably the whole game. So yes, the question, he's fighting a ghost, thankfully. So now I do wonder, can the mech defeat the Giga crazy board of Crazy Cats? Because Crazy Cat is already extremely capped.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle between them. Jungle Book's board, though, we can't discount it because there's a lot of healing there as well. And also Crazy Cat's board with the Crystal Gambit cash outs as well.
Oh, it's not enough.
Wow. That front line just crumbles to the mech. Crazy Cat, despite all the different cash outs, is looking like maybe just doesn't have the resources. You know, there is the argument, though, 41 HP. If Crazy Cat takes some losses, they'll actually be getting the cash outs from losing in addition to getting kills. They get a second Duelist emblem. Is there a world to ever get 4 Duelist in? I don't think you're ever dropping the Juggernaut Lee Sin into Duelist Lee Sin here.
No, Jagger's just so much defensive stats for the mech, so it will be really harmful to do that. So it's just gonna be a wishful thinking, sadly.
And it does look like Jungle Book has won now 2 fights in a row versus Crazy Cat's Ghost last fight. So we'll be facing Crazy Cat's real board this one, and putting this Vi in the center to be able to do a lot more damage in the cone. Now onto this Swain immediately.
Oh, look at the Ash on the back, on the other side of Crazy Cat's board. It's going to be attacking whatever the Braum is attacking. So if the Braum can wrap onto that Swain and displace it, that could actually be a big fight difference. Or onto the Vi, rather. And so the Braum is going to be able to ult the Vi. That should be enough. Wow. Yeah, it looks like Jungle Book's board is going to fall. And on top of that, Crazy Cat gets a second cash out. Maybe that could be enough to tip the scale and maybe even win the fight against Greya. Oh, some emblems.
An Executioner emblem for the mech. I sure hope that Crazy Cat denies that, no? It like he will... Knows. He doesn't do it. He just gives the Executioner emblem. I am extremely confused.
And it's not going to be a cash out for the Crazy Cat either. Nothing huge coming through. We do now have a Zyra on board if we want to put that in over the Syndra. That will be the choice.
The problem is, I don't know if it really is going to be a damage check on the side of Crazy Cat, right? I don't think 4 Duelist is going to enable the Ash to like really take over the fight. The problem, this mech just blows through the front line, and while doing so has access to the back line, right? Can completely bypass this Swain 3 and kill the Ash 2 through it.
Oh, and also Yone 2 plus a Lee Sin to do a bunch of damage.
Exactly.
This Braum does not care. It wants to throw all these units away. The only problem is now there's a mech you have to deal with.
Yeah, and the mech doesn't get thrown away so easily.
Mech is dead. He didn't actually get the cast off. Whoa, oh, wait, Crazy Cat wins this fight, and that's actually going to eliminate Greya. Greya goes out in second. Crazy Cat playing 5 Crystal Gambit Ash main carry is able to win the game.
Oh my, that just went so... The first fight between them, it was just so one-sided. And now it was also one-sided, but to the other way around. So I'm really surprised by the performance of Crazy Cat's board. And I feel like it's a really good statement to do, that you can go in the final games where things are so tense, you can actually go for one of those more hidden lines that people don't usually play and perform really well with it.
Yeah, that one was not on my bingo card. I did not see that one winning the game. Crystal Gambit has done pretty well through the tournament, but not necessarily 5 Crystal Gambit Ash. So I'm curious to see if that's a secret tech we'll see continue on throughout this tournament or pull out next game as well. But a great showing by them, able to innovate.
Yeah, Crazy Cat, again, one of the players who's having their breakout set, right? A relatively new competitor to TFT, and certainly at this caliber of stage, qualifying in through the Tacticians Cup 2, and now making a statement very close at this point with that comeback. 46 points going into that game. First place is going to slingshot them further up into the standing. So Crazy Cat has an opportunity to do the Cinderella run of the set with only one more game to go. So we are going to throw to a quick break, have the analyst desk break down everything that we saw, and when we come back, we will have one more game to determine who makes it into the set 16 TPC.
The GOAT is back at Set 15 Regionals, but maybe not where you'd expect him to be. Dissoap is a two-time set champion and the most decorated TFT player of all time. He is the best performing player in the Americas with the lowest AVP and the highest top 4 rate of any competitor. This guy is the best TFT player in the world. But maybe, just maybe not this set. Dissoap finished his TPC journey in the middle of the pack, securing a 16th place. With no final lobbies achieved this set, it was hard for Dissoap to break into that top 12 and secure the points needed to get into that weekend 2 slot. Don't get me wrong though, just because Dissoap hasn't quite had that Dissoap-like performance this set, doesn't mean he's washed. It just means he's due. He's fighting for his 6th straight Tactician's Crown appearance, and I wouldn't be caught dead doubting him.
We're sending 2 pro TFT players into a normal game, but here's the catch. One of them is the hands and the other is the eyes. Revan will be guiding a blindfolded Snooty Boo through a game and hopefully to a top 4. Are you guys ready?
I'm good to go, man.
I'm ready. Time to shine. Okay, you need to click a little bit to the left and you need to buy anything on the shop. Abajo, abajo, down.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the America's Regional Finals broadcast for KO Coliseum. My name is Nekra, and I'm joined by Dobbs to break down the action that we just saw in that last game we had. And Dobbs, I think that we had a lot of interesting things happening. First and foremost, we had component anvils being dropped from the portal, and that opened up a lot of possibilities for our players to actually go down hero augment routes.
Yes, I mean, I guess this game was one of the most exciting ones because we had the opportunity to not just watch a couple hero augments, as well as Double Trouble, Dr. Mundo, and Jin. And on the top of that, we have Crazy Cat pulling off a Nash with 5 Crystal Gambit. A line that we'd never seen before, at least on the games that we were expecting. And I heard about this line, maybe some players in EMA actually played, but not a line that you can put it off every single game, right? We've seen a lot of Mac, but this line took the first spot after we having like a such crazy start and even using a reforger on an artifact and actually got like the best artifact he could get for that swing, holding so much tempo for the Ashe to actually pull off the damage against the Mighty Mech.
Yeah, Ashe, not a super common 4-cost champion. We see a little bit more like, you know, Ladder Slayer had Jinx. We have seen a lot of Yumi as well for some more of those 4-cost carries. But the Ashe really was super standout there from Crazy Cat, and especially after getting those Crystal Gambit cash outs. I think the 2 duelist bats. Now, what do you think of that? Because I feel like that's one of those combinations of things alongside just the items that you got for the Ashe that really made this composition be strong.
Surely, I mean, from the 5 Crystal Gambit, you actually will start getting you rewards based on how much units you are able to kill. But not just that, it's actually every single round you start fresh with like a bunch of new kills that you have to reach. Right after to reach that point, you reset your score and then you start getting more rewards. And then having being able to get 2 emblems, it was actually very lucky because he could get like a bunch of duplicators, and right after you reach the swing 3, you don't have much to duplicator with. So it's important to have like the combat. So he also had like a great early game and having like the HP to stay with the 5 Crystal Gambit long enough in order to get like even more rewards, and that's why he won the game.
Yeah, it was a really just great snowball effect coming through from Crazy Cat's composition early all the way to the end. But I think there are a couple of them, you know, the snowballs kind of melted. I think one of those players I was looking at is Pizza. You've got this Warpath augment. You're really hoping that you're going to be able to actually activate that. It felt like it came through really, really late. And unfortunately, Pizza ends up taking a 7th there, where otherwise Pizza has really set themselves up quite well in the standings overall.
Yes, I mean, Warpath is an augment that's really risky because things can get out of control, right? You've seen that he took it out pretty late in the game. So if you're not able to snowball and pass through the lobby, you're gonna end up like in such a bad spot. And right after the mid game, we had like Crazy Cat really strong. We had Greya with worth the weight 8 rocks into the 7 mech. So the lobby was really, really strong. So never had it like Pizza never had a chance like to capitalize on the top of the Warpath.
Yeah, it was such a shame to see. I think the Shen hero augment also falling short maybe speaks a little bit to that as well in terms of just how powerful every other board really was getting. You look at a Jungle Book that hit not just like the Knuckle Dusters vibe, but also got a Smolder 3 online. So like there was just a lot going on towards the later parts of the game. But I think we do have our standings ready to show everybody. So let's take a look at how the other lobby also panned out. We only have 16 players remaining now in our field of competition. You can see who's already moved on after our first 4 games of the day, but we're really going to be looking right now at Ripple, Stellar Minhee, Spencer, and Jungle Book, who are sitting at the top, towards the top of our standings so far after that 5th game. 56 points is a lot to have to catch up to here, Dobbs.
Yes, I mean, these are the players that are looking so great, and I wonder how the bottom side actually is working out, because this, at least for the top 4 players, there seems to be pretty safe. But here we're seeing Crazy Cat and also Ladder Slayer with 54 points, but the rest have actually pretty opened up. There is a lot that can actually happen.
I think this entire standings look so close now as we've honed in on those 16 players left. Even after those first 4 games of the day, I was looking at the point totals. There was only a 10-point difference between Ripple in 13th and Slicedown in 28th. And now it feels like that gap has been closing even more so because of how some of these results had actually shaken out for this 5th game. Like Slicedown doesn't really feel like he's completely out of it yet, which is crazy to say because that is the bottom of our standings right now.
No, I mean, I guess for Slicedown or GOC, depending on how it goes, I guess they are actually out. Especially Slice Down because he can just tie the amount of points. But it's a little bit tough. I mean, for the players that are at the very bottom, they should go into that back line, pray that they can hit and win the game, and actually also brave for the combinations that the results can bring them into the table. Because the guys that are on the top, they're like are really far ahead. They're really far ahead by now.
Final game upon us, so we're gonna send it back over to our casters and see which of our 8 players will move forward and which ones will be sent home. So guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Necra. We're back once again here to do it to it, bring you the last game to determine who's going to be making it into the TPC. Jack, thing that stood out to me when we looked at those standings. Oh, I missed the memo. Sorry. It's gone now. The moment passed. The thing that stood out to me looking at those standings was not necessarily how close the top end was, but how close the top was to the middle, right? You had just a handful of points separating the players who are probably in like 6th, 7th in the current standings, going all the way down to, I believe, like 12th or 13th.
It seems like the cutoff is going to be pretty high for this number. I think the bottom of our leaderboard is a little bit lower than they tried to do the big comeback and maybe missed a little bit. And so that moves the top up a little bit more. So even people like Ripple and Stellar Mini, if they go 8th, they could maybe even be in trouble. It's so hard. No one is safe. No one can play anywhere close to a confident game being like, I can just take a victory lap.
And I am worried about the people that are still in the 40s, like CMB, Tex, or the other Tex, and JRC Slice Down. I'm not sure if a top 1 will be enough. It may just be depending on other results plus their own. So it's gonna be one of those games where you're gonna be having to check both lobbies at the same time and probably pull out the calculator and do the math.
The simplest way to kind of estimate is you take that current cutoff, and because there's 16 players and we're cutting half the field, you can add 4.5 to it, the middle placement of the 8, right? So if 53 is our current cutoff, you add 4.5 brings us to 57.5. Holy, man, that was a little harder to do because I'm on camera right now. 57.5. So that 57 or 58 point is most likely going to be the cutoff, which goes back to exactly what you were saying, Jack, because Minhee and Ripple, our players in first, are at 56. Either one of those players goes 8th. They're at 57, and I'm gonna say it, and then I'm gonna be sorry if it comes to fruition. There is a world where Minhee loses another tiebreaker on the day if he reaches that same tiebreaker threshold at something like 57 by going 8th. I really, really hope it does not happen, but we have to acknowledge that it's possible.
Why do you do this, Gangly? Why are you like this?
Dude, like Minnie's gonna watch this back and he's gonna be like, you did this to me. You for sure. Anyway, this won't happen, right? This guy's been playing very consistent all day. Stellar Minnie specifically has gone 5th, 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 4th, 4th. Yep. Surely he can just do that again. That's all he needs.
And I think it's actually worth it to take a step back, zoom out on Minhee, because I think Minhee's career in particular has been extremely unique. Minhee is someone who is most notably known as a player in this big study group of many North American greats. Like people know him playing alongside Wajan Iverson, Malala, Bosso Skills, player that we've seen at the highest level of play. And despite that, has kind of struggled to keep up with the accolades of those that he studies with. This was kind of met with some resistance on the other side when he was the only North American to top 8 at the Macau Open and really put himself in the limelight for one of the first times in his career. And so now just being on the precipice of making TPC a deep run at the regional finals, it feels like a huge opportunity for Minhee. But this lobby is not going to have Minhee in it. It will have Ripple, T-Lides, Tex Summer, Spencer, Slice Down, Ripple, Odehua, Tex, and me first or 8th.
And
Really
Ripple,
big names, honestly.
it for sure is. Ripple shares a very similar story to someone like Stellar Minhee, who has had some great performances, but never has made it to the Tactician's crown. And so really is hungry for that going into this. I think alongside so many of these players in this lobby, I think of people like T-Lides, who big personality,
obviously someone that people are really rooting for here in this final game. And it's going to be a crazy matchup because, again, no one is safe. The most safe person in this lobby is Ripple.
And that's in now that you see the points being updated on the right of the top 4 currently from the leaderboard, from the 16 players that are still competing, 3 of them are here. So there's a chance where if Spencer and Ripple go down the bottom, some of the other players who are on the 52s or in the or 49 like Tex, they can actually pass them.
Yeah, I don't exactly understand how that influences the numbers. I think that's actually a good thing for them because it means that if you do go 8th in this game, you can actually root for the 2 other players that are tied with you at the top of the standings to take more points away from the average of the field. So I think I'm understanding that correctly. I think it's a good thing for the 3 of them.
I don't do numbers, so.
All I know is that I'm stressed.
Yeah.
As just being on the broadcast, I can't imagine how these players feel.
Dehwa's been making quite the comeback. Remember yesterday, Dehwa was on the brink of elimination and then kind of went into that classic Dehwa mode, the 1st or 8th gameplay, found himself into the final day today, and now at 55 points is in a really strong position, 3rd place overall, to make it to next week and back into the TPC.
And he doesn't need to do the good old Dehwa play style. He just needs to have enough, save enough HP, and probably do one of those like decently strong stage 3 or stage 4 boards, especially now that he has the latent forge.
Has a cat as well.
Down the line. Yeah.
Yep. This is a line we see relatively commonly with the Katarina. I think he's probably going to check Fruit to see if this is something he can automatically just commit to. Does get Max Arcana. Very common pickup, super strong. The only thing is with your augment doesn't give you any immediate power to get those stacks.
Yeah, that's why he took unflinching here. He also has no items he can really slam. Also, it doesn't have the Nashers or the Edge of Night or the Hand of Justice that you really would like on this Katarina.
Yeah.
So just trying to kill a unit or 2. Maybe we'll refruit next round to find another one of those scaling augments.
Oh, I was getting excited for the setup, but yeah, I guess you do have a point there, CLD.
I do love that Pi Hat sets up Dehwa as someone who's not going to loss streak, even though we all know
I tried.
He doesn't have to. I agree with you, but I mean, we've seen from Dehwa, he's got a comfort play style, and wait, he actually.
Never mind.
All right, this is suddenly a pretty strong opener to be able to play around the Zaya and get the L2 online and make 10.
He's keeping us on our toes, man. We don't know what to expect, Dehwa.
That's right.
Mies vs. Wraith has Slice of Life, able to get a bunch of these higher cost units earlier on in the game, and this board is very, very good, and obviously one of Gangli's favorites. We talk about this whole tournament, and he loves these heavyweight frontline, specifically with Malzahar, but, Darius primary carry is the name of the game, right?
Yeah, I do feel like most of the time that we've seen these players play, they're typically not angling toward the Darius. Try as I might to encourage them to, but I think for now we can just assume it's a safe item holder, and maybe the game will give me First or Eighth a little bit of a nudge into a line like that. I do want to call out we have 2 Patience is a Virtues coming in through Tex and Slice Down, and then Pandora's Bench coming in from T-Light. So a couple different augments that I would say encourage a bit more of like slow play. Pandora's Bench encourages it in the form of kind of losing control of when you're upgrading things, and then Patience is a Virtue, this more win out style of play. So even though Slice Down might be mathematically eliminated from competition, still going to play that classic Slice Down loss streak into most likely the mech on level 8. And Tex at 49 points most likely needs a top 2, top 3 in order to have a real shot. And so I think Patience is a Virtue is a really perfect pickup for Texas State in the game.
Probably on the carousel, when we are able to see everyone's boards, I would like to see if Tex. Oh, thank you. Tex Hammers doesn't have a Crystal Gambit for the time being, but he mostly is playing for the slamming items. He already has a Kraken's Fury, probably going for the typical try to win streak or save HP throughout stage 2 and stage 3, and then tech in the Crystal Gambit, especially with the added HP, and go for the Juggernauts or the Twisted Fate plus Bastion frontline. One of those like Omega capped boards in the end, which can win.
Able to pick up the Swain there. Now has 2 out of 3 Crystal Gambit ready to roll. Spencer also looks like he is playing Crystal Gambit as well. Has it already online, using Slice of Life to do that. Also, looking across this lobby, it's pretty clear the picture we're beginning to see. Many of these players are starting to play for first, Tex being a perfect example of that. And alongside Spencer and Slice Down, who need to really have a good placement here.
Ripple currently sitting in first in points at 56. We can see picks up instantly, just some tempo play, right? Get the Band of Thieves, get an upgraded unit on your board, try and preserve HP. And for right now, Ripple's doing so at 100 HP, 3 streak through stage 2. As we see Slice Down doing the Slice Down. Patient Study already setting up for mech. We can see it coming to fruition. Slice Down going to be playing the comfort composition we've seen all weekend long from him.
And even if they don't make it, they'll go out in their own style, in their own way. So that's one of those. Exactly, that's one of those players that, even though the final result may not be the one thing that you want. Obviously, I don't want to get too ahead of myself. I have no idea how the standings are going to pan out, but I feel that Slicedown has already established himself as a competitor that you want to look moving forward. Maybe on set 16 he'll have a really good result as well, and he'll start consolidating the spot on the upper half, on the upper echelon of the TFT, or the American TFT players.
He definitely can't fit into our category of complete unknowns anymore. He definitely has made a name for himself through this tournament series, and that's the part of it, right? Is like, we're not always going straight from the couch to the crown, but we'll take some pit stops in the middle. We'll get a player profile going, and we'll try again next time.
It's a long way to Alicante. You know, that place is far. You got to swim a whole ocean there. It's going to take some time. Slice Down, at least, made a name for himself, not only with his placements, but also with his style. But for now, we've got players who are in the running still, right? Mm-hmm. Spencer at 55 points, one of the highest point totals right now. But recognizing that he needs to play a bit more point-centric. And he's actually doubling down and losing, and winning this fight up against Texans, going to immediately lose those stacks as he gets a win here at the end of stage 2.
I mean, it is tragic, but it isn't that tragic because you have 55 points, so at least you have that going on for you. So
I mean, I don't think you are comfortable in any capacity going 8th here, though, right? Like, I think Spencer does need to secure at least a handful of points.
Actually,
definitely want to have.
Yeah, you're right.
Definitely 2 points. We're shooting for 7. Yeah, a good 6th year after ruining that streak is going to be good. And it's hard in these kind of lobbies, right? It feels a little bit more like the checkmate format in this situation, because somebody like Tex, who is at 49 points, has to go first to get to 57. So obviously, they're going to play as risky as possible to get their points. That's what they need to do. So they're going to go ahead and do it. Now, Spencer, who is just a casual Crystal Gambit player, will lose to that every time.
Yeah. He does immediately get off a Crystal Gambit. I'm curious if he'll actually go back into it. This is something we saw Disto play earlier, where he got griefed on 2-7 by Ripple Overdrive, and then ended up putting Crystal Gambit immediately back in, and was able to still get enough of a cash out to, I believe, go first in that game, or at least stabilize and find a strong placement. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, for now, just playing the typical wait to see what you can, if you either put Meg or you put Crystal Gambit. And for now, I do like this. You're not gonna win because your board isn't really that well. You are already having everything 1-star. You don't have as many slam items. You are probably not gonna roll because you want to hold your econ for later. So having a small 6 lose streak, it can also give you enough resources for down the line, and you'll probably be at stage 4 with like 30 HP either way. So let's just take the most out of it.
As we scout around, there's lots of interesting boards happening. Daehua on the other side of this fight, we see with Latent Forge, but heavyweights across the board with that Malzahar in the back line. I'm not sure exactly what his power-up was. If it's Noxus Trap, this looks like a pretty good spot, because you can use those a lot of different artifacts on different units in this comp.
That's a great call out. You have things like any AP. Blighting Jewel is a really strong one for Malzahar. There's Titanic Hydra, or some of the more AD bruisery ones for Darius, or just straight tank on something like the Poppy if you end up playing into that line.
And we're watching right now Tex is currently, as you've mentioned, one of those that has to go for first. Will he go for rolling for the for Titanic Titan? Oh, Titan to get even bigger cash out.
3 really strong options for Tex. I'm very happy with literally any of them, but you can see on the right hand side, Tex ends up going the Titanic Titan, and is going to be able to greed his Patience is a Virtue stacks a little bit more, or at least have more HP when he does end up using them on 8. So he has a couple of different options. We'll have to check in.
And the other Tex is having a quite similar, trying to just do the biggest cash out possible, going level 9 with late game specialist, and you can already see it. The small twisted fade with a mask, a couple of a little furry and with a mask.
And this is the ideal setup for Juggernaut Fast 9. Obviously, you have the extra HP to work with. You have Golden Edge to give you some extra income. And now once you get to level 9, you're going to get that injection of gold from late game specialist to really push this forward. So Tex is shooting for it all here at 47 points. Again, our projection of 57 is just a projection. Weird things can happen. If Tex goes first, he'll be at 55, and I think that there is I don't do the math, man. That's not me.
Yeah,
there's a world.
It's possible. If you think of it as like everybody that's currently in the top 7 get the top placements possible, and everyone below Tex gets, 8th, 7th, 6th in the correct order, I think there is a world in which 56 is possible. Extremely unlikely, but Tex, he can't think about that. He's got to just do his part and then hope that the cards land the way that he needs them to.
No, Tex's cash out wasn't Grief, no. He started playing very late in the game.
He was the one that griefed the Spencer, and so then he hadn't doubled down yet. So I believe he started his double down on stage 3.
Perfect. Yeah, it's sometimes really hard to keep track of every single Crystal Gambit. I do like what I'm seeing on Slice Down's board. Another Crystal Gambit enjoyer.
A Crystal Gambit, but also a Dumbify enjoyer.
A Dumbify.
This massive dummy in the front line.
Are you gonna lose?
I don't know.
I imagine he probably will. I think there is enough damage from the Malzahar to be able to kill everything else, and then everything should die before the dummy, and then it'll eventually whittle it down. Looks like the Yasuo is about to die. I think the Malzahar has it. Yeah.
I sorry for doubting Malzahar.
Okay, also, Daypop picking up the team building gives us a little bit more insight into the direction. So very likely going to be playing into the Malzahar heavyweight line. But we really need to check too is Daypop's Latent Forge, which should be coming next round actually.
Yes. Especially now that he is probably locked into the Malzahar line. He should be able to get it. He won't greed for any artifact. There are people who like to wait until 4-1 to grab, to let thin out the pool, to have more higher odds of getting the artifacts that you want. But in this case, I'm not sure that's gonna be it. He's gonna rip it right now.
Infinity Force is not too bad. Hull Crusher is also quite good.
The thing about Hull Crusher is that the positioning on it is really awkward because generally you want your tank directly next to Darius to be able to soak up the aggro. If you do something like putting Darius next to Malzahar and have him walk up through the corner, you can play that. But yeah, I think Infinity Force is the only one that allows you to play the composition normally from here. It's not bad. It's certainly not bad. It is a lot of stats, but I don't think it's one of the transformative artifacts that you could get in this composition.
Yeah, it doesn't really move the needle too much for this comp. Doesn't give a crazy amount of placement swing for Dehua in this game, but it will be something to keep our eye on. Lots of extra stats for this Darius are never a bad thing. Looking across the lobby, though, we do have Ripple still at 100 HP, the player in our lobby with the most amount of points. And so saving that HP is going to be exactly what he needs to do in order to push himself into a comfortable spot to not go 8th.
Yeah.
Especially when you see the lobby. 4 people are playing extremely greedy, just trying to lose streak or greed out as much gold as they can. 2 patient side players, 3 Crystal Gambit enjoyers, Summer's try to go fast 9 whenever he can. So this is honestly an amazing spot for Ripple, just trying to salvage and punish the people who are trying to play for late game.
I bet you'll never guess what he's playing.
Oh, is he playing Crystal Gambit Mal's? Maybe he's gonna do something like that, right, Jack? Jack, right?
Yeah, right, Pie Hat?
Is that what he's gonna do?
Clearly.
Gonna be joining in the lottery with the rest of the mech players. That's what he's doing.
Oh, slice down.
No! Oh my gosh, slice down. He takes out X. Whoa.
You can see his face. Oh no.
Oh my goodness. Slice down. He's out of the tournament, but he's still playing for optimal placements, and he's taken Tex out with him. That is crazy. A slice down sells everything, protects his double down, and griefs Tex. And suddenly Tex is in a much scarier position than he would have been otherwise. Good news is 52 HP and does still have 14 free rerolls.
This is crazier than Checkmate. Like I don't remember any of the TBC Checkmate games having so many amounts of grief.
Man,
that is an insane play for this stage of the game. We're all playing for placements, so you got to do what you got to do. Ripple Overdrive, though, still at 100 HP, streaking on that 10 win streak, so very, very rich. Level 7, almost 50 gold. Definitely going to continue to press the gas pedal in this lobby to keep himself healthy and pushed him to that top 4 that he would be comfortably sitting in that new TPC and also competing for that Tactician's crown slot next weekend.
You have to see if a roll down's coming this turn for Tex, or if he's going to be greeting the extra 5 gold of interest to go on 4-2. But he has those 14 free rerolls.
He's not losing, no? Okay, he's not. I got worried for a second that he was gonna lose to the Wolves.
No, don't worry. Dummy was top middle, not bottom right. And Slice is going to continue to finish up this loss streak. We can see on the right-hand side, it looks like Tex did not level to 8. He's going to be greeting one more turn before that roll down, but Spencer is not greeting. Is sending it for mech right now. He's so much more poor than the rest of the mech players, Slice Down and Tex, and doesn't have those free rerolls. Doesn't find Yone. Does he find Karma and Jarvan? Does find at least Sin. Okay, he's got Karma, no Jarvan. Oh man, this is not good. And Spencer, again, 55 points. He is not guaranteed safe even at 56.
I don't know, like this play personally. I feel like you're just gambling too much. You're slot on the TBC on your 616's career. And it's gonna be really rough for them. And for Texas, he's gonna roll out a lot of gold, and maybe he'll hit. Prismatic can change the things though.
Yeah, maybe just take invested and roll for Yone right now. Pray you can hit.
Yeah, we rolled the lottery last turn. Now we reloaded the card and we're going again. We are trying to find that Yone, trying to also to find our power-ups as well. We don't have that either.
Karma 2
at least. But no Yone yet. It's been like what? 30.
Oh, there it is.
30 days.
Yone, we're back. We actually are, which is the crazy part. The question now is, did Slice Down and Tex with their Patience is a Virtue stacks, did they end up finding 7 mech? Also, Spencer needs to find mech pilot. Tex?
No one is getting mech pilot.
Oh. Tex does not find the Yone, it looks like. Gets 5 mech in. But yeah, also doesn't have mech pilot.
Ooh. Dehua on the other side did find the prismatic trifecta to really power up this composition. This is where this comp can go from it's a pretty good comp thing to top 4 to maybe this is strong enough to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, also if his tempo is high enough, even though he only has the 1 Jace, it actually does open up the backdoor Jace 3, which, like you're saying, Jack, can elevate your cap a little bit, especially if you can find enough items for people. And having something like Latent Forage gives you just that many more items. Slice Down did not do his cash out and roll yet, by the way. He's level 7, 56 gold, and has 1 more turn.
No way.
And Me First Wraith is also mech. Wait. It's 4-way contested, this lobby.
This just
Well,
can't be.
I have no words. No.
Surely it's not optimal, right? Surely. We have to believe. You gotta believe in something. Mech Pilot is found for me first or 8th, though. Has a Lee Sin on his bench, right? I don't think he has one in already. No opts to not get it in. I think he's playing heavyweight instead. To get heavyweight on the mech?
Should be, yeah. That's one of those small techs that things to optimize that you can do throughout stage 4, just to give your mech a little more survivabilities, because the percentage HP on the mech is extremely amazing. On the other side, you're seeing Tech Summers doing since everyone is contesting mechs, he's just playing the classic Twisted Fate down the line. So it should be a very straightforward game for him. He's gonna cash out on 5-1.
Ooh. Place down 11 HP. He should have his cash out happening here, I believe. So we'll see what he can do with it. This guy's got some crazy fast turns. The problem, we talked all about it the first time back in the play-ins. Doing these big cash outs on 4-5 versus 4-2 is insane because you don't have the extended timer of the augment. He's going to have 30 seconds to do a transition and with only 11 HP, which means if he takes a 3-unit loss in the next fight, he will just be dead.
It looks like he did cash out, or else I don't know where this artifact really came from. For slice down, he does have that.
Cash out?
I believe he did. Yeah, he no longer has Crystal Gambit on board.
So he just didn't have gold for it.
Wow.
We also don't have a Yone.
And also we're going Ave.
Yep.
We also don't have Mighty Mech. A Mech Pilot.
Mech Pilot.
There we go.
With Mech Pilot.
Right.
Yep.
We do not have removers. Okay. There we go.
Yeah,
we have to switch to the Jarvans.
The other thing to think about too is that we have the Dumbify and the Golem, but we don't actually have that much backline damage. We have Karma 1 with Morello Titanic Hydra on it. So I don't know how much damage we're going to be doing. The good news for him is that he's playing Ripple Overdrive. So both Ripple and Tex are currently doubling down. Now that the 3 other players who were trying to double down in stage 3 have taken their turn, they're like, all right, guys, back up. My turn to double down now. Tex, despite having... Oh, no, he was a player that did not find the Yone. Is going to take a hit there, go down to 1 HP. Does not have the Yone, does not have Mech Pilot.
TFT. That's all I can say.
Both players who had Patience is a Virtue didn't hit Yone, right? And Spencer is the one that actually did have it, despite looking like he had a significantly worse spot to be able to hit on 8.
Yeah, and he used his prismatic for that. He was invested to roll down even more, and it was enough apparently. I don't know if it's enough to give him a top 4, but it can be enough to just go 6th. And as you've mentioned, that's all he needs. 6th place should be 58 points. So
he does find a Mech Pilot for at least one of his units here, but that's going to be the end of the road here for T-Lide's going to wrap onto the back line. T-Lide's realizing his position, playing that Katarina, which often goes 2nd, 3rd, maybe even 1st if he can get the right fruit. But T-Lide's cruising his way, knocking out Tex at 8th place, which will knock him out of contention for the TPC next set.
That might be the last Brazilian on the day too.
Yes, CMB is also playing. CMB is also playing.
Yeah, you're right.
Tech Summers won. Ripple Overdrive, I believe, griefed Tech Summers' Crystal Gambit.
134 gold.
And he also cashed out.
Wait, what?
Ripple Overdrive and Tech Summers played against each other on 4-6. Ripple lost.
Ripple
and
is
kept
134
the Crystal Gambit.
Now.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying. Okay.
His chances of going first just dwindled down. After that, I don't know if he's gonna be able to make it. He only did like 100 gold cash out, 100 Crystal Gambit cash out. While Ripple did like a 250 or 300. He's gonna roll down. He's probably gonna go to level 9 now, or maybe next round. Both him and Ripple.
The players who are at the top of the standings going into this game are all looking like they're in pretty good spots. Even Spencer, who's only at 12 HP, is the player that hit 7 mech with the Yone. And so there's a world where 3 of our top 4 going into the standings, all top 4, which should push that threshold higher and require a larger threshold for someone to qualify into TPC.
This is going to get really interesting because a lot of our players who are towards the bottom of the standings are continuing to lose. If Slice Down goes out here, that will definitely be the case, which will raise the threshold most likely for a lot of our players. So we'll definitely keep an eye on this as we go throughout the rest of our game, because people like T-Lides, who, if he's not going to go top 2, could be in danger because of the rest of these scores.
Wow. Lyso's going to go down here to Spencer. And Spencer slowly eliminating all of the mech players who missed. And with that, Spencer getting 6th place is going to be at least 3 points. You have to imagine that's almost 99% certain that means he will be back into, or he will be joining the TPC next set. Tech Summer's big turn though.
Ooh, okay, a big upgrade here. Also finding the Twisted Fate. The only problem with this board here now, upgrading this on 5-2, is that we haven't had Twisted Fate in for very long. So the upgrades, the procs from that rogue captain have not been going on.
And doesn't find set 2. We really, it's, you know, obviously finding the Braum 2 is incredible, having 3 items on the TF, but you really want to make sure that your front line is fully upgraded, especially when you're up against boards that have so much upfront damage and can just run through the 1-stars like this Darius. Oh, Braum is on the Malzahar. That Malzahar is taking a hike.
Okay, that guy. Bro,
Right,
earlier you were talking down him, and he just wanted to prove you wrong.
Yep.
That's honestly a decent roll down for him. Ripple is also level 9. Spencer finally goes out. Mech players going 6, 7, 8, but it should be a good 6th place for Spencer. He should be breathing a sigh of relief.
Yeah, Spencer kind of got saved a little bit by Slice Down and Tex both contesting each other's streaks and then also contesting on mech. So obviously not ideal for Spencer because he was looking for a better placement than that, but now that puts him at 58, which is now looking a little bit safer, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point, looking at the top 4, it looks like our top 4 are all secured. Like, obviously, we have to see, because if in the other lobby the same thing is happening where all their highest point scorers are continuing to do well, then it means that all of these players might not actually be safe. T-Lied is the one that's the scariest right now because he is the lowest of the players who are in the 50s at 52 points. So certainly not guaranteed, but you have to imagine that Me First Wraith, Ripple, and Dayhwa, or at least Ripple and Dayhwa, are almost certainly just into next weekend.
Like, I don't want to say that they are 100% in, because you know how TFT players talk and how we always speak in maximums, but they're 100% in.
I'm glad you doubled down. Now I don't have to. But I'm hoping for Tech Summers to possibly even make a comeback here and make it really interesting, specifically right around the cutoff. If he goes first, you'll have really good tiebreakers as well. So it's gonna be.
Yeah. Isn't this actually the condition that we were outlining, right? That like if Tex were to have a chance, he basically hopes that like the 4 players that would outscore him here, right? T-Lides, Ripple, Me First or Eighth, Dayhwa, and Spencer continue to do well, and that in the other lobby, all the players who are at the bottom do well, but not as well as he does. It's maybe possible for Tex to scrape by in the final slot, but it really his only job right now is to go first. If you don't go first, it's not even a question. So Tex just needs to do his job and pray that everything else kind of lands in the correct spots for him. That's a little scary.
No, that cut, and you still are on Twisted Fate 1. Ripple already hit the Twisted Fate 2, so there are a couple of units that will be harder to hit. That Braum is really trying though.
Wait.
Kill the Rakan, kill the Katarina. Is this enough to just give him one more round? It seems so that way. And Tech Summers just honestly just needs a little bit of time for both the Rogue Captain and the upgrades.
Even Deadly seems to be quite powerful in that most recent fight, able to give the extra attack speed and also move around. Ripple finding. Yeah, and it's got the fruit on it as well. So unflinching Lee Sin too. Yeah, the thumbs up comes through. He knows that is going to most definitely secure him a couple more fight wins.
Unflinching is fruit that we've seen have kind of mixed value. It's really good into something like the mech though, or anything that's very CC heavy, because it allows Lee Sin to have that uptime and still kind of punch through to reach the back line. So could be maybe a matchup dependent thing, but still obviously strong overall. Dehwa's 28 HP, has lost the last fight. Oh, the Braum is directly onto this Darius. And we don't have any sort of form of CC immunity. Question is, can we just kill the Braum on our next cast? I think it actually does, but no, it just, there's so many units on the board. I don't know if the Braum will cut through everything, or the Darius will cut through everything.
He's dunking, though. He's trying his best. He's got to kill a bunch of units. Think all that TF going to the plant. He's going to do it.
This guy is awesome.
You can see a lot of things about set 15. I am really happy that the good old Space Jam com is back from Darius and Jace.
That's right.
That's one of the first things I played in TFT. That was one of the first comps I fell in love with, so it's good to see it back again.
Very sad for Tech Summers, though. Again, who does really?
Oh no, of course.
As cool as it was to see, actually, pretty tragic fight. He needs to be able to find these upgrades right now. 21 HP. You are 2 lives, but you're not going to be 2 lives for long. One more fight, and then even just fight RNG if you're the strongest board in the lobby could send you home packing.
Is Ripple still holding a fourth Elysian?
Oof. Oh man. Yes, that's true. Okay, we'll have
we're
3
gonna have to
items
make a
on our
decision.
too.
And this is going to be an important decision. Which one do we want to upgrade? We do have 2 lives, though, so is there a world where we greed for this? I don't think
he has
so.
to.
No? Oh, he's got to win, right? Like, so he's got to shoot for the moon. Well.
Oh, he saw the Lee Sin. Okay.
Lee Sin does just have the Thieves' Glove, so even if you did hit Lee Sin 2, maybe the least immediate power spike compared to the Zyra 2 or 3, tailored items.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, are we gonna be able to have the single target damage to deal with the mech afterwards, though? I mean, the Lee Sin's actually surviving so long. The Bloodthirster and just the healing from Gunblade as well, keeping him distracted. And
wow.
And the Zyra do it. Huge fight win for Tech Summers. I think T-Lides and Dehua both take a loss there.
And if Dehua falls out in 5th here, he'll be at 59, which will set him up well.
Good, yeah, surely 59. I can't imagine it jumps to 59 after.
The player to watch, though, is T-Lides, who now has taken a couple losses in a row. And if he goes out in 5th place, that's disaster. And for Dehua, it looks like he's guaranteed fighting T-Lides. So this will be a matchup for the bottom 4 and will be a huge fight for specifically T-Lides and his life looking at the TPC next set.
Let's go, Greg. Now the Katarina is not going for the Malzahar. Just the Unstoppable just went into the middle of the pack, so yes, Katarina was just stuck fighting against all the heavyweights. It's a little bit unfortunate. So now the Darius and the Malzahar just they get free hit with no real issue. And T-Lides ends up going in 5th place with 56 points.
Wait. Me first round, 8th also loses? No, T-Lides does go 5th there. Yeah, 56 points, and we were saying that could be exactly where the tiebreaker is. So something got upgraded there. What was that? Is the TF2 found?
Yeah, TF2 for Twist of Fate.
Triple got the TF cash out where you get the 3-star 1 cost.
Ooh,
I think it's what it was.
Yeah,
I think
that makes sense.
Okay.
And I feel for T-Lides, man.
Oh, wait, hold on. So Tech Summers does need to win, but Ripple is level 9, 55 gold, and 44 HP here.
This guy said, I'm not going to go 8th. I'm just going to go 1st. Really guaranteed.
True.
Where we've had some interesting things play out, and across this, I'm really not sure where this is going to land because so many of these players are going to be incredibly close in points, specifically towards that 55.
Like it just punches through the entire front line and everything just died instantly. Yeah, Malzahar 2 is not going to be enough damage to break through. Dehua is certainly dead. The question is Tech Summers dead on the other side? It looks like Tex actually wins that fight. He's going to stay alive for one more round. We go into the carousel. Is there anything that Tex is missing that he needs to upgrade? Lee Sin? No Lee Sin on carousel.
No Lee Sin, no open components, so any big, maybe Stellax or Protector as well that just can give them a little more survivability.
We have to highlight even though Ripple has the gold and has the upgraded board, something that Tex does have going for him is that he has a combat prismatic. He has tiny but deadly compared to Ripple Overdrive's invested. So the econ difference could be the difference maker.
That is true. However, Ripple is level 10. Maybe the extra unit is stronger than the combat augment.
All right,
Level
this could
10
be the
now.
final fight.
Ripple versus Tech Summers. Ripple, who is coming in as the highest point scorer in this stage of the fight. Level 10 with this amazing board leveling off invested here. But this Braum is going to try and spin this away. But this Lee Sin is gonna be so tanky and not going to be able to get enough of a cast off.
Oh, the fin line dies!
Ripple. He will be taking it down and winning this game, sending Tech Summers out in second and securing his spot in the TPC next set.
Wow. Ripple Overdrive looking so good to take that win, securing his spot back in the TPC.
And we lost Gangly.
Bye, Gangly. You cursed there. The caster curse was actually real.
I don't want to spoil too much yet, but I think he might have gotten fired here. It was an incredible ending for this game.
I didn't realize it, man. I didn't know what that was. I just like suddenly was not on the graphic anymore and I stopped talking. I think that was a soft firing.
Yeah, for sure. No doubt.
Okay.
You're fired, dude.
Anyway, incredible game, close fight. At the end of the day, the front line didn't hold up for Tex. Ripple takes it, secures his spot like we were saying before. The question now is, where do the points fall? Who ends up on top? Who ends up at the bottom? Who ends up in the middle? And who is losing that precious tiebreaker that we've seen time and time again? We're going to throw to a quick break, and when we come back, we will reveal the final standings to determine who will be in the TPC of set 16. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the scores.
You're so fired.
Philip is one of the best North Americans to have never qualified to a set championship. In the set 15 regional finals, 6 of the 8 players in the final lobby would go on to qualify for the Tactician's crown. Philip would place 7th and had to watch the event from the sideline. It was a tough ending, but an important chapter in Philip's story. Since starting in set 7, Philip has steadily moved from obscurity into the limelight. The merging of the regions in set 11 gave Philip a platform to break out, and at the first cup he did it, winning the event with a 3-star Aurelia. But perhaps the most exciting thing about Philip is the kind of player that he is. Philip has the 4th highest win rate in all of the TPC, only behind Weijin Iverson, Dissoap, and Setsuko. His ability to close out games makes him extremely fun to watch and a clear threat if he were to make it to the Tactician's crown. Philip has qualified to 4 previous regional finals and has never placed in the bottom half. Starting off in week 1, Philip has an uphill battle to reclaim his spot in the TPC, but history says that Philip is more than capable of making another final lobby run. We're putting 3 TFT players to the test of TFT trivia to see which of them truly has the greatest mind in the game. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Already.
Our categories for today are cartoon champions, a fan favorite, literal definitions, trait spotting, what accent, name that comp, and retired items. All right, Weijin, you're up first.
All right, I'll start us off with what accent for 200.
Insanely fortunate yet awful. Also skills.
So unlucky.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect for a -200. The answer was so lucky and bad.
Oh, okay, I'm starting to get it.
I was not going to go that one.
Philip, you're up.
Let's do retired items for 1K.
On crossing below 30% health, heal all nearby allies for 1200 health.
Oh god, I should know this one.
And no answer. The answer was redemption.
Wait,
Oh, this is the old redemption effect? Ugh.
I'll do cartoon champions 200.
Philip.
Oh god, is this Lysandra?
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. For -200, the answer was Rise.
Rise?
he's like an ice bender.
So is Lysandra, man.
It's a guy.
Lysandra's more of it.
I'll go what accent 400. No, I think I understand the category.
This small inconvenience could be disastrous in the long term. Weijin.
Is it? I'm 8th?
You are correct. It's an 8th. I'm 8th.
It's an 8th.
You are correct.
I'm 8th, okay.
400 points.
He's wrong.
No, I'm right.
It's me again. How do you guys keep choosing the little numbers? All right, let's do literal definitions 1K.
A name of Greek origin meaning horse lover or friend of horses. Americas. Philip.
Yeah, I'm gonna have.
Gangly's fired, Dobbs. I think it just straight up either fired from North America or maybe hired by Brazil. We're gonna just have to show the standings on this one because after that 6th game, we do have our 8 players that will be moving forward to next weekend and the 8 players at the bottom part of our standings that will be going home. So let's go ahead and check that out. There is an unfortunate tiebreaker that has happened here between Stellar Minhee and CMB. Whatever side of the coin that you're on, only one of them could make it. And you'll see that on the next page there, but they got tied at 57 points. But congratulations to Ripple, Dohwa, Ladder Slayer, and Jungle Book for making it through these 6 games today to go on to the TFT Pro Circuit next set.
Yes, I mean, all the games were so close at the point, and every single point actually mattered at the end of the day. And we've seen the best players across the weekend passing through the next one and securing their spots into the next TPC. So congratulations for each player that made it, and especially for Crazy Cat that he actually didn't even know that he would be able to qualify through, and then he made it. So that was a nice one.
Yeah, let's show those next players because that's really where we want to put our focus right now. As you can see the tie break there between CMB and Stellar Minhee. CMB winning that final game of the day does help out those tiebreakers quite a bit. But for Crazy Cat, that is the craziest story I think of today. It was very close that we got that Cinderella story from Slice Down as well, having come in as an alternate from the play-ins and then being able to go all the way through today's competition down to the final phase. But unfortunately just not able to get over the line for these last 2 games of the day. But I am heartbroken for Stellar Minhee losing 3 tiebreakers in a row for our cutoffs today.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine how is the feeling that Salami is actually passing through by now, because I mean, when you lose a tiebreak, it feels bad. But he not just loses one, he loses that 3 times in a row on the same day. So that should be really tough, and hopefully he can like reset through next set and maybe he come back strong on the next one.
Yeah, my heart goes out for all of those players that fought so hard through today just to get so close to that finish line. But we get a chance to celebrate our players that are making it through to our next weekend of competition. And we have one of them on the line with us, and that is Ripple. Ripple, welcome to the broadcast. Congratulations on such a big accomplishment today. How are you feeling knowing that you're competing next weekend and you're going to be competing in the TFT Pro Circuit for set 16?
Feels really good. Today's been a really long day. It's I didn't make it on tiebreakers on both the cuts, so I was really hoping I could get out early, but I'm glad I made it through in the end.
Yes, how do you felt like driving into that last game? You had like a certain advantage, but still needed to focus on being like playing well, and then you pop off like a huge finish. How do you feel about this all?
Yeah, the whole day I was like hoping for strong openers of upgraded units, and like I was like lost streaking a lot like earlier in the day, so I'm happy I got like a nice, relaxing kind of win streak game, and yeah, that was a kind of an easy way to close it out. But making it there was hard.
Oh, I bet. I think it was just such a tough field of competition, and I'm wondering if you could give us your thoughts on the format overall. Like, how have you felt actually playing through the Americas Regional Finals as it's been revamped to this form?
I think the finals was really good. I mean, I think like a problem of like previous tournaments that people talked about was just like playing games that don't feel like they matter, either because you're doing so well or so poorly, or you can't like make it out. So I think the progression of the cuts is really good for rewarding those who like are just doing really well. and it makes every game like really meaningful, right? So every game, everyone has a chance to make it. So yeah, I like it a lot.
Yes. How do you feel about your preparation for next week? What do you think you need to improve in order to get your spot to the Tactician Crown, as you already qualified to the TPC? Congratulations on that. And how are you feeling?
Yeah, I think going into next week, I'll have to figure out more how to play around this mech meta. I really like mech is like the best comp right now, but I really don't like it just because of like how risky it can be. Like if you miss the fruits or you miss the Yone, then you can just kind of lose. And I played like 0 mech games this weekend because I just kind of hate the comp. But I, like I think like the further we go in, like people are gonna get better at just playing all the lines and playing mech like the strongest comp in the game. So had to just definitely practice and figure out like what I can play or like when I really have to play mech, and also like like what can I do against it playing all the other comps, because this is definitely like the number one comp that you have to figure out how to do something against. So, yeah.
We saw a couple of people try out some various things to varying degrees of success against those mech compositions, but I felt like some of the things that really ended up the most strong were some of those compositions that offered a lot of single target damage, but that's kind of hard to come by, I feel like, in this particular patch. So is there anything that comes to mind for you in terms of things you might try to go cook either in your scrims or in that preparation for next weekend as a good counter to the mech composition?
Don't want to spill too much, but yeah, I think like the mech is really tanky, so it's gonna be really important to get units that can just like probably ramp to really high amounts of damage, so we can take it down. I don't think any like you can't burst it down, you can't really like stall it out. You have to just get a lot of damage to kill it. And I also think like there's probably positioning that you have to do to play around it.
Yeah, even though mech was like the most played composition throughout the week, and of course, if there is not like a B patch or something, if not no changes are coming, probably is going to be the most played composition next week as well. How do you feel that the players approach the game, because we are seeing too much 3-way contested lobbies, mech, and somehow maybe 2 players are actually going like 7-8. And
Yeah.
do you think that's going to change in a little bit? Like maybe some sort of new strategy will appear, or if the meta is actually sorted out?
I think new things will appear for sure. I feel like a lot of the mech strategy is like kind of a flip on 8s. Like the reliable mech strategy used to be strong enough to go level 9 and then hit all the legendaries. But if you're too poor or too weak, then you just have to roll an 8 and pray. I'd hope that players think that that's like not a really reliable strategy going into the next weekend, and we'll find other comps to play around.
Well, I want to ask you about that then a little bit too, because Ripple, you said you tried to avoid playing this mech line as much as possible. So we didn't get a chance to see all of your games on the broadcast today. But what were some of the things that you felt like were consistent for you, that you felt like you did the best with?
I think, I mean, I think like there's a really interesting dynamic right now in the meta where people are playing Crystal Gambit and sacking pretty much at all stages of the game, either to go 9, to go 8, or to reroll. And I think instead of really like picking what comp to play, I'm just kind of playing around the tempo of the lobby. Like if I get to be strong in this stage, and then because everyone else is like playing Crystal or being weak or waiting to reroll, then I'll do that. And then I just kind of figure it out as I go. If you streak all the way to like 10 streak or 9 streak, then you get to go level 9. Otherwise, you probably have to roll on other levels. So I think right now my game plan is just kind of to play with the lobby and not play like specific comps.
Well, I don't think I have much to ask. I guess we covered a lot of things, but I'm really happy that I've seen someone actually talking a lot about playing tempo, something that I brought to the table throughout the weekend. And actually, I'm happy that paid out for you, because I mean, there are so many good players on the line, but the window that you've seen and throughout the games and saving some HP and scamming some position placements were so great. And then I'm really impressed that you were able to pass throughout the weekend without playing a single back game. So I would say congratulations.
Thank you.
I want to talk a little bit about your TFT career, Ripple, because you're a player. You've been playing for quite some time. Is it Gizmos and Gadgets was your first set as a in the competitive
Yeah,
scene?
pretty much. Yeah, like set
Yeah.
6 LPQ.
Wow, it's so cool because we've been watching you throughout these sets, and I feel like you've just consistently gotten better and better. And I feel like this is one of those sets that really is a fantastic showcase for that. But I'm just wondering if you could give us a little bit of information on kind of like what are your hopes? What are your dreams for playing TFT? What is it that you want to accomplish?
I think, I mean, ever since I really got into competing in TFT, I really just want to be the best player I can be, and also compete against the best players in the world. So, and part of that is just growing as much as I can, and also trying to go to the World Championship. I've been close to going to Worlds and Regionals a couple times now. I think in set 8 and set 12, and I've kind of just been chasing that for a really long time, playing in most of the regionals tournaments, and yeah, it's been kind of tough. Like you get so close, and then some sets you don't even make it. Like last set, I didn't even get to regionals, and I think that was really tough on me. But I think it helps me grow a lot and kind of learn more to, I don't know, approach the game in a way that I can believe in myself more. I think one of the problems I was having was trying to play too much like other people because they're succeeding more, and I don't think that's the way I can really approach the game, or I can't really play like other people. And yeah.
How do you think that?
Yeah, go ahead, Dobbs.
I was going to ask, how do you think that playing the next PC would help you getting to turning you into a better player for next set as well?
I think playing the TPC will be a lot of fun. I think some of the most fun I have playing in TFT is scrimming and the global scrims. I really like playing with the APAC and the EMEA players also. You get a lot of variety and a lot of interesting ideas, and because of scrims, a lot of people are trying out creative ideas and stuff, and I guess get to see how all the best players in the world kind of think. So this set I didn't really get to scrim with them until regionals because I was playing in tier 2, but I think being able to play with them more will definitely help me get better.
I'm so glad that you're able to share a little bit more about your goals, aspirations, and then also about finding your own identity as a TFT player, because I think that's something that a lot of our other players can identify with as something that maybe they might struggle with. So Ripple, thank you so much for taking the time to open up about that and to talk about your journey. We're really excited for you and to see what's going to happen next weekend. And I know today has been a long day, so I just want to give you a final moment to be able to share thoughts to the people supporting you or the people that you're prepping with.
Yeah, I mean, well, shout out to you. Thank you to all my study group for helping me learn the game and supporting me. Thanks to my girlfriend and my family for watching and supporting me. My friends from back home, my Pradanga for watching me. I turned on my stream for the first time in a year because I had to, and people actually popped up and said hi and stuff. And yeah, and just all the people I met in TFT and stuff. It's been a really long and fun ride.
Well, thank you so much for your time today. And congrats. Yes.
Sorry, Necro.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Take care. We'll see you next weekend. Good luck.
Thank you. Bye.
Dobbs, I figured it's a long day of competition, so we probably should go let him rest. And as much as I would love to sit there and talk to our players forever, it really was a taxing day. And you heard Ripple talk about it, the good and the bad that can come from this format. And so while it was kind of stressful to have to get through those tiebreakers, he ended up making it at the end of the day to join these other amazing professional TFT players in the TFT Pro Circuit for set 16. Let's go ahead and take a look who Ripple Overdrive will be playing with in the Americas TFT Pro Circuit. You can see the rest of our competitors rounded out there for APAC and EMEA as well.
Yes, I mean, a lot of great players have passed through. I want to highlight as well the amount of players from LATAM. They increased their number at the TPC for the next set. So the LATAM fans should be really proud of their regions.
It's going to be quite the showdown as we look forward to set 16, but there's still more to come for KO Coliseum as we have another weekend of competition coming up in just a couple of days. So, Dobbs, I think we gotta let the people go get some rest, go hit the books so that we can have an amazing day of competition starting on Friday. Check it all out next weekend. Make sure you stay tuned on all of the social medias so you can get notified when we go live, and also make sure that you follow the channels. Thank you all so much for watching and cheering on our players. Thank you to all of our competitors who hit the stage this weekend to show us everything that they had for this America's Regional Finals so far. And thank you to you viewers. We'll see you next weekend for the next part of our America's Regional Finals.
Sorry, Necro.